try to imitate, say, make it like a tree, because the tree have that specific shape like.
He then said, like, what if you took all the branches off it? It's like, well, it's not a tree then, it's a pole. You know, it's kind of what we do to trees. Like, when you cut a tree down and you cut all the branches off, it's no longer called a tree, is it? It's called a log. So
yeah, but even then, it's still not always just a pole, right? You just get all random shaped trees.
Yeah. It's far more simple
you can't
than that.
define a shape.
Trees
like,
come in all shapes and sizes, though. You know.
Yeah, but as I've said, you can't define a single shape to it. Like, if you look at a football, you know that's a round, spherical, 3D object. You know, soccer football, that is, not American football. You know what shape it is. You don't play football with any other type of ball. Yeah.
Yeah, but a ball's just a man-made object, inanimate object. Trees are living, thing.
Well, they used to kick around balls made of pig leather. That's a living thing.
The tree in the right side of the image and a human lung in the left side.
What the hell? Why does that tree look like a dick? What happened to my Discord then? Just
some big kahunas.
Discord, why are you glitching out? Yeah.
I think Necros, you see this shape, this electrical shape, which matches the tree, which matches all of these different anomalies. I think it's just the basis of a fractal. You know, this is like a hallmark that everything is a reoccurring shape. You know what I mean, or pattern.
Oh.
This is probably the basis of it.
Well, depending to an old thing that I think about, and excuse me, I will just take. Okay, I forgot the oven open. So, what I witnessed is that the creator took or used a specific pattern in his creation. So, for the complete creatures, like for example, a human being, an animal, a bird, a fish, a tree, a plant, the earth itself, the sky, the heavens. The complete creatures can't have a specific geometry. Like, for example, sphere, that like a sphere or something like that. But it will have that random geometry, like star, like a star, for example, like a human being, not star, the star in the sky, like a star shape, like a human. When a human spread his hands and legs and have that his head, so those 5 angles, you can just draw a star around him. A starfish, for example, a tree, like we said, the tree shape. It's not a specific shape, but it's a complex shape. The components of the creatures, the complete creatures, can have those specific shapes. A spherical shape, like a spheroid, an eye, the eyes, testicle, the blood cells, our cells, the honeybee, those rooms they make in their complete kingdom. Those rooms have those 6 sides shape, hexagon. But the house itself, the kingdom itself, doesn't have any specific shape. It's like a potato. It's like a potato hanging in a tree or the ceiling of a house. It doesn't have, because it's a complete thing. Even us, the human being, our things, what we can make, can't have that spherical shape. You can make, for example, on a room like a square. A house must be flat. The car, the boat, our vehicles, everything that we make. But the spheres, spherical shapes, they are part of the main thing. You can have a stadium. The football is a part of the game, so the football can't be a spherical thing. The desk can't be spherical. You can't have a spherical desk. You can't work on a spherical desk. But the decoration, the tools that you use, can have that spherical shape on the top of that desk. The components. I don't know. I talked so much, and I don't know if I could just.
Have you seen the Mandelbrot set? The
what?
the Mandelbrot set. I've put it in the side chat. Basically, the closest thing that we could say is the fractal repeating nature. Like that's a picture of infinity. That picture apparently goes on infinitely based on fractal principle. Yeah, that's the shape closest to the Fibonacci and the reoccurring signs in nature.
Yeah. For me, the stars, the sun, the moon, depending to what I understood from that analysis that I made, yeah, they can have a spherical shape. It's not a problem, because they are part of the sky. They belong to the sky. They are celestial bodies. Terra also, it can't have a spherical shape. The sky can't have a spherical shape. It can be a dome. A dome is not a spherical shape. But it can also be a plane. The dome is just created by our eyes. It can't be a plane of some sort. There is some barriers and the extremities. If there is some extremities of this plane, we don't know if the Earth is limited or not. So the sky, we don't know if it is limited or not, if it is a dome or a plane, an extension also. Like it was said in the Bible, I think, it's considered as an extension, something like that. So the Earth can't be a ball dependent to that pattern of creation, but the rocks, what is composing the Earth, they can be spherical shapes. They can have cubic shape like that. I think it's pyrite, called pyrite crystal. Square crystal.
Just gives me more indication we do live in an electric universe.
I don't know. I can't distinguish. I think that, yeah, some sort of vibration is the main component, but what it is really, if it is a sound or electricity or light, I don't know. Because What if, just think about this, what if it's a sort of vibration, so the same exact thing that you will have with that magnetism and electricity and those things. So the toroidal field sound is a toroidal field also. So vibrations are a generation of toroidal fields. So is the universe mainly a sound? Is the creator just book some sort of frequency in some sort of medium, and that frequency manifested, dependent to what frequency it is, it manifested on some physical thing, and another frequency made another thing, like let's take the Bible. I'm not Christian at all. Just let's use ancient people understanding, for example. But he said, Creator said, "Let there be light." Mm-hmm. Interesting. That's a word, something that didn't exist started to exist when the word spoke. Is it vibration and sound? Like you can shatter glass with sound. You match the same frequency of that material. You can manipulate that material. You match the same frequency of granite, and you can cut granite with using vibrations. You can cut granite with even copper. Something that is practically, theoretically, not practically, because practically you can now, but theoretically you can't cut granite with the copper or any type of metal. Granite, yeah, you can cut it with some harder crystal, like forgot the name, diorite or something like that, or diamond. Now the industries, new industries, they cut granite using those discs made with iron mixed with the dust of diamond dust. There's so many. Still here, Roots?
Yeah, still here, bro. Sorry.
I wanted to tell you that there is so many questions that need to be really settled. No answer yet, but yeah. For example, is this sound have any type of relation with the other types of frequencies? If you can create light, like that star in the jar, light with sound, is it possible to do the opposite way? So if also the opposite way is possible, so you can create sound with light, I think it is, because we change electricity to sound, to vibration in a drum, in a speaker, and make that drum vibrate, and we make sound. I think it's still possible, but is there a relationship between those frequencies? The frequency, the vibration that makes a sound, and the vibration inside that makes that light wave or electromagnetic wave? Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I can't. You're saying some deep stuff here, bro. Can't really respond. It's a mystery, isn't it? I do understand your thinking though. With solar luminescence, yes, it would make sense that you would be able to turn light to sound. I mean, what is electricity? What actually is thunder, lightning? You know, and then it is interesting how you get that. Whatever happens, you get that real delay, don't you? With the light wave and the sound. And I don't know. I just think yeah, you're asking some interesting questions.
And add to that, it just made me remember another interesting thing. But yeah, it was your idea, the lightning. In a smaller scale, in a Van de Graaff generator, you hear those arcs, and you can make music with electricity, with the Van de Graaff generator, or another type of linear one, not with the sphere. So you can make music with that thing, or a Tesla coil. Those arcs, those sparks or electricity strikes that you see, they make some buzzy sound, and you can make music with that thing. So yeah, you can make sound from light, literally.
I mean, I don't want to go too far and too deep into this, but I mean, you could take it further and say, you know, what came first. You could establish which came first, but then you've got a predecessor to that, and that could be thought, that could be shape. Because I genuinely believe that every thought has a shape. You know, you have a thought form, and these shapes could dictate. You know, like they say, thoughts affect your health. For example, I think these shapes could dictate your DNA, could dictate your balance of your body. So, you know, what's creating the shape? Is the shape involved? Because I think every frequency has a shape. Is that part of the process?
Yeah, correct. And I am with the idea that you can heal your body with the frequencies, using specific frequencies, sound frequencies, or even electromagnetic ones. You can heal the body using specific frequencies from both types, and also, like you said, the thought with that the research that Masamu Emoto, the Japanese guy who did the research on water and the memory of water, and he found that you can make effect on water using just your thought. So that will affect the structure of the water, and it's able to restructurize the water to something, make it something good or worse. Those are I think that our body is a frequency generator. That's one, and also it has some frequency detectors. Like, for example, your ears, it's a frequency detector. It detects those types of frequencies, the sound waves. Your eyes, it detects another type of frequencies, which is the light waves, and you have different ones. I don't think that the other three are different. I think it's just like I don't want to say the word, because sometimes it's unacceptable by some people. But I think they are etheric detectors too. So the sense, what you sense with your nose, it's not something physical. It's not something that your nose pick a molecule and analyze it and say, oh, it's this sense. No, I think it's a frequency. The signal.
Yeah, it's registered in the brain.
Yeah, it's
translated in the brain. Yeah,
translated in the brain. Exactly like with your tongue. It's not something chemical. I think it's just some types of frequency that your tongue detects and send the signal to your brain. It's not chemical analysis. Your touch, the touch also is the same thing. Like when, like what the robot, the android is doing. It's just more complex than that, but it's just an etherical signal. You touch something, it's smooth. You touch something, it's harsh or something like that, like a paper sand. You understand that by analyzing the signal. So how much things are your skin touching? Is it a smooth surface, so everything is touching your skin the same way, so it will analyze that pattern in your finger and send the pattern into your brain, and it will tell you it's like sandpaper. There is just pointy things, many pointy things touching your finger. A mirror, it's much smoother.
And I think you're highlighting some good points here. I think that's the problem with compartmentalization. We don't realize the holistic nature of everything. So yeah, I think it's very relevant actually that we can come to these conclusions with logic, but through compartmentalization, we kind of just stay in these little boxes and don't realize the connection between things. But I just want to quickly check in with the room because we've been off topic for a while. We've got somebody muted here, Nookin Foots. I was planning to unmute. Does anyone have an objection to me unmuting Nookin Foots?
No.
Unmute.
Unmute him. If he does anything silly, you can mute him again if you like.
There you go. You're unmuted, Nookin. But please follow the rules. And I'm sure there was another new person in here as well. Fraud Buster. Yeah, not spoke to you before. What's up, bro?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the channel.
How you doing, bro?
Very
good,
good,
man.
very good. Yeah, we like to always say hi to new people that drop in.
Oh, nice.
Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I'm a flat earther. I'm from 24 with a server.
All right.
Oh, nice. Is that your...
It by,
topic of conversation, then somehow the Earth must be a globe, even though he's offered no evidence whatsoever.
We don't need to answer that ionized gas. It's not our claim. You're straw manning, Mr. PhD. Why can't you do better than that since you're this great academic? You literally have to. You literally have to deal with his straw man.
We
No,
have
I
to
literally
deal with-
don't have to.
Why would they lie? You
I
just
literally-
have to.
I literally only have to point out that the claim is false. If you can't cope with the implications of that, then, I don't know, go see a shrink, dude. Not my fucking problem.
So the Earth measures flat, but if you can't tell him why someone would lie to him, then it's actually curved.
I think I could tell him why someone would lie to him. Because you're stupid. You'd probably mishandle the truth if you had it. And because they can. Because you're gullible and naive and stupid. So why not?
Yeah, it's true, actually. Kind of hearing people with PhDs, supposedly, with this level of intellectual remedialness, kind of makes a good argument for why they wouldn't trust you with the truth about anything. Because you'll just fuck it up.
Yeah, you don't need to know. You can't handle the truth.
He sounded like a fellow Scotsman. How do you feel about that, Cyclone?
You don't.
Yeah, he did, unfortunately. It's no surprise. Scotland's full of fucking pseudo-intellectuals and nonsense. Scottish people are some of the most statist fucking cucks on earth. It's embarrassing. No doubt that's another one. It's a massive irony given the country's history, but the system's done a good job.
So there's still lots of people that believe it's a globe, but nobody can tell us why. Kind of weird, ain't it?
See, this is how he exposed himself as like being more interested in the sociological drama side of it. Like, who's lied to me? How dare they? Like, you need to think bigger, bro. This isn't about you being lied to specifically. It's about the nature of the earth and what you can prove it to be. You can deal with who might have lied to you afterwards. You haven't even got to that point. It's a sign of another intellectual immaturity on your part. You're not even thinking logically about how you would answer this question. Appealing to incredulity is a logical fallacy. So,
problem is there are certain psychological implications as to why that question is so common. It's not a coincidence.
yeah, listen,
Because
I
it is
said
actually
to the
important.
guy, I said to the guy, it's understandable that you're asking that question, and it's not that it's not important, but I wouldn't go into that with someone who's demonstrating that they're not capable of intellectually and emotionally handling the topic. And he's actually just using it as a non sequitur rather than a genuine curiosity point. Because that's why I asked him afterwards then. I said, okay, so you're agreeing it's not a ball and you want to know why. He said, no, it's a ball, but tell me why they would lie. Right? So he's not even willing to address the crux of the issue. He wants to go into the speculative bit so that he can dismiss it and act like we've not made any points. So when someone is genuine and they're following along and then they're asking the question, okay, why have they done this? That's a different thing from what he did. He wasn't asking because he wants to know. He's sat right there saying, Earth is a globe. Why did they lie about Earth being a globe? Like remedial.
Cyclone. It's just an obvious question. It's remedial because it should have been answered like immediately, or at least tackled.
No, because you don't understand that it's happened yet. You don't even know that it's occurred. So why are you asking about it?
Usually, if someone lies to you, like it's important to understand why. That's just like obvious.
Right, and so if you don't find out why,
but it's like
and if you don't find out why, and if you don't find out why, does that mean that they didn't lie to you?
No, it doesn't. But it just sounds like you've not even engaged with it at all. Like
So we're saying
you guys haven't bothered to investigate that.
And whether or not we tell you why it's happened doesn't change that it has happened.
Yes, but it does no, because it does change the likelihood of.
No, it doesn't change it. No, it's not.
What I'm saying is
it's not
that
contingent.
I'm not convinced by your evidence. I'm not an expert
You
on the
haven't
measurement.
read the evidence. Remember, you said I'm not looking at
time to. Well, hold on.
You said I'm not looking at it.
No. Right. So if we were discussing something about quantum chemistry, and I just started demanding that you have a sort of level playing field, no pun intended, a level playing field discussion with me about it before getting to read anything, and I'm throwing all these quantum chemistry textbooks at you and bitching at you for not reading them in chat.
No, if I said I challenge you on this idea, the comparison would
it's
be
hardly
if I
reasonable
said,
at all. It takes time to
it would be unreasonable if I'd said to you, I disagree with that point you made. Show me your evidence. Then you said, here's my evidence, and I said, I'm not looking at it. That's what would be unreasonable.
Because if I made that point, it's not. You're not going to be able to pick up like quantum chemistry fast enough to. But you might have reasonable suspicion.
No, that's not what you said. You didn't say I need time to research this so that I can actually discuss it. You just said
that's
I'm
exactly
not
what I said. I said
I'm not joining your stupid server. You fucking Burke.
Yeah, because I didn't want to
rewrite history. You think we don't remember what you said 5 minutes ago?
On a single measurement.
You think?
So the thing is,
okay. Let's do this.
Gentlemen.
No. So
I'll do an easy one for you. I'll do an easy one.
Here's why you need. No.
We'll do an easy measurement. We'll go through a measurement.
No.
Yeah.
I don't.
See, now here again, he doesn't want to
I don't trust you. I don't know. Listen.
You have to show me.
Ian, can you relax your emotions?
Somebody mute this guy.
Just on the information. Ian, can you concentrate on the information?
Don't worry. So look at that. Again, he just says, no, you need to show me a measurement. Okay, I'll take you through a measurement. No, I'm not going to look at a measurement. You just did the exact same thing that you just embarrassed yourself previously doing, Ionized. So why are you going to pretend that you want to understand?
You are going to take me through a measurement that I have experience with. So I can't then assess at all. I'd be completely.
It's very simple. I'm going to teach you it. I'm going to teach you it. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to trust me. That's the beauty of it.
You trust ignoring all the information and just saying, I don't trust you.
I think this is better if I go. I think it would be better if I go away and read your stupid thing, come back, try to understand it in detail, and then come back later. I think that's the best way. So the thing that was sent to me in chat, this laser measurement. From 2018 by FECOR or FECOR, whatever it's called, right? Authors Sanders, Sekele, and Mike Kavanagh.
Okay, so you're going to go away and read that?
Read this and come back another time. There's no point because otherwise one of us is going to gish gallop between different measurements. Because I saw
we could very simply explain to you the claimed geometric horizon of the globe, and then demonstrate how that's false observably. In about 5-10 minutes. But if that's too much for you, you're not ready.
It's because I don't trust you. No, I don't trust you. You're a biased source. I wouldn't trust you.
Why are you asking us?
Because I don't. Because if you take me through it in 5 or 10 minutes, I will only be able to follow what you're saying. I won't have the ability to understand and motivate each thing myself as it goes. And since we're in such a contentious position, that is necessary.
This is when you come up with excuses. Yeah, you're just going to keep trying to ramble. This is when you come up with more excuses to avoid having your religious belief of the globe challenged. And now you're going to come up with all these justifiabilities to your cope where you say, oh, well, if you tell me and explain it, I'm only going to be hearing your view. It's like, yeah, you're here to hear our view, are you not? Then you can go and check it, do whatever you're going to do. But of course, even though you're apparently on a PhD course, you haven't figured out that to understand different points of view, you first have to hear the point of view, the argument, and then go and assess it. You're too emotional.
Well, now I know why he doesn't trust you.
He doesn't have the mental faculties.
It's not a matter of trusting me. We're just going to present him with what the globe claims. So if you don't trust what I'm saying when I say this is what the globe claims, you don't trust the globe. Simple.
PhD is telling us he doesn't have the mental faculties to assess grade school geometry to do with a sphere. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
you
go
can probably get through the FECOR in like less than
an hour. See you guys later.
Do the Black Swan in like 1 minute.
He cannot manage radius and circumferences and drop over distance. He can't manage that.
Apparently not. So why did you? How could you see that the guy didn't trust me? What did I say that was untrustworthy exactly?
You said globe is a religion.
Oh no, that is true. Yeah,
it's not.
Well, yeah, it is. Okay, well, what proof is there for it?
All of the proof.
Yeah, what would that be?
That's the beauty of it, is all observations fit the model.
Like what? Could you show me one?
Like literally all observations.
Of what? Observations of what?
Yeah, can you show us an observation, please?
I'm not going to show you anything.
All right, so you don't have any evidence then?
No,
so
no
observation. So
all of
why
the
it's
evidence.
Religion. This is why it's a religion. So like,
I
it's
just
like
told you all of the
guy,
because I don't want to show you it.
How do you know your
dude, why are you?
Because it's true.
You're a very untrustworthy person.
Yeah,
it's literally
a religion. That's what you've just done. It's like a religious guy coming up to you and saying, "My religion is true," and you say, "What's your evidence?" And he says, "I'm not showing you any evidence, but it's true."
Yeah, look it up.
Yeah, you can't say that he's not.
The religion's true.
You said all observations, and right now I'm observing a religious glober chanting his religion and backing it with no evidence. Does that support it?
Are you aware, Twonger, that they tell you that your observation of Earth is of a flat, motionless Earth?
It's not.
Yeah, that's what the globe claim is. That you can't see curve.
It's not.
Yeah, they say you can't see curve.
It can't be, no!
So where do they say you can see curve from?
Huh?
So where did they say that you can see the curve?
Just go up in the sky, you'll see it.
How high?
Above 25,000.
Nah, because in commercial airliners you don't see it. They're at 35,000.
You can see it.
He's actually right. Globe claims you can't see the curve and you can't feel the motion. They give you reasons why. So he's right.
Yeah,
so the lack of evidence is the evidence.
Not you. He's saying you're wrong.
No, he's saying I was right.
No, he said you were wrong because the globe
he didn't.
A flat, motionless Earth.
Tweaker, the lack of evidence is the evidence.
No, I'm saying all of the evidence.
So when we go,
you mentioned one,
and we see a flat horizon and a motionless surface, that's proof of a globe.
Yes.
So how's that proof of a globe?
Because it's a big globe.
So it's so big that you can't see curve.
Right.
Right. And it moves in such a way that you don't have any detection of movement.
Do you have any detection of movement when you're in a car?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You don't feel your. No, you don't.
So when you're in a car driving, you're not aware that you're in a car.
People.
You're not, only if you're accelerating or decelerating. Otherwise, you don't feel yourself going 60 on a highway, brother. Sorry, you don't.
Have you ever been in a car? You're in a car when you're on a car.
Have you ever driven? Do you have a driver's license, Tweaker? Do you have a driver's license?
I sure do, buddy.
Are you old enough to
Please don't drive if you don't feel the car moving. Now that I know you have a driver's license, I'm gonna be worried when I'm driving around. Hopefully, you're not around me driving.
I'm worried that you feel yourself going 60 miles an hour when you're sitting in an airplane. Do you feel yourself? When you're sitting in an airplane, do you feel yourself going 500 miles an hour? No, you don't.
We can tell.
No, you don't, buddy.
Yeah, you can tell.
No, you can't. Sorry.
All right.
Let me ask you, hey, Twonga, when you get pulled over for speeding, do you tell the cop you weren't moving?
I never said you're not moving. I said, do you feel it, dumbass?
Yeah, so say, hey, I didn't feel it moving, so I must not have been speeding.
That's why you have a speedometer, retard.
So you're doing moving.
Hold on, guys. When you're going 65 mile an hour, what is that a reference to?
Hang on, gentlemen. Hang on, let me get in here.
Is that supposed to be a gotcha?
Get closer to your mic, Mick.
Will do. Gentlemen, there's a very important distinction to be made here. Twonger made a point that we ought to dissect. Okay, when you're accelerating, you feel the motion of accelerating and decelerating, but when you're at a constant speed, you don't feel that because you're fixed. But here's the issue. When you're speaking in linear terms, okay, that's a little bit more palatable for most people, but what he doesn't seem to realize is on a rotating sphere, okay, that's rotating constantly, technically speaking, that is constant acceleration. It's a constant rotation.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, sir. Look
no,
it
it's
up.
not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Sir.
You're just a moron.
It is constant linear acceleration.
I don't think he's going to get any of this. I mean, I might be wrong. Someone just post him it in the chat.
I still think
check it out.
He's wrong here.
Well, let me ask him, Twonger. So you're saying,
65, hold on. When you're going 65 mile an hour, you do feel it, even at a constant 65.
Yeah, of course, guys. Let's not.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
The car analogy. Listen, guys. Twonger doesn't know when he's in a car. That's fine. That's okay. That's just Twonger's experience of life. He doesn't know when he's in a car. Okay, fine. So, Twonger, are you saying that the evidence that the Earth is moving is that we can't detect Earth moving?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so what is the evidence that it's moving?
There's a lot of it.
Such as?
The day and night, buddy.
What about it?
Get wrecked.
Day and night proves it's moving. Shut her down, boys.
Hold on. So how does that tell you that the Earth the ground is moving?
My food just got here, so I'm gonna have to bow out for a minute.
All right. You have a think about it and let us know when you figure it out.
Shame you had to bow out.
Enjoy your McNugget.
No longer. Based on your logic, you made it to the food. The food didn't make it to you.
Guys, his McNuggets arrived.
It's a shame you had to bow out.
He made it.
Never got around to any of that globe proof.
Let him ponder on it over his McNuggets. Come on.
His house made it to the delivery guy.
So here's my point. When you're going 60 mile an hour, it's reference to zero, motionless. Their claim is motionless is motion. Right? That's their claim.
I don't think they know what their claim is at this point.
What road have you ever drove on? You couldn't tell you was in motion. Is there a road that's that smooth?
Well, this is what it always comes down to. I mean, the Globers have to delve into absurdity and pretend that they don't know that they're in vehicles to try and make an argument for the globe.
You would have to have a perfectly smooth, flat road in order to not be able to tell you're in movement. But there's no such road, so that claim is out the window. Plus, the 65 mile an hour is referenced.
Honestly, it's so ridiculous that trying to compare being on the outside of a spinning ball to being in the inside of a car moving linearly at a constant velocity is just so absurd. It doesn't even merit addressing.
You can hear it, you can feel it, you know it.
So if you're in the car and you don't feel the movement, how is the car feeling the movement and telling you the speed with the speedometer? So if that's the case, when you're in zero, when the speedometer says zero, you're not moving. But when it says more than zero, what does that mean?
So you're standing on the road and you watch the car go by 65 mile an hour. Dude standing on the road is motionless. The guy in the car is in motion.
Or the guy standing at the side of the road is in motion and the car is still. Big brain.
So where is the speedometer for the Earth that tells you that the Earth is going at certain speeds? Because if the car has the speedometer, why doesn't the Earth have the speedometer?
Because then you detect the 1,047 mile an hour plus 65. Come on, man, that's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, I want to get back to Alpaca if he's still here. Alpaca, you still with us?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Did you just listen to all of that?
I was away for a bit, but so probably not. But I'm here now.
Would you be able to point out any of the globe proofs that were presented?
Point out. I'm sorry.
Would you be able to point out any of the globe proofs that were presented to us in the last 40 minutes?
All I remember was the motivation guy.
Oh, the guy who asked why would they lie?
Yeah.
That's not really a globe proof, though, is it? That's a question.
It is interesting, though, because in other... I'll use the term conspiracy theory. You probably don't like that term. For other stuff, other conspiracy theories, there's usually a motive. The flat Earth, globe Earth thing there's no motive.
But this is the difference, right? When you're talking about like 9/11, JFK, you're speculating based on third-party evidence and information that you can't really go and verify for the most part. But this isn't that, because we're not talking about things that you have to rely on the third-party hearsay, unless you're on the globe side. We're talking about what you can go out and verify for yourself. So this isn't about conspiracy theory. This isn't a conspiracy theory. This is what you can go and test and confirm in reality. So, yeah, more time might be spent on the motivations in an attempt to persuade people for things that they can't actually go and verify. But we don't need to do that here, because all you need to do is go to a lake or a beach. That makes sense? And I mean, I'm not saying it's not interesting.
You can verify it, though. I mean, so like, how do you address, for example, like Magellan's voyage? I mean, obviously Magellan died. It wasn't really him. It was his crew, the remaining like 17 or so crew.
Well, he traveled across a flat Earth, which is what they do.
But
when they celestially navigate, they treat the Earth as flat.
Okay, but they got back to the same point. They got back to Spain or whatever, or England.
Oh, yeah. You can travel in like a circle on a flat surface.
Yeah, just ride your bike around your neighborhood. That don't make your neighborhood a sphere.
You ever considered
just go around your house? Do a circle around your house.
In a circle on a flat surface? That's not outrageous, is it?
Just go around town.
He's stunned to silence.
That's not a globe proof.
First, go around your car, then go around your house, then go around town, go around the city, go around the state, go around the country, go around the nation.
Right, because Alpaca, this stuff, I mean, as we're saying, it sounds like common sense. Like, oh yeah, I guess you could travel in a circle on a flat surface. But this is never really addressed to you in your education or in your everyday life, in media and all this kind of stuff. So there's a good chance you've never considered that. But that's it. People circumnavigate in a circle. And that's fine on a flat surface.
So then do you have like maps then of the flat Earth?
Well, all the maps of the Earth are flat by definition. That's what a map is.
No, but I'm saying, but if the Earth is flat, then because in the Magellan voyage, for example, right, they went from I think it was Spain. Was it Spain or Portugal? Back to Spain or Portugal. So if the Earth was flat and they only just went around, then the map would be very different from what the current map that we have now. So
they already say,
like when you go to sorry, go ahead.
Well, they already say that all the maps are wrong, essentially, right? No one really claims to even have an accurate map of the world, right? We can localize maps of areas I use OS maps and local maps for hiking and navigation, right? But those are all based on a planar surface with the elevations included. But when it comes to the full-scale representation of the Earth, even on the globe side, they say none of the maps are correct. There's distortions on all of them.
Well, they compensate by just making certain, by scaling down the size of areas.
Well, they just go away from the equator. Well, they have all kinds of things in them. They have political biases. They have regional biases. All kinds of different maps are made for all kinds of different purposes. If you're asking us, have we come up with some new map that changes the whole layout of where we are? No, I'd say we don't. Because for starters, cartography is not something that you can just go and do. There's actually a lot of law around cartography. I'm pretty sure in the States it was made illegal to make your own maps or try and publish your own maps in the 1900s. Not to mention the fact that practically, how would you even do it, right? You'd need like a navy at hand to even embark on such a thing. Even back in the day, all the old cartographers were using pre-existing maps from other cartographers and basically just splicing them together. So, no, we're not claiming some kind of overall new layout of the Earth, right? We're not claiming it's a disk in space. We're not claiming
you're not claiming anything because there is no claims to make.
Chill. We're not claiming some new.
There is no claims to make.
What we're saying is that there's no curvature or motion of the surface that we're on, so it's not the spinning ball they've told us. The evidence only points to a topographical motionless plane, but we're not claiming its size.
No, it doesn't. All the evidence points against that.
Shut your mouth, Twong. We're talking to somebody else.
I can tell this guy's keen to get involved. So, who's the new guy?
It's not new. It's Twonga. It's not new, dude.
He's just trying to put a wrench in the gears. We're talking to someone new, and he's just trying to butt in and fuck it up.
All right. I don't know. Does anyone else want to weigh in on the maps thing with Alpaca then?
The map is not the terrain. I think you should keep talking to that guy, though, because he seemed like he was listening.
Yeah, you don't travel across the map. You go across the terrain, and you don't take on any curvature or any movement of the terrain to navigate or go across it. The map is a reference or projection of the region that you're going across. But you're not going across the map.
And again, not an unreasonable question, but do you understand why that's separate to measuring the Earth's surface and finding that it's got no curvature and so can't be a ball?
But what bothers me is that, right, the globe people, they claim it's a globe, and then they present a map. And the map seems mostly, from experience at least, somewhat verifiable. There's some compensation they have to do, right? Because if you have a curved surface and you try to make it into a plane, you got to make the country smaller.
Those maps are flat Earth maps, right? The way that they put all of those maps together in the first place, with latitude and longitude, is by using celestial angle measurements.
Okay, right, but that map can account for...
essentially means that they've treated the Earth as a horizontal surface to then take an angle up to a star with. And they're covering thousands of miles of distance at a time. And these are the methods that they used for creating the maps, which were then wrapped around a ball and then flattened out again to make into a map. So obviously they're all distorted as fuck, but we're not saying maps. I wouldn't even say we're not saying you have to throw out all the maps, even, because the maps are flat anyway. They're flat depictions of the Earth, which would be fine with what we're saying. It's not a ball. That's what our contention is. The layout is whatever it is, but it's not curving into a ball. That's our point.
Okay, but you wouldn't be able to get from... So then do you agree with the current maps then?
No, they're all distorted.
Not necessarily. Listen, during the operations of the South, the explorers on Operation Deep Freeze, they had to not go by the maps. They have to go by landmarks and the terrain. They said we had to use the simplicity of the terrain because the mapping that they had, it didn't add up. Even though they had the globe, right? But that didn't add it up to the terrain, so they had to go by terrain and landmarks, not by the maps. Because it doesn't add up on the south region.
This is the thing, you need to adjust your thinking. This is where a lot of people struggle, because we're taught to think about the Earth in these model map type concepts. What you need to do is bring yourself back to reality. Start looking at the world through what we actually experience and observe, and not as a concept that's been presented to us. This is an adjustment that you need to make to really understand this whole topic.
There was one of the navigators that went across the south region, and supposedly he was supposed to go 20,000 miles, and he went like 60,000 or more. So the map didn't add up. The globe maps didn't add up, or the globe claim.
I don't think there's a single map that doesn't say that it's not an accurate representation, or that like none of them will say that they all say they're not an accurate representation. Yes.
Yeah. So, well, this is the point, right? Maps don't tell us what we live on. What we live on tells us what we live on. Right? This is where your focus needs to be. So what you need to be asking yourself is, okay, who proved curvature? Who proved motion? Two fundamental starting points for a globe. So, Alpaca, if we were to ask you, what proof were you presented for curvature or motion of the Earth, what would you say?
I would use the fact that we have images of the Earth, and your response was, well, those are just fake.
Well, my response would be, how can you verify those? Is there anything we can verify?
So the example that I used was we can verify it by, getting a ship or getting a plane and going from one country or one city, and then going left, keep going, and then getting back to our.
Why didn't you listen to the first answer?
But then you said that, well, it's like driving around a house. But then if that was the case, you would have a map. You would have something to show that's the case with, say, Portugal.
All the charts they use, they're flat charts. So yeah, they would use navigation charts. No curvature in those. And what were you saying before?
But you can't even give me any representation.
The planes and the ships. The planes and the ships all treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So they can't tell us that the Earth is a ball.
That's
because they treat it as flat and motionless.
No, they don't. So that's actually incorrect. No, because planes, when they fly, they take they don't take a straight path. They take a curved path because it's faster.
Hold on. Are they called airplanes or air planets, bro? They travel over a flat plane.
No. We're not doing that. Listen, do the planes when they're flying? Are you saying they dip their nose down to account for curvature?
No, I'm saying that when they fly, like when you fly, say from New York City to Paris, they don't fly straight. They fly curved because that is a shorter distance and it saves on fuel.
No. See, this is what you've been told, and you might have been shown some projections of a curve.
How is a curved distance faster than a straight line?
Because on a sphere, a curved distance is shorter.
They would have to be dipping their nose then. But they don't.
You understand that they're traversing curvature, a rate of deviation from horizontal. So what Cyclone's saying is the aircraft would have to negotiate that curvature by putting its nose downwards for the rate of change of the false horizon that is keeping with the original horizon through the gyroscope. The flight of the aircraft would need to negotiate curvature by pitching the nose down, and it doesn't. Aircrafts fly horizontal, maintaining a parallel with the land below. No curvature is negotiated. No curvature is negotiated by any aircraft. If you'd like, I can give you the pitch data from a recent aircraft flight. We can look for it.
They actually have their nose pitched up slightly.
Between 1 and 3 degrees above a horizontal,
I think you guys are here it is. Okay.
You're without internet service. You're at a gas station. They're selling you a folded up piece of paper that's a map or a globe. Which one do you got?
So in the side chat, I have a map. I think it's a flight from somewhere in Canada to, looks like somewhere in Poland.
Sorry.
And the curve.
Before you carry on, is that the real size of Greenland?
It's scaled down a little bit.
No, that's super huge. That's from a Mercator projection where the north and south above the equator are distorted. It might also help you to understand that aircraft fly through corridors that are announced every morning. They change their path daily depending on different weather conditions. So they fly through corridors. There's 6 between the northern United States and Europe. Now, back to the aircraft, it's not negotiating curvature. It flies horizontally. It doesn't pitch down.
Yeah, so that's just a cartoon representation wrapped around a ball and then flattened out. So that's not actually telling you what the plane is traversing any curvature.
But if it was flat, the shortest path would just be straight from this place in Canada to this place in Poland, right? Because you would want to do that. These companies would be heavily incentivized to do that because it saves on fuel, and fuel's expensive.
Yeah,
but because it's curved,
on this map, on this square map, it's curved. Yeah, awesome.
Well, this is a representation of that.
Yeah, but the aircraft, you didn't seem to understand the point. The aircraft doesn't negotiate curvature, a rate of slope from a horizontal. Aircraft don't do that. They fly horizontally, don't they?
They fly horizontally. I think we're talking about different dimensions. They fly horizontally.
Yes.
But they're moving So the Z, I guess, the Z position is the same, but they're moving X and Y, not just X. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand, but there's no negotiation for a curvature at deviation from horizontal with distance. So what I'm saying, the aircraft has got to be flying over a ball, which if you were to project a horizontal line out from the aircraft, you notice that the surface of the Earth would increase with distance because it's curving. The aircraft doesn't negotiate that curvature, doesn't fly over or around a ball. If it did so, it'd have to change its pitch. It doesn't.
Yeah, according to the data, these things would be flying off into space if they were on a globe, because they're not pitching down.
My point might sound silly even to flat earthers, but if the internet service goes down, you're at a gas station, they got a folded up piece of paper that's a map.
We'd moved on from that. We're on to planes.
Sink in before you give them a point to think about.
Right.
This point to sink in, not something else. That's all right.
My bad.
Yeah,
I mean, he asked a question about planes, so we're talking about planes.
Sure. Even if we were to concede that planes fly on an arced path because of a globe, that would be an arced path in accordance with the globe, which would be technically still horizontal. So making the claim that a curved line is faster than a straight line is still a ridiculous statement, because you're not technically flying a curved line in the same sense.
Well, you can't be flying a horizontal and a curved line. That's just a contradiction.
So
it's just not fair to say that a curved line would be, say, shorter than a straight line going to the same location from A to B.
Well,
it would have to be longer.
This is why I said that when you start trying to get into it on a conceptual entire level that you can't perceive, or a model or a map, you're not going to be dealing with reality. We're trying to deal with reality, empirical, what we can observe, measure, test. That's where we need to stick.
Sorry, I just got hung up on it. My bad.
No, it's all right. But the question was what we can verify to show that we live on this ball. And the gentleman brought up planes.
But you can verify that though, right? You can have two planes. One plane goes in a straight line. The other plane goes in a curved path, right?
No, but you can't verify the curvature, which is what we verified.
Can't go a curved path. That's what Jedi was saying. So the pitch of the nose,
but if a person going,
hold on, pitch of the nose of the plane is anywhere from 1 to 3 degrees pitched up from horizontal. Once the nose pitches down from horizontal, you no longer have lift. You're starting to fall. The reason why
you'd have to claim that the aircraft are tidally locked.
No, and either way, what we said in the beginning that we're trying to verify is the curvature of the Earth. And we've already established that pilots are not treating the Earth as curved. So that's not a verification of it.
I did check that. They do. They do. They have to adjust their altitude. I just looked this up. They have to adjust
Who did you check this with?
I found one article from USA Today, and they talk to pilots, and the pilots have to adjust.
Okay,
let's
see it.
I'll tell you what. I'll post the pitch data, and you can circle where it adjusts. Give me a second.
Show us
the article, and they talk to pilots.
Did you say USA Today? This is from the FAA. This is regarding a crashed aeroplane, so the pitch data over a 2-hour flight. It's like 2,000 miles of distance. 1,000 miles of distance. So you see the pitch data there. The aircraft isn't changing its pitch to negotiate curvature, which will be displayed in the constant movement of the false horizon, the 3 that's in the cockpit, which is controlled by the gyroscope. If gravity is affecting the gyroscope, then the horizontal in the cockpit would change, and the pilot would consistently need to angle the plane to meet that new horizontal, but keep the pitch between 1 and 3 degrees. That pitch change is not recorded. So there's no negotiation for the rate of curvature over distance. You'd have to negotiate that faster if you were traveling a faster airplane, say traveling Mach 1, 2, or 3.
They got to have the nose pitched up from horizontal to keep lift.
I just had a quick skim.
But if they continued in reference to their original horizontal, they'd end up like pointing the nose right up in the air, almost fucking perpendicular to their horizontal. It's just fucking.
If you read that article, they're not explaining any way of detecting the Earth's curvature. The guy says this is the mechanism that allows us to follow the Earth's curvature, and he's just talking about adjusting his altitude. He doesn't say that he's dipping his nose to follow the curve. And even if he is claiming that, he's not.
If you put the spirit level on the floorboard of the plane, it's going to be it won't be perfectly level. It's going to have this pitch upwards where the nose is, the whole entire flight. It will never dip below. The bubble will never go the other way.
Have you got anything from a flight
that's how they
manual
lift
that says they do this?
Sorry, what was it says Honolulu. Fan was cows pregnant age. Okay, so they were going to Hawaii. Where was their starting? Oh, from San Francisco.
Once you're at 500 mile an hour, it really don't matter. There's some massive amount of pitch that you're going to have to deal with if it was curved.
If you don't change your pitch and you're negotiating the ball every minute, you're gaining, 2,700 foot in altitude every minute? If you don't change your pitch, and that's at 500 miles an hour. Like I said, traveling at the Mach 1, 2, 3, 4, you're traveling faster, so you're going to have to negotiate that curvature by changing your pitch a lot more. Your
pitch will increase too.
Yeah. You have to remember how aircrafts fly as well. So, like we're talking about, the pitch of the aircraft is up by 1, 2, 3 degrees. Now, what are we saying? Are we going to say that gravity is going to sort that out? Or gravity will have to push nose down and lift the back of it up? That's not happening. Aircraft fly horizontally, maintaining a parallel with the sea level below at altitude.
Flight simulators and pilots are all trained to treat the Earth as if it's flat and motionless.
So I'm looking at this flight log, and they do adjust their pitch. What's the purpose of the blue area? Is that just to show that the pitch is constant? Because after that blue area, it goes down. There's a jump down, and then it's
probably crash.
Kind of flat, and then they have to go up for some reason.
It's a crashed
and then it's back down.
Yeah, it's a crashed aeroplane. So this was a report into an aircraft that crashed.
Okay. That makes sense. All right.
So where's the curve? The age-old question.
It'll shut us all up. We'll all go home. Show us the curve. Give us the measurements. We'll all go home.
So why is it that if you have two planes, because you guys didn't answer my question. If you guys have two planes, one is going in a straight line, and one is going in a
it is
semicircular path. Why does the plane with the semicircular
going in a straight line? How do you know it's going in a straight line, dude?
Aircraft flying.
Because if your Z and Y position is the same, and your X position is changing, then you're going in a straight line.
It's reference from elevation, which is sea level.
How would you know that?
Because you have sensors in the plane that tell you where you are on a 3D axis. On 3D axis.
Yeah, that 3D axis is horizontal and vertical.
What are these sensors called?
I don't know what they're called. They probably use ultrasound.
Well, if we knew what they were called,
how do you know they have these sensors then?
Position sensor, I guess, is what they would be called.
You don't know what they're called. You just know them.
Can you share this information with us, please?
Just got to be clear as well. Aircraft don't find curved paths. They fly in straight paths and then change their bearing when they get to a location. Change their angle again and then change their... They don't fly in curved paths. If they did so, the aircraft would be constantly banking.
And wasting fuel.
So then the implication would be then that the position sensors are lying.
No.
Huh? What sensors are you talking about?
These airplanes have sensors. I mean, do you want me to link you an example from Honeywell or?
Yes, please.
No.
Please do.
As long as they show curvature, yeah. I think he was just given flight paths.
That's an example of a commercial position sensor that an airplane might use. There are other companies that make them, but the Honeywell example is in the SideJet.
So if it doesn't dip its nose, it flies to outer space. Would you agree with that?
If it doesn't dip its nose.
Yeah, it would soon go in outer space because there's curving under it. Would you agree with that?
With sufficient exit velocity, yes.
Yeah.
And distance.
The surface is curving and you maintain horizontal. Ipso facto,
you're gaining out.
Sorry.
The planes do pitch a little bit as they fly.
Upwards, yeah.
Horizontal.
From horizontal.
Between 1 and 3 degrees to maintain lift at speed. Yeah.
Those degrees are based on horizontal.
It's weird, though. We don't have a pile of pilots.
Well, you might get a biased pilot, even if so, that comes in and says, yeah, we negotiate the curve, even though they don't. can't get over that video in the side chat with the shotgun. Sorry. My bad. That shit's hilarious. Plane can get in serious trouble if it starts dipping its nose below horizontal.
Drew a little diagram aside. See the little black sphere or circle.
You're very quiet, mate. I don't know if you want to get closer to your microphone.
Is this better?
Ever so very slightly, yeah.
Okay, you guys able to hear me?
100% better, thank you.
Okay, so I posted a little picture on the side in the little chat. It's just a little diagram I drew. So that would explain why you'd pitch up if it was spherical.
If it was spherical and you pitch up, you're going to fly into outer space.
But remember, what are you pitching up relative to? You're not pitching up relative to a level. You're pitching up relative to the horizon.
Yeah, which is horizontal.
What gives you your
remember? What gives you
look at the diagram?
What gives you the false horizon?
Even on the radar, they have this flat horizontal line that's got to match the horizon. Even on the little screen there. Yeah.
So the horizon, if you draw a line from your plane to the horizon, that will point a little bit down from a level if you had a level on the plane.
You do. That's what the gyroscope's for. It gives you false horizon.
So you're saying that even at 35,000 feet, the horizon is still horizontal. That's what you're admitting that, right? It's not curved. There's no curve left or right, nor in front of you.
No. It's not left or right.
It's horizontal. Or in front of you. They're treating it as it's horizontal.
The three gyroscopes in the three gyroscopes in the IRS system are spun up and started when the aircraft is on the floor. So it's maintaining that's how it gets its horizontal reference. It then uses that horizontal reference to fly horizontally. Mm-hmm. If we're going to say that the false horizon changes because of the gyroscope affected by gravity, then the aircraft pilot would have to change the pitch of the aircraft to meet that new horizontal constantly. If the aircraft's flying on a tangent.
And we're just talking about commercial planes. We're not even talking about like Mach 4.
Problems get worse when you're traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, you going that fast, Mach 3, Mach 4, you dip your nose below the fucking horizontal on the screen. Better be a good fucking pilot.
But did you look at the diagram though?
Yeah. They do it. Blue Angels and shit, they do it.
But according to the diagram, in order to not fly like basically you will point the aircraft below level if you had one of those little air bubble levels on the plane.
Yeah.
But you'll point it above the horizon.
It'll constantly be on one side of the level bubble. It'll never go to the other side.
Yeah.
The nose side. It'll never go to the nose side.
But that's the question, right? Their instrumentation doesn't have a little bubble level.
That's a gyroscope. The gyroscope maintains rigidity in space. It's what gives you your IRS horizontal reference, the false horizon in the cockpit. The gyroscope.
Yeah.
I would admit
they fly better with the gyroscope, but they also flew before the gyroscope.
But I mean, this doesn't even need a gyroscope, right? If you just fly a plane and you point your nose above the horizon, that's what you have to do on a globe,
which is horizontal. So you're saying that if the Earth was flat, you would treat it the same as if it was a sphere?
No, if it was flat, I guess you'd point it at the horizon.
No, because you're on a different horizontal to the horizontal plane below. This is why the false horizon is just above the visible horizon because of your altitude.
So it varies based on your altitude.
Yeah.
Why would the horizon position, like if you have a plane and it's really big compared to you, because that's the Earth, right? Why would the horizon change if you go high up versus being low down?
If you changed your angle, you can see further across the surface of your horizon extents. It's just the angle that you're at.
Horizontal don't change. Just the amount that you can see changes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you are on the ground, and in order to be level with being flat, you have to point at the horizon, right?
Just answer me this and I'll mute. If the Earth was flat, would you fly across it the same as if it was a sphere?
Do you mean like pointing my aircraft, or do you mean like planning my route?
Do you think it would consist of two different ways of flying across it?
Well, certainly I plan the route differently.
Fly this way. If the Earth was a sphere, you'd fly this way. Or are you saying that it wouldn't matter? You'd fly the same way?
No, you'd have to fly differently.
Okay, thank you.
But you wouldn't point below the horizon on a globe. You'd have to point above the horizon.
Oh, no, you would always point the horizon, because if we're going to take your scenario that the Earth is a ball, the false horizon in the cockpit is controlled by the gyroscope, and gravity affects the gyroscope. That means that the horizon indicator is always going to constantly be changing. You wouldn't have to dip below the horizon. You'd have to correct continually to be 1, 2, 3 degrees above that horizontal, because that horizontal with distance keeps changing. No one's saying you have to point down below the horizon, because your pitch of the aircraft is important, 1 to 2 to 3 degrees above that horizontal. If that horizontal keeps changing, but you don't change your pitch is going to increase. You would have to correct to maintain the pitch of 1, 2, 3 degrees above the horizontal, something a pilot never does.
But in that diagram that I drew, the point of that diagram is to show that in order to stay at the same altitude, you would have to point a little bit above the horizon and not change it. So you wouldn't change your pitch as you're flying. You just point it a couple degrees above. I don't know exactly how much.
I think you're failing to realize that the anywhere from 1 to 3 degrees above horizontal is for lift. That's to keep lift under the plane, so it stays lifted.
That's not entirely true.
Yeah, it is.
Well, so you just design your wings so that you get lift when you point the nose straight. right? You're not looking at the angle of the wings, right? The wings are angled a little bit
up. The angle of your wings is what creates the lift.
Of course.
So you're pushing against the air, right? You get lift.
But the wings are not.
Once you dip below horizontal, you no longer. Now you're going down. You're no longer. It's not pressing against the wings for lift.
Yeah. I see what you're saying, but the instrumentation that tells you what pitch your plane is at is not necessarily the same as your wings. Like the wings might have to be angled up more than the nose of the plane all the time anyway. That just might be how they build the planes.
It's a ratio between the pitch of the aircraft and the speed of the aircraft to maintain lift.
Yes, but you could make an aircraft where you point the nose level and the wings are slightly tilted upwards, right? As far as I am aware, that's how most aircraft are built.
When you say point the nose level, what are you referring to?
I mean, the body or any part of the air. There's some part where you decide this is what the pitch direction.
What is it level? What is it level to though? When you say level?
Any like you say, it's level to the ground. Even if the plane's landed on the ground, you can just look at the nose. Okay, the nose is pointing straight, and the wings are attached to the fuselage a little bit angled. I imagine
that's the horizon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're on the ground, you could just say level with the ground.
Horizon, right?
I mean, I mean,
level
you put
with the position directly
level
under you, and it's level also with the position way out there in the distance that you can see that's forming the horizon.
I mean, yeah, if you're like a few meters above the ground, the horizon will be you won't be able to really tell the difference between the level if you have one of those bubble levels.
Yeah, it'd be parallel with the horizon, right?
Yeah, sure. But you see what I mean, where the wings can be angled up even when you're landed on the ground and the plane is flat.
Still, same principle as what Jedi's been talking about still applies.
But I'm not following.
You'd still have to. So if they design an aircraft where the wings accounted for the pitch needed in order to maintain lift, right? Your nose was just pointed horizontally, right? The fuselage, the whole plane's basically just pointed horizontally while it's flying. Is it it's moving into the distance, right? It's now going to have pitch, new horizontal that it's going to have to adjust for.
While you're trying to defend that the plane's going over a curve, even you are using terms of level and flat.
So when I say level, I mean one of those bubble levelers where you were basically pointing a line straight down to the center of the earth or just straight down to the ground, where if you went to the ground and you put one of those like right angle meters, you'll just point directly from the ground up to the plane. Right? That's what the level shows you.
Right.
But
So when you're traversing over a spherical Earth, you're going to use terms that are consistent of level and flat.
Was the last few words he said?
That's what you said. You said the plane, even on a curve, would be level. The plane would be flat. So defending a curve, you're using terms level and flat. It might sound silly, but I don't get why you would use such terms.
Well,
if it's going over a curve.
If you're on a sphere, so if you're on a sphere and you take a point that goes from your location to the center of the sphere, that would be, you could call down, right? That's straight down. Right.
And then what's the reference of straight down?
To the center of the sphere, between you and the center of the sphere.
The center of the sphere? You're looking for a nosedive down to the ground?
No, I'm saying that's what straight down is, right?
Yep.
And then level would be the tangent to that, right? So right angle, right? Okay, so
right angle consists of what?
90 degrees.
What gives you the reference of down in the aircraft?
So I'm just defining the terms. I'm saying if you pointed from the center of the aircraft to the center of a sphere, if the Earth was a sphere, that would be down. And then level would be 90 degrees up from that. That's not what I'm saying.
Where do you get the 90? Where do you get the 90 if it's sphere?
I'm saying, no, I mean, you know what, like, being tangent to a sphere is, right?
Not 90 degrees.
Well, it's 90 degrees from the normal of the sphere.
From the tangent, if you imagine it's a tangent, yeah. But if this is why I brought up the gyroscope. So if the gyroscope is being affected by gravity and pointing to the center of the Earth, with distance, this would change the artificial horizon in the cockpit. With reference to the curvature of the Earth, this means that the pilot would have to correct for that new horizontal all the time. Continue.
If you always keep the plane at the same angle with respect to your gyroscope, then you're not changing the pitch of your plane.
You would have to, because the gyroscope is changing the false horizon. If we're imagining that we're on a tangent, right? So that false horizon would continuously be changing. So the aircraft pilot would have to keep the aircraft in alignment with that false horizon by constantly changing the pitch downwards to meet that 1, 2 to 3 degrees above the horizontal, because that horizontal keeps changing. If the aircraft is to maintain horizontal, but the gyroscope controlling the false horizon is changing, then with time and speed, you will gain altitude.
So you're imagining that the plane is pointing tangent to the surface of the Earth, right? And if that's the case, then yes, then you have to adjust the pitch constantly, right? Yeah. But what I'm saying is that you don't point the plane tangent to the Earth's surface. You point it a little bit above the horizon.
Wouldn't matter.
That's why I asked you earlier if it would be a difference between flying over a flat plane and a sphere. And for some reason, your answer was that the flat one would be more downwards than the sphere.
Yeah.
You're imagining that the plane is tidally locked to the sphere Earth.
No.
It's in orbit.
No. I think there's a visualization problem going on here. I might try, if I have time, to make a little program that just renders this as like an animation so you can kind of see the visualization of the geometry.
Going to show it like it's in orbit.
Yeah.
It's tidally locked.
No, not in orbit. Not in orbit. It's moving with respect to the surface of the sphere,
which is continually changing a rate of slope with distance. So I've given you all this, and you still have to change the pitch of the aircraft to maintain 3 degrees above the horizontal. If your horizontal, which is controlled by the gyroscope and gravity, we'll give you the argument for, is constantly changing, which it would need to do.
But that's just not. That's not the case. So like.
Excuse me.
So think about what happens when you're in orbit, right?
I've never been in orbit.
No, but if an object is, this is true with like a table where you spin an object around and you tie it to the center of the table, right? So as it's spinning, the string is pulling it in to the center of the table, and that's why it doesn't just fly off, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
this means that gravity is pulling the nose down, but pushing the back of the. Sorry.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about saying in orbit, right? So there's no pitch change here. It doesn't matter what direction you're facing. You're just flying. You're just moving around this sphere, right? There's a point moving around the sphere, and the center of the sphere is pulling on the point, right?
Okay. So what if the table was a sphere?
Well, so the whole idea of visualizing this is that in the case of orbiting, you can treat it just as a disk because there's a symmetry.
That's why I asked you earlier. You said there would be a difference. Now you're saying there won't be a difference.
No,
treat it the same.
I don't think you're seeing what I'm talking about.
Likewise.
Okay, I'm going to come back maybe in a few weeks if you're still here. And I'll try to have made
We'll be here.
a visualization of okay, cool.
Unless all you globers give up, we'll be here.
Yeah, bring a proof of your curvature, please.
Well, it's not going to be a proof of curvature. It's going to be a visualization of this geometry that I'm talking about.
Well, no, it needs to be proof of curvature or motion, one of the two.
Visualization as in imaginary, or?
I mean, like, I think you're misunderstanding the geometry here.
Well, we can visualize things imaginary. I'm just making sure it wouldn't be imaginary.
Yeah, no, it'll be a visual thing, but it's not like measurements of the Earth. There's nothing like that. It's just showing how an object would move around a sphere.
Yeah, we've seen it, man. But go ahead. Like, we love a good cartoon.
It's not going to be a cartoon. It'll be accurate if you plugged in the right numbers, right? Like
just tell me, right? Just tell me. When an aircraft is flying level, right? It's pitched up a little bit, all right? But it's flying. Sure. It's not changing altitude. It's just flying along. Its orientation to horizontal changing.
So the key is when you say orientation towards horizontal, are you talking about to the tangent of the surface? Or are you talking about
what horizontal is? I'm just talking about what horizontal is. In relation to horizontal, how about this? In relation to horizontal and vertical, is the plane's orientation changing?
No.
Welcome to flat Earth.
But it's not, because, like, if you look at a sphere, the horizon point is not. It's not at the same angle.
Okay. So horizontal changes constantly on your sphere?
No.
Is changing or it isn't changing?
It's exactly the same, but what I'm saying is that
you've got the same horizontal as when you first started before you took off. It's still the same horizontal, or it's a different horizontal now?
If you go higher, the higher you go up, the
further. I'm talking about the further you go. The further you go. The distance.
No, the further you go, you could just keep going around and around and around. It would be exactly the same.
Right. Is the same horizontal that you used as reference to begin with before you took off now the same horizontal or parallel with that horizontal 1,000 miles into the distance? Is it?
So on a globe, do you think that the tangent to the surface is the same at the same angle?
So it changes then. So it changes.
If you go higher, of course. Like if you look at that diagram.
So the orientation, you're saying the orientation has changed.
Well, if you change altitude, of course.
To your original horizontal, right? You're saying your position relative to your original horizontal is now different. So relative to a new horizontal and a new vertical.
So if you're on a sphere and you go really far away from the sphere, like really, really ridiculously far away, eventually to the point where it's just a little dot, and you can barely see it.
I'm just talking about this, right? Okay, right? You've got 2 points on your sphere. Both have a tangent plane.
You're going to have to draw this out. What
so you've got a circle, and you've got two dots at different points at different locations on the edge of the circle, and they're both. You're going to draw a tangent plane on to both of them. So you can have two tangent planes. Are they parallel to one another?
So if you look at that diagram,
if they're not perfectly at the top and the bottom, if they're not perfectly opposite each other, they're going to be parallel.
I'm not entirely sure what the arrangement is. So like if you look at the diagram that I drew, that's I guess kind of far back now. But if you look at that, are you talking?
I can't look at whiteboards. I can't access it. With the I'm using, I can't.
So do you mean if you're just a point on the surface of the sphere and then a point above that?
somewhere else on the surface of the sphere or the circle,
Okay,
right?
I see.
And they're not opposite each other. Each has a tangent plane drawn to them.
Mm-hmm.
Those tangent planes parallel, or will they intersect?
Well, of course they intersect. Yeah.
Right. You're saying that horizontal has changed. You move above or along the surface. Don't feel it, right? It feels like it's still the same, right? It feels like you're still just the same horizontal as you were from your original.
I see what you're saying.
Point.
I see what you're saying. So I guess the point of this is that you're talking about, in the case of, okay, does the plane change its pitch? What you're asking is two different questions. You're asking, one, does it change its pitch relative to the horizon at any given point? And then the other question is, does it have some torque applied to it, right? That rotates it around.
What's changing it? What's changing it for? What is correcting the plane's orientation relative to horizontal and vertical? Given that as it moves over the surface, it's constantly developing new horizontal and vertical reference planes.
So I guess you could do a test with this. If you know somebody who has a hobby plane, you can tell them, I'm going to bring a level with us on the plane, and you can say fly exactly level with this level, and just fly for a while and see if your altitude changes. And if your altitude changes with respect to sea level, then you'll know, oh, we have to be on a sphere. And if it remains exactly the same, then you say, well, it must be flat.
What is your level going to do for you?
It tells you what the tangent is, right? The level will tell you that you're flying at the tangent.
You're saying it's going to naturally just maintain its orientation continuously. But he's going to have to adjust for it, right?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that in order to keep that level flat, you'll find that the pilot, this would be my expectation, you'll find that the pilot has to pitch down a little bit to keep the level flat. But if he wants to just
he would just maintain the same altitude.
But that's an experiment, right? You'd say don't touch the throttle or somehow fix it so that you're not changing any direction of any of the aerofoils on the thing. And then if you just fly for like an hour, the level should be exactly the same. But if it's changed and you've gone up in altitude, that would let you distinguish between a sphere and a flat Earth.
What would the pilot be doing? Would he just be flying? How would he be flying? He wouldn't be touching the joystick. He'd just lock it in, put it on autopilot.
Well, so I don't know how the plane. I don't actually know how the controls work if you just let go. I imagine you'd have to correct it slightly because if there's turbulence or whatever, you don't want to just fly out of control. But you'd want it to be in a way where you are not changing the rotation of your plane in the up and down. I don't know how you could. I don't know if there's an easy way to lock that in.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about. Okay. So the pilot, he's got his job to keep the aircraft. Right. He's got to control the aircraft relative to your spirit level.
Is the spirit level the little bubble level?
Try and keep that. So you got to try and keep that spirit level the whole way, right?
My spirit doesn't have a level. It's just all combined.
Oh, it's so loud.
And cringe.
What you're talking about? Having the pilot make sure that the aircraft is what are we doing here? Are we? Is the person they're trying to keep the level, right?
Well, so I'm suggesting make sure that they don't tilt the plane up and down at all. and then see what happens to the level and your altitude. But I don't know if you can do that. I actually don't know. Like in terms of flying, I haven't flown a plane. I have a cousin that flies planes, but
I have cousins too.
Congratulations. But this, so that could be an experiment. Doesn't seem like
experiments too.
Too hard to do. But anyway, this is the idea anyway. I guess you could verify. This would be the idea of why you'd have to pitch up on a sphere, right? Relative to the horizon, not relative to your spirit level, but relative to the horizon.
Isn't the spirit level kind of based on the horizon?
No.
Oh, what's it based on?
It's based on.
It most definitely
in the sphere model, you'd say it's based on gravity, right?
Oh, it's based on gravity.
Most definitely in relation to the horizon. It's parallel with the plane of the horizon. To be level with the world means to be level, like to be parallel with the horizon.
Well, no. For the spirit level, it means that the gas. It means that the gas goes up. That's what it means. It means the gas is going to go up, and so you adjust the angle of this thing until the gas is directly in the middle of the two. That's what you're measuring.
Which will be then parallel with the horizon. Yeah.
If you assume that gravity is always in the direction of the upward force on that. Yeah, but you're
gravity out of your mind, dude. There's no such thing as gravity. Get that out of your mind. It's ridiculous.
So
there's no such thing as
you can't have that on a sphere. You can't have something be level at one point and horizontal with the horizon at the same time.
So
yeah, gravity's like your magic word. Like gravity takes. Hey, we got a problem here. Well, it must be gravity.
But it's just not. I mean, the whole idea of the spirit level is the gas bubble goes up, right? Why does the gas bubble go up? It's because the water or the liquid goes down, right?
Well,
and it's in this contained thing. Yeah, but why is there relative density? Why is that a thing?
Spirit level, right? Hold on. So the spirit level, right?
Yeah.
Put it on the floorboard of the plane. It's parallel with the horizon when it's level.
I mean, I don't think the spirit level is going to be accurate enough to measure 1 degree. Just based on my experience with spirit levels, which is not very much, but
I'm just saying to get it exactly in the center, it's going to be parallel with the horizon. With
the horizon. And you tell me, right? You tell me how somebody, right, can be like have the spirit level and it's leveled, right, at their location. And wait a sec, and 1 sec, and it's parallel with the plane of the horizon. Yet somebody way out there in the distance, like that's on the horizon, is holding their spirit level and they've established horizontal, right? But those two people's horizontals are not parallel.
So the spirit level is actually never parallel with the horizon.
Yeah.
But that's the whole idea of the sphere, is that the spirit level is never parallel with the horizon.
Yes, it is.
Right? So why would it be? Why would it be on a sphere?
Hold on. Are you picturing the spirit level vertical down the walkway of the plane? Turn it the other way where it's perpendicular with the horizon, and it'll be parallel with it when it's level.
I mean, it'll be very close because we're talking it'll be a couple degrees off. But
it'll be parallel. Like if you could actually hold it and match it with the horizon, it would be perfectly parallel with it. Perfectly. And the horizon.
How would you match it with the horizon?
What are you talking about? Just hold it level. Where the bubble's in the center? Where the bubble's in the center, it'll be perfectly parallel with the horizon.
But you're assuming
at 35,000 feet. No, I'm not. That's exactly
why would it be?
That's what it's based off of. What else is it based off of?
So,
could it be tilted and the horizontal still be level? The horizon still be level, but yet the level's not. That don't make sense. Oh.
Okay, so as like an abstract horizon, in an abstract horizon, the horizon is just a tangent. So you're correct.
Like if one of the wings tilted one way to turn, right?
Yeah.
Of course. Now, and the spirit level strapped to the floor horizontally across the floor, right? It's going to have a different pitch than the horizon. But when the bubble's level and in the center, it's going to be parallel with the horizon. It's about at 35,000 feet. It's about what? 100 miles out there, or the horizon? About.
I'm not sure the exact amount, but I see what you mean. So there's, I see. Okay, so you mean, so I'm thinking of it not vertically, but straight forward back from the nose to the tail of the plane.
Down the walkway. That's
down the walkway.
Turn it the other way.
Yeah, then it'll be perfectly level.
Yeah, with the horizon.
Yeah.
But at any rate, you don't need to do that little experiment that you proposed, because the pitch data was, all that data was presented to you. You can see that there was no change in altitude in regards to the constant maintaining of the pitch.
But the point is that you would have to pitch up a little bit from the horizon to keep a
point is that the data shows that an aircraft did not have to change pitch and maintained its altitude.
It only
but that's what I just said.
A little bit. Yeah, pitches up, not down.
Yes, that's what I said. I'm saying you have to pitch up a little bit.
Yeah, but a sphere you would have to pitch down.
No, on a sphere you have to pitch up a little bit. That's what the diagram I drew was for.
Yeah.
You would have to constantly correct your pitch.
Just to keep
it would be no.
It'd keep increasing, and you'd have to decrease it manually.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You would keep it exactly the same. If you just like the diagram I drew. If you point it towards the horizon, you will fly into the ground on a sphere.
What?
Because if you point it to the horizon,
pointing at the horizon, we're talking about it being level with, parallel with the horizon. That would be your horizontal plane of reference, which you're angling the nose of the plane reference to, right, is going to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. You can visually look at the horizon to give you a gauge, a visual gauge of orientation. And so, like you said, you can have instruments which give you a horizontal and vertical reference plane in order to be able to adjust whatever pitch you need to be at in order to make.
They travel because private property, because my earth and not yours. Isn't that weird? Just think about that, brother. It just all comes into perspective when you think about it all as a whole. Flat Earth has to do with intelligence. The globe is ignorant. The globe is the epitome of stupid and no intelligence. It's an evolutionary Big Bang ball turd that grew to be smart. A smart, moldy turd from stupidity. Without the ability to remember or gain knowledge or be smart, this Big Bang evolution of ignorance is what a ball is. So, is that what you guys, is that what you would, does that make sense to you, or does it make sense that things are intelligent like we're discussing shit right now and processing information? I don't know, man. A lot to take in, brother. It's a lot. I know.
Yeah, I'm not dogmatic about it. I'm thinking Flat Earth is valid. You guys did a lot of research and got some proofs, did the whatever experiments, scientific method. Yeah, that's
Yeah, look, would never expect you to buy into it or whatever after having a conversation, right? But just trying to, a lot of people have a misconception about Flat Earth. They think it's a bunch of crazy people that think that the Earth is like a disc floating in space. We don't think Australia exists. We think the Earth is rising up, and that's how gravity works. All this is just propaganda nonsense, right? So half the reason, right, these conversations, we want to have these conversations, is so people can at least understand where we're coming from, so they can understand it, and then they can look at the evidence from both sides and then come to their own conclusion. like with the correct information being given to them rather than a bunch of nonsense that we don't even claim.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, a lot of ancient people believed in flat Earth, and it was a huge controversy in the past. I think with the Catholic Church, was it Galileo proposed? So I guess the Catholic Church was right from the start, and they were right to doubt Galileo.
Well,
what we experience, and measure and test, it's a flat Earth. And I think the confusion comes in with just like sight, eyeballs, windows in the way, we do have hills and stuff. So I think it's just hard for a person to imagine certain things at a big scale and to understand how they actually would work. And no one's ever really had a reference for a sphere. The only thing we ever have a reference for is a stationary, not spinning, not moving, not rotating, flat, horizontal realm of existence. And it's not to say it doesn't have dips, hills, mountains, and valleys. It's just like a mean line thing, right? The realm of reality resides along this mean line, like a heartbeat monitor. Within the two lines, got up and down, and everything resides between that for this reality. And that's the way it seems. Gradients, when we stack them, oils and waters and stuff, you stack them in a thing. Gases, you put them in a container, and they make gradients. They stack in layers, not curved layers, horizontal layers. Just oddly enough, right? Think about it.
Yeah. Horizontal. Nice.
Yeah, so another thing that we have that's very strong evidence against the globe, right? We've had countless amounts of people, including teams of field engineers, PhDs that specialize in telescopes and optics and things like that, right? They've gone out with really high-powered lasers, like $20,000, $30,000 lasers, right? And they're doing laser tests over huge bodies of water, frozen lakes, salt lakes, all sorts of different places. And they're shooting these lasers over 10, 20, 30, 40 miles. And they'll just set the laser up just off the surface of the water. And they'll shoot it across the surface of the water. And it will basically like try to hit a target on the other side of the body of water. And they're hitting the target in all of these laser tests. So in between point A and point B, there should be literally hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature obstructing the laser from hitting the target. But they're hitting the target. So yeah, there's lots of stuff we can share with you. Like all of these are documented, right? There's a 180-page PDF of the field engineer core laser test that I was just talking about. I think they did 17 different laser tests at different locations, and they document everything like very well. And yeah, there's heaps of different laser tests done by different people. Dr. John Dee, right? He's a PhD and a specialist in this particular sort of field. And yeah, he does his own laser tests and long distance observations. He's got a YouTube channel, and he does some huge distance laser tests as well.
This dude, John Dee, he gave his life to flat Earth.
It's not that he gives his life to it, right? Sometimes people, I mean, you can look into his career. I mean, you can look into him. I mean, he's obviously a professional in his field, and then he's older now, and he puts some time into this, right? Because once you learn about this, right, it's like the true nature of reality, I think, is something that's important to know. If you find out you've been lied to your whole life, right, and then other people are being lied to, I think the truth is very important, and it's very important to know exactly where we live, right? And I don't think most people are lying, by the way. Scientists, teachers, people at NASA, people in the government, the military, most people aren't lying. Sure, some people would have to be lying, but I think most people basically never tested the Earth, right? It doesn't affect their life in a huge way. And to get into many of these positions, right, they just have to become very good at regurgitating the mainstream textbooks on the tests, and if they can memorize and regurgitate the information, then they can get the good results and get the degrees and get these positions.
Okay, I hear you. That's valid. Wait, what's the name of the dude? John D? Because John D.
Dr. John D. Yeah, I'll post his.
How do you spell his name?
It's just John, like D. Yeah, hold on. I'll just post you his YouTube channel, and I'll post you the Field Engineers core laser test. Right, there's a documentary, and then there's a huge PDF that goes over all the technical details. It's like a big presentation.
Well, because John D is the name of an occult practitioner in the 1500s.
Yeah, but not him. Different
Yeah,
person.
John D. I mean, how common? There's probably freaking hundreds of thousands of John D's.
Yeah, like John D. Rockefeller, John David James Jones. Like there's there's all kinds of them, brother. It don't.
It's like the most common name that there could possibly be. I guess it's pretty generic.
Yeah, Johns and Smith, man, you got to watch them.
Yeah, the Smiths and the Johnson and the Johns and the D's and
the Johns and the D's.
The D Jones.
Yeah.
Watch out! Here it is. But yeah, this is just one of many different people that go out and do these tests. So it's just in the side chat there, and I'll just drop the field.
Oh, John D is in like just the letter D, not D-E-E. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so like it's hard for people to give out their full information in many cases, right? We had an engineer, right? An engineer came out called Brian Mullins, and he made a series of presentations, very technical presentations on the physics, right? The physics behind the globe and issues with Coriolis and jet propulsion, all sorts of really technical arguments. He made a whole series called Balls Out Physics. And literally, Globe Earthers contacted where he works and complained and got him in trouble. And they basically told him that he has to stop making Flat Earth content or he's going to lose his career. So, yeah, people get attacked, right? We have people just get obsessed with attacking Flat Earthers for some reason. It triggers something in people.
Well, for him, he would lose his job because everybody disagrees with him and it would affect the workplace. And everything.
Yeah.
I don't think they're trying to just attack them for no reason. I mean,
oh no, it's people like we have like whole servers dedicated to trolling our Flat Earth channels, right? It's a bunch of people. Yeah, there's probably some in here right now, right? They got servers like called Globe Gangsters or GF6, right? There's people, right? There's grown men, like 30, 40, 50-year-old men, many of them quite educated, right? And they get together and they're like, oh, okay, how are we going to go and attack these Flat Earth servers? We're going to all try to make them say something that breaks terms of service, and then all of us, what we're going to do, we're all going to orchestrate together and everyone report the channel at the same time. They try to get service shut down, or they'll just try and gaslight. All sorts of crazy stuff that we've been witnessing and having to go through for many years. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, they're on the other side thinking that it's like not a benefit to humanity. They're thinking they're fighting a good fight. They're doing a good thing, doing a good deed, trying to get rid of Flat Earth. But why spend their energy on that? We have a finite amount of time and energy in the world till we die.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we don't really lose. Like, once you learn about Flat Earth, it takes a long time. Once you put in the time and effort, you learn about it, you learn about the globe. It's very, very, very rare for a Flat Earther to go back to the globe again, right? So we just keep kind of gaining in numbers. We've noticed, like, now that's why we're on this server, right? We got big servers like Politics and Religion, or the main politics server that reached out to us. We've got a home server that has about 30,000 members, 24/7 Flat Earth. And yeah, these servers reached out to us because they know it's a hot topic, right? And then they'll ask us to host our own channel in their platform, right? And in the main politics server, the Flat Earth channel has double the amount of activity time, right, than any other channel, even politics or anything. Yeah, we have like double the amount of attention.
Yeah. Amen. Praise God for the growth. Probably definitely some prayer put into it. There are Christians in the Flat Earth. There must be.
Oh yeah. We have a huge amount of Christians. Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Not really. It's hard to find atheists. You'll find some, but lots of agnostic people. Lots of religions, Muslims, Christians. But yeah, it's just a mixed bunch. But you generally won't find many atheists. We'll have the atheists are the ones that come in here, like kind of trying to troll us and stuff like that. Generally,
I'm a little different than I'm like something made us, right? Because I think there has to be like the memory, the intelligence, like the thing to build upon itself and like do stuff and have the action or attribute of a cycle to keep working and going in a cycle, right? And I don't think that has shit to do, that has intelligence, right? So that would be a creator or creation. Now, when you say, hey, Democ, what is creation? I'd say, I don't know. If you said, what is the creator? I'd say the most unknown known thing. So everybody knows something made all this shit, right? Or it's from something, but nobody knows what it is. So in my mind, I call creator the most known unknown. And some people would say, oh, that guy's a this or that or this or that. I'm just truthfully that I don't think anyone knows that answer. I think they all would like to know. And here we are, you know.
Well, Democ, you live in America, I can tell. So it's right under your nose. It's right on the tip of your tongue. And it's Jesus. Creation, though, is just everything in the world, the universe. But the creator, it's all in the Bible, bro.
Well, that's what you would say, and I'd say, nah, you don't need a Bible. See, because if God's the receiver and the Satan's the receiver, right, in that Bible, so it's like a radio station, you're going to one of them, heaven or hell, with your soul, it's Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, then why aren't you just Bluetooth and Wi-Fi the info? Why would you need a book? Today we have remote and magnetism and all that. I know God's badass, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, to ask God to Bluetooth Wi-Fi to us directly to our brain, like to enter the cell phone, I don't think God's ever worked that way in the world where someone gets a call on their cell phone from God. The gospel call is through people telling you to trust Jesus.
I don't know, brother. We have cell phones, so I'm wondering why the most badass thing didn't Wi-Fi or Bluetooth us the info.
Well, it's only really recent. People didn't have that. And before the written scriptures, it was all oral tradition.
No, that's not true. What is the soul? No. Hold on, brother. If you go back to the beginning, what is a soul? It's an electrical continuity of you. So that's a frequency or a channel or a base station, right? You are the station of you. You were like Bob, right? So the station of Bob is you. And in this book, it tells you Bob's station, when Bob's shell passes away, his energy, his frequency, his radio station is going to go back to source. Either the source good because he fucked up and can't get back to source because he messed his cycle up. So he'd be going to the bad station, Satan, or he's going to the good station, heaven, right? So this idea of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth is not a technological thing. It's always been religion. It's always been religion to think that your energy can be sent there, do this, and do all that. Wi-Fi, magnetic. It's never been technology. It's always been religion.
No,
they have never separated. The only thing is they told you there's a separation because the church has always been heading the science to find the shit that they've been making up anyway. So they're looking for the soul they put you with in the idea of that's what they think how it works, right? And in the attribute of trial and error, right? You have the chemistry, you have...
Yes, yeah, you sound like a new ager, no offense, like with the soul, because like your soul...
But the earth, brother, the earth has always been what it is. If you pick material up out of the earth and that material becomes your antenna and your frequency sender and your quartz and your timekeeper and all this other shit, it's always had the ability to do that. Your trees, your bones, everything is a fucking Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, connector, receiver, transmitter, processor. You are a processor of information. You take it all in. You
The
process.
soul far transcends electricity. The soul is, yes, it goes back to God, and the only way for it to be saved is to trust in Jesus dying for your sins.
How can you have a soul without energy?
Without energy, well, yeah, the energy is the breath of life that was breathed into.
And that's the electricity, right?
Well, yes, humans. Electricity is carnal. Actually, it's all just.
That's what you're breathing in. You're an electrical, biological entity. We just described that. That's what the Bible describes you as, a guy that holds a big soul inside his shell.
Yeah, we do have a soul. I do agree with you. And we do have electricity inside our bodies. That's really cool. But the soul far transcends the electricity.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Your body is the network. Your whole body sends the signals through itself. You got sight, taste, touch, sound, smell, thought, right? And they all work on the same attribute.
Electricity is a component of it. I guess you're right.
Guys,
we're alive. Yeah.
This is a really cool conversation, but it's not on the topic of flat Earth anymore.
No, it is on the topic because it's letting all the people that listen know that the idea of science and church have never been separated, and that they're all taken over. So that now for confusion, now they get the big answer and you won't because you're confused about everything. You always separate everything from itself. Just welcome to flat Earth, and there's science to be done. There is shit to figure out, guys.
It is about flat Earth because the community. Because I asked about
there will be stuff to do.
People in the community, like, are there Christians? And then what kind of people?
Just be careful.
Why be careful?
I've seen conversations get off the specific topic and into smaller topics like this before in this channel. And then I've seen the conversation get shut down, or you get checked by a mod. Not shut down, but you get checked by a mod, and you have to refocus on the broader topic.
No, I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to veer away from the flat Earth idea. I'm trying to bring everyone to the situation that the globe stupidity, the way science is today, the ability to go learn about what Earth really is right now, freely travel, all of it is in the same pocket, right? So once we're able to actually learn the info, trade it, go travel freely, actually discover what this thing is, put together what we want to put together or whatever, then that would be the best way to go about it for the flat Earth new revival or fucking reality or whatever, like the new way, right?
And I'm saying flat Earth is an unessential doctrine within Christian theology, just in the Christian life, in my opinion. What really matters is today is the day of salvation if you ain't saved, and to accept the gift of eternal life through Jesus Christ dying for you. I mean, you live in America, so you probably heard that a million times. Am I right, Demont?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't trying to go so much religious with it. I was trying to stay on the frequency and the idea of the energy and all this shit. It's always been, it's not super technology. The government's not discovering any fucking great, new, awesome shit that you couldn't in your basement. It's just not happening.
Okay, I mean, I guess it's a motivational chat. Yeah,
right. No, I know. And we just don't have the ability. So say 50 tons of copper, 20 pounds of this, and 87. There's countries that can't even get a gram of some materials.
Well,
so you can't get a gram of dirt from the earth because they deem it illegal and too magical to own.
I think flat Earth is about squashing your limiting beliefs and being like, well, we can do anything we put our mind to. Is that what it is?
Well, we can do anything we can do through trial and error that actually we can do. Anything we can't do no matter what we put our mind to. If it's not possible, it's not possible. If it is possible, then we can do it. That's just the bottom line.
Well,
yeah, flat Earth, so it's more about testing the globe, right? It's about trying to find the truth about where we live. And in my opinion, sticking with empirical evidence, right? What we can actually validate. We should be able to back up everything we claim, and exposing pseudoscience, right? We love science, we hate pseudoscience, but much of the globe, space science and whatnot is textbook definition pseudoscience, right? So we're trying to stick with
I see it scientific, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the definition of pseudoscience is, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as being based on the scientific method or something like that as the definition of pseudoscience, right? Something that basically can't be tested through the scientific method. But a lot of the things that we present, right, the shape of the Earth, right, that's not really a science claim. It's geometry, right? We're talking about the geometry of the Earth. It's not really trying to prove a cause and effect.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. Yeah, I gotta go. Y'all, it's a good convo. God bless y'all.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the chat, man. Come back anytime.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Have a good one and Happy New Year's.
Yeah, well. Happy New Year's, y'all. God bless y'all. Accept Christ. God loves you.
Thank you, bro.
That was refreshing.
Yeah, good when someone like that comes in, I think.
Is everybody away?
No, I'm not.
All right, cool.
No, we just had a convo with some guy. It was a good conversation for the last hour or so. But yeah, he's gone.
Right. I just came back. I wasn't there for that. Except he was able to accept any information or such.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he listened. He was very polite and respectful, and I mean, he didn't really present much globe evidence or anything like that. But yeah, he just stepped him through the basics, and he found it interesting.
All right. So was he skeptical about the globe at least, or?
Oh yeah, he said he's not married to the globe, but he wasn't one of those hardcore globe enthusiasts or whatnot, globe apologists. But he was just more interested in learning about flat Earth, and some misconceptions had to be addressed about why you wouldn't be able to see forever if the Earth was flat and all that sort of thing. But yeah, very good conversation.
Cool. Nice to hear.
Yeah, it's refreshing when you get people like that to come in. It's a shame it's not,
yeah, I know.
Not more common.
Just sit back and relax and have a listen.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions?
Don't freak out.
Yeah. Oh, look at Rich Evans.
Yeah, I know, man. What the hell?
Oh, well.
just when they, yeah.
I guess the obsession is real. It's confirmed now. At least now, I see. What was that? Oh, is it Fluffy?
Yes, it is me.
What are you doing?
Just humming to myself.
Humming? Okay.
Yes. Yes. Need some Glober to come in here and start ranting about the rhetoric that the Earth is round. Are there any Globers in here? Don't be shy. Oh dear. Is my washing done? Should be. Ah, it is.
Is this a Logic Low Rider a Glober? Or I thought he was a Flat Earther before.
I thought he was a Glober.
Yeah?
I don't know. Now
Maybe I got it mixed up.
Yeah, there we go. Done. Ugh. Ugh.
Maintain lift and altitude, etc. Thrust, blah 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 blah.
So earlier you posted, or somebody posted, that thing with the laser experiment,
It was
right?
just confusing, man. I don't know. Because you're making it confusing.
But it's
ridiculous.
That's my problem. That's my problem.
No. On a flat plane, in order to keep lift, you got to be somewhat 1 to 3 degrees above horizontal to keep lift. So the pressing against the wings. You're saying
he's confused. I think he thinks that our line of sight.
You're saying on a flat Earth it needs pitched down, but on a sphere it needs pitched up.
No.
He's confused. Dude. Wait. Stop, guys. Stop. I think, dude, do you think that we mean that horizontal is your line of sight to the horizon?
I don't know exactly what you mean by horizontal.
Horizontal is 90 degrees to vertical.
So it's the tangent. So it's the spirit level.
No, you're presupposing it's a tangent plane. We're saying it's 90 degrees. Vertical and horizontal are 90 perpendicular to one another. Right? That's just true, right?
Yeah, like pointing straight up is perpendicular to horizontal. If that's what you mean by horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you would orient your plane, right? Pitch up, pitch down, whatever, right? In relationship to that.
You would pitch down relative to the spirit level, which is 90 degrees to vertical.
I mean, you'd pitch down. What?
You have to.
No.
Why?
You pitch down on a
diagram.
Sphere,
this is why the diagram.
Around it.
So horizontal is not your line of sight to the horizon. It's just parallel with the plane of the horizon. What are you fucking talking about, dude?
Did you look at the diagram that I drew?
Yes, I looked at your little drawing. It's got a line of sight it's got a line of sight tangent plane to the horizon, right? To the apex of the sphere, right, from your position, and then it's got vertical, and it's got which is like not really vertical, but
it is,
and it's got 90 degrees to the vertical, right?
Yeah. No. Okay, so that's
talking about
line.
We're talking about the plane. We're talking about the plane having to pitch its nose up in relationship to the 90 degrees to vertical, not to a line of sight to the horizon.
But is that what that data is suggesting?
Yes, Are you sure? The pitch data is in relationship to vertical and horizontal.
Are you sure?
Everything is done in this manner.
Are you absolutely sure? Because
vertical is 90 degrees. Hold on. Vertical is 90 degrees to the horizontal. 45 degrees is not vertical to the horizontal. It's 45 degrees to the horizontal.
Because you're talking about elevation, right? The nose of the plane will be elevated. Relationship to horizontal will be 90 degrees to vertical.
Yeah, they work hand in hand, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but in order to get 90 degrees, you must have a horizontal and a vertical, which is.
Tell me when anything is done, right? When trying to calculate or measure elevation, don't use horizontal and vertical.
A lot of people say 45 degrees is vertical because might be at a slant, but it's going up from the horizontal. Well, that's not true. 90 degrees is vertical, like the plumb bob, from the horizontal. 45 degrees is not vertical. It's 45 degrees from the horizontal. So if you're going to maintain 20,000 feet above sea level, 20,000 feet above sea level, which is zero, right? That's why I asked you earlier, is there a difference between flying over a flat plane and a sphere? You said, yes, there would be. But it sounds like your argument is flying over a sphere is how you would fly over a flat plane. Flying over a flat plane is how you fly over a sphere. That's what it sounds like your argument is.
Okay, I didn't explain it well then. I'm saying on a sphere, you have to fly pitched up from what you're calling your line of sight to the edge of the horizon.
Yeah. Well, if the nose is pitched up, maintain 20,000 feet, it's going to stay at a certain pitch depending on wind turbulence and all that shit. But let's say all conditions were perfect and you're 0.1 degrees above horizontal, right? It's going to stay that way at 20,000 constantly across the flat plane, right? In order to go around a curve, that nose has got to come down. It's got to come down no matter what. You can't tell me that on a flat plane it's got to come down, but to traverse over a curve it doesn't.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Obviously that's the case. But the question is, does that happen? Like, does the pilot have to adjust using the controls or whatever?
He just flies over, and once he reaches altitude, it might deviate from 10 to 20 feet, and that's about it. But that's just turbulence. That's just wind.
Yeah, of course.
Fucking with it.
But
perfect conditions.
The problem,
or loss of speed.
Perfectly flat above that motherfucker.
But if that was the case, then you'd expect.
I'm talking across water, so we can get a good, zero. That's the sea level is zero. Everything elevation wise is above zero, which is sea level. So maybe I went off on a tangent there, but
no, it's fine. But what I'd expect on a flat Earth, I would expect that the pilot could not touch the controls at all. He points it towards the horizon or whatever, maybe an angle or a degree or two above, whatever, and he just lets go and he can just fly for that for hours, right?
Yeah.
The problem is, of course, obviously there's
if sea level is zero. Hear me out real quick. If sea level is zero, and you can just maintain 20,000 feet above it without doing anything, perfect conditions, without doing anything, just 1,000 miles, you just same elevation, everything, just perfect, not changing anything. Now, if the sea level under you was curved, you can't keep doing what that guy's doing. You gotta go down. You gotta go around that dumb bitch.
Absolutely, but
that's not what
the key is. But the key is no pilot, as far as I'm aware, just walks away from the cockpit and just does not touch the stuff for hours. That's not a thing.
No. Nowadays it's just it's more, planes are more like a drone, and the pilot's just making sure everything's going right.
Yeah, but then it's just computer controlled, right? So
a lot of them
you don't know what the computer's doing
because they don't have to do shit.
But that's because the computer's doing everything, right? So I don't. What's the
but it's giving you data, but the computer's giving you pitch data, which doesn't involve going around a curve. It involves a horizontal plane of reference. There's no curve plane.
But what is the computer horizontal giving you back?
Pitch data.
But what is that?
Whether the nose goes up or down. The pitch data of the plane. Elevation from sea level, zero. Pitch.
I understand that, but if it tells you it's pitching 2 degrees above zero, what does that mean?
Well, I mean, if you travel, let's say 500 miles, right? You're going 500 miles an hour. So in 1 hour, you traverse 500 miles. would you agree that within 500 miles of Earth curve, there's a substantial amount of Earth curve? Would you agree with that?
I don't know. 500 miles, sure, maybe. Let's just say that, sure. For some amount you go and there's a lot of curve, yeah.
Oh, when you're standing at the beach and you see the boat go over the curve, it's like 3.5, 5 miles. But we're talking 500 miles, right? Wouldn't there be a substantial amount of Earth curve?
Of course.
Well, it's not traversing that. It's traversing over a horizontal plane of reference. Never dealing with any curve.
So
data shows that.
You'd have to figure out how much you need to pitch down.
Yeah,
in terms of like actually adjusting. But I don't know. I don't think it would be that substantial. You could do the calculation.
500 miles of Earth, no curve, just flat, horizontal.
I don't know. I mean, I drive like 50 kilometers every day to work, so.
Yeah, you never witness a curve, do you?
But the point is, if you're on the plane,
I'm talking sea level where you're flying level at a certain altitude, elevation from sea level, consistently for 500 miles, you're not doing anything to the plane, right? But if the sea underneath it was curved, you would have to do something to the plane. Otherwise, you're just going to fly up into space.
I see what you mean. I see, I understand what you mean. But like, when you say you're not doing anything on a plane, like there's a computer controlling stuff. I have no idea how much of what it's doing. Because obviously, but like it tilts back and forth all the time because there's different air pressure at different points or whatever.
No idea what it's doing.
Yeah, but no one in this room knows what it's doing.
I don't know. I mean, the pitch data shows it's not doing anything but staying at elevation minus, turbulence and, 10, 20, maybe sometimes 50 feet.
Sure. But what I'm asking is, what is this pitch relative to?
The horizontal.
So it's relative to a spirit level, is what you're saying.
A horizontal plane of reference.
Which would be a spirit level.
Elevation angles, yeah. Elevation angles from sea level, which is 0. Yeah, it's just that's the thing, man. And I'm not I'm not the sharpest tool in the box. I'll tell you that right now. To me, there would be a difference over flying over a flat plane and flying over a sphere at 3,959 radius, right? That's the radius. So what would 500 miles, what would 500 miles be? 3,000, that's a substantial amount of curve, dude, that the plane's going to have to adjust to. You're acting like it can fly over a flat plane.
Okay.
You're acting like...
He showed his nose in it.
Yeah,
But there's other instrumentation that's capable of giving you a plane of reference, right? Like gyroscopes, and there was this guy posted something to do with motion sensors.
Okay, now look at the
change of magnetic field flux or something like, and that somehow gives you orientation, positioning measurements and stuff. But I mean, like, you don't necessarily just need a spirit level, man. Jumbo jets aren't operating off a spirit level.
Of course, I'd imagine you'd have something better than a spirit level, but the problem is we're assuming that the measurement device works at least in terms of what we're measuring. It works like a spirit level, and I suspect that something's a little bit different.
It's giving a reference, right, to not sloping, to not having slope, deviation in the up or down.
Okay.
It's giving the plane that reference, and then so that the pilot can just adjust the pitch accordingly to that.
Which is elevation above sea level. sea level being 0, so 20,000 feet, that 20,000 feet in the air is above sea level, a horizontal plane of reference.
But either way, regardless of what this is, you can still do that experiment I described where you get somebody who's got a plane and then you just tell them, don't adjust the pitch and see what happens.
Well, let's say you was flying at 13,000 feet, right? You're coming up on a mountain. You're coming up on a mountain that's 14,000 feet. What do you got to do with the plane?
Well, obviously you got to go up, but the point is you can find a part where there isn't a mountain.
Go up from what? What do you got to go up from, though? What is up? What is it? What is up from?
You mean you're lower than the peak of the mountain? You got to go above the peak of the mountain? Is that what you're saying?
It's up from the horizontal plane of reference.
So it's up from
the horizontal
pulling you
plane,
down, right? Whatever pulls you down.
Even the mountain's
the opposite
elevated
of that.
from that. Even the mountain that you got to adjust from, the elevation of the mountain is accounted from 0 sea level, the elevation planar horizontal plane of reference. Hell, 500 miles before you get to it, you might see the peak of the mountain. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. And it looks like you're going to fly right over it at that point. But once you get to it, you're going to start to realize, shit, I'm about 1,000 feet. I got to go up 1,000 feet. Not down. Not down to go over a curve. Up. I don't know. I might just be babbling, but it just seems like you're saying there's no difference from flying over a flat plane and a sphere. Sphere that big, but a sphere that big. Now, there would still be a difference. I don't care what size it is. There would be a difference over a sphere and a flat plane. Maybe that's the difference we should focus on. What would that difference be? Why ain't they doing it? No, all flight simulators are programmed to fly over a flat, horizontal, non-rotating reference. You know that? Like a damn video game.
America.
Yeah, they're the people that program them. Their argument is, well, there would be no difference. Treat the Earth as if it's flat because it's so big that there would be no difference. And non-rotating. Got to treat it non-rotating because if it was rotating, you're going to have some problems when it comes to landing. The ground's moving beneath you.
Doesn't actually meet the criteria of being horizontal. Yes, it's perpendicular to their vertical. There's their line drawn from the center of the Earth, right? It's perpendicular to that. For a horizontal to remain to be a horizontal, that means that anywhere along that line or plane, at any point, must be able to treat it as still being perpendicular to vertical, which they cannot do. In practicality, we use horizontal planes of reference. We consider any point along that horizontal as being perpendicular to vertical. Does not change. Practical use.
Yeah, they also say at the equator, that's where allegedly the Earth is moving the fastest because it's got a wider circumference, the widest circumference. So any airports that are on the equator, they should have to adjust for such problems. But they don't. Treat it like it's motionless. Just land.
Like a builder, right? A builder's got a foundation leveled out, and he wants to in some vertical poles, beams, whatever, right? Going to be trying to make sure that each one at each corner or wherever he's in them, that each one is going to be as perpendicular to that level surface that he's established as is possible. I mean, like there's degrees of margins of error, right, and tolerances and all that. As best to their ability, they're going to try and get at that as flush and square true as possible, right? Since each one of those things is not diverging, they're parallel. This is in reality. This is in for practical purposes. This is for the purposes of making sure that structures that we're going to live in and use and stuff is structurally sound.
Here's a side note, too, kind of off topic. If the Earth was oblate and had a wobble, what do you think a tire does when it's not balanced?
It causes unwanted wear and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll feel the wobble. So if the Earth is not perfectly balanced, and we're spinning 1,047 miles an hour at the equator, and not off balance, you're going to feel.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that earlier today, like with the Foucault, because people are going to be like really pumping this Foucault pendulum thing really hard, right? And I was thinking, so you stand at one point, right? You stand at the point at which like you're even with the swing of the pendulum, right? And then over time, right, going to rotate in a complete circle around and come back to the other point. But to you, it'll just appear like the pendulum swung, right, and processed, right, and changed its swing, right? But it's really you, right, being on the spinning Earth. So you did this full 360 circle around while the pendulum just maintained the plane of its swing, right?
Yeah.
Is that? And I'm trying to think. Wait a second. You're on a spinning ball Earth, and you've done this tiny little circle around a point. I'm trying to figure this out in my head mathematically. I can't even visually conceptualize all of that.
They use the excuse that the reason we don't feel the movement of the Earth, right, is because it's perfectly balanced. But then they say it's an oblate spheroid. So how could that be? My point being, a lot of them will use the term, well, it's only one revolution per day. Well, it's just under 25,000 miles. So let's just round it to 25 for this example, right? Earth has to go 25,000 miles in 24 hours. And actually, it's just under 24 hours, 23 and 56 or something like that. So that means you're moving fucking fast as fuck. And if it's not perfectly balanced, you're going to feel that off balance. I would agree that if it's perfectly balanced, you might not feel it. But if it's not perfectly balanced, you're going to feel it. How the hell do you go 25,000 miles, 24 hours, and call it one revolution per day as if it's going slow? At 24 hours to go 25,000 miles. Get out of here with that shit. You're over 1,000 miles an hour, period.
When they say one revolution per day, they're double speaking, right? So it's like when
they're trying to make it act like it's slower than it seems.
And then they found out that actually the Earth is cooling down, and they just changed it to climate change. Like, they're basically saying the same thing, just not with the same words to make it look good for their argument. So it's double speaking.
Right. That sounds like Hank.
That is Hank.
Apparently the core stopped.
Hey, brother, how you doing? Good to see you.
How you doing, Hank? Good to see you, man.
Happy. Doing good. Please continue.
Oh, I am Larry now.
You're Larry too?
I like the Hank, man. Back to Hank, dude. What's up?
Oh, you know, it's one of those things.
Right.
I had to change my name to Hank. I mean, to Larry.
Right.
Yeah, it's all good. Please continue. I'm enjoying it.
Good hearing you, man.
You too, bro. I've been
Good
listening.
hearing that voice, dude. You sound just like him. Thanks.
I am him. Yeah, y'all continue. Please.
They say the core stopped spinning.
The what?
They say that the core stopped spinning or slowed down or started going in the other direction or some shit. Like, and considering that they say that it's that revolution of the Earth's core that gives the Earth its magnetic field, then I'm wondering what the heck's going on with the Earth's magnetic field then, right?
Yeah, Michikaku said that it slowed down and started spinning the other way, and it's like, oh, it's no big deal. It happens all the time.
How could it be magnetic when you're beyond the Curie point? That's one thing I'll never get.
What about that movie, The Core, when the Earth stopped and everything, all shit broke loose?
Magnetic, the molten iron magnetic core.
Yeah.
Molten iron magnetic core. That's a contradiction in terms.
I don't think they claim that it's just the fact that it has the properties of being iron that causes the magnetic field. I think they're saying that the friction, like its movement, cause.
Oh, that's what they started with. Now they're just saying what? Molten? Molten what? Just a molten core? Molten what? What's molten?
No, well, actually, there's some Australian so-called scientists, right, have determined that their very inner core is solid, right, and that the outer part of it is liquid.
And they use the scientific method to determine that?
No, I don't think so.
So they're not scientists. Okay.
So that's why I said so-called. But like, I don't think that they're saying that it's just from it being iron that is generating a magnetic field. I think they're talking about its motion is what matters in regards to the magnetic field.
Isn't the deepest hole ever done in Russia? Like 12 miles or something like that?
About 12K, yeah.
Yeah, they can't get beyond it for some reason. They just can't get beyond it. And the reason they can't get beyond it, that's how they know what is beyond it, right? Ridiculous, dude.
Apparently, seismologists or whatever made predictions of what sort of material.
ENS waves are not the droid you're looking for, man.
Right,
Yeah, even I think sonar waves is what, 7.5 or 8 miles? They can't even, sonar waves don't even go that far?
Well, they made predictions on the way down with the super collar and the collar super boil. And they apparently, they made predictions of what sort of substances they'd encounter along the way, and they were getting it wrong.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but sonar waves don't even go as deep as that hole, right? Like 7-8 miles. Am I wrong?
I think they go deeper.
They did go. You know how deep?
So what they do is they take the data and they map it onto a globe, and they use it as proof. So that's the issue with it, not how deep it goes, because we can't say that it doesn't go deep or it does go deep, because how the hell would we know? What we say is you're mapping it onto a globe and using it as proof. What's that fallacy? The pragmatic fallacy? Is that what it is?
Yeah, but what do they claim is my question, because I thought I'm talking like, I don't know, 2013, 2012, maybe 2014. It was like 7-8 miles that sonar waves go before they dissipate to where they won't count anything after that.
I don't know.
Yes, well, they're not saying sonar waves go all the way from top of the ball to the bottom, are they?
They're saying neutrinos can travel from one side of the Earth all the way through to the other side, man.
Oh, so it's like digging a hole from here to China. But wouldn't the graph show the curve, and we can all just go home? Like, wouldn't the sonar wave graph show all of it, curve? Does it only do a certain amount of, like a borehole area? Like, if it could go all the way through from one side to the other, it should show that the whole thing, because that's the whole depth. That's the whole. It could do it all. You guys get what I'm saying or not?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that's the whole depth, all the way from one to the other.
Why aren't they using that for communication systems?
Yeah, why wouldn't they do that? That's a good point. You wouldn't need undersea cables. Which the last time I looked was like 99% of all communications.
I remember when we first started telling them that back in the day, James, they were like, "Nuh-uh."
It's funny how that just came up. That's crazy. Yeah, like 99% of all communications is undersea cable.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. Larry, what's that about like inductive reasoning?
You broke up.
Yeah, so what's the other thing about inductive reasoning?
Well, it's good to a point, but that's not science.
That's not science?
Yeah, inductive reasoning.
I don't really care if it's science or not, unfortunately. Kind of is, but it's whatever. I know, it kind of that's just like analytically true. It's science, actually. How do you define science?
Science establishes a cause and effect relationship. You got a cause and effect with your reasoning?
That's the definition of science?
Yeah, it establishes a cause and effect.
Well, I'll give you your definition. I just want like the actual definition.
You vary the independent variable, cause the dependent.
And experiment.
Well, I don't really care if it's like science or not, to be honest with you.
Oh. Well, you just claimed it.
But anyways, no idea. I never claimed that once.
So why would you come in a room and ask people if they like inductive reasoning? You're breaking up, bro. Pay for extra bandwidth.
But sometimes it helps if you drop out and come back in.
Oh yeah, I said I want to be like a flat earther like you guys, but inductive reasoning is like stopping me.
How?
What's your inductive reasoning? It's stopping you.
We just like, for example, do you think you would accept like if we have like, let's say there's 10 ducks and the 9 ducks that walk in front of me are white? Do you think it'd be like most probable the 10th duck is also white, or no?
Do you think any of these 10 ducks has to do with the shape of the earth?
That didn't answer my question.
Well, no, it didn't. You're right. It did not.
Yeah, it'd be probable that it'd be.
Oh my god. Okay. So I'm just like a little confused, right? So, you might just like deny this, right? But if we just see like, we'll say like 9 other celestial bodies, they're gonna be like kind of spherical, right? I'm just wondering. Wait, hold on. What if we choose inductive reasoning to see that the Earth is probably a sphere too?
Okay, I'll stop you then. You said other celestial bodies. Confirm that the Earth is a celestial body.
No, I'm putting in the question. It might be most probable that the Earth is going to be some like spherical celestial body as well.
It's a loaded question.
Okay, do you guys mind if I answer this? Can I answer this, guys?
I don't care. Go ahead.
No, he needs to. Celestial, he's got celestial body baked into his premise. He needs to show that.
I'm not going to let him get away from that. I promise.
You want me to define celestial body? Or?
What I want to do is point out his logic. I'm just going to point out his logic. That's it. But your logic is every object on the pool table is spherical, therefore the pool table is spherical.
No. So the objects on the pool table are going to be distinction between the pool table itself. Also, I can just like.
So how are you distinguishing the Earth from the celestial bodies?
I would say it's like a planet. We know that other things like planets are like.
Why would you say that?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, I know how we define a planet. Let me get the definition.
How do you know that the sun, moon, and stars are not up there for the Earth, and the Earth is not up there with it? How do you know that?
Wait, sorry. I would say like a planet. Apparently, it's just some like celestial body distinguished from the fixed star by having an apparent motion of its own, especially with reference to its supposed influence. Okay, that's like the planet.
So the Earth is going to need to have motion then. Can you demonstrate motion of the Earth then, since that's a key factor in demonstrating it's a planet?
Yeah, I'll get some like article for you.
An article is going to do it.
The Earth move.
So if it doesn't move, we can just throw this whole claim. Wow. Yeah, we can just all this stuff you're saying about it being a celestial body and a planet. We can just throw all that in the trash if we can't show that it moves.
All right. Well,
I think you could throw it all in the trash.
It looks like the Earth moves. Wow. Let me read the source real quick though. Make sure it's legit.
Do any of the celestial bodies have?
Hold on, sorry, I'm reading something.
Hold on. Do any of the celestial bodies have trees, grass?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Why are you going all over the place? Let's just get them to show the motion.
I'm just trying to show them that they're not anything like the Earth.
Yeah, they're not. We're doing that. Give him too many things, and he's got like 5 different outs that he can use.
I got you. I'll mute.
Let's just see if he can make it fit this first bit of criteria.
That's an important bit of criteria. It has to move, or else all that stuff that you said is moot.
Man, you guys are optimistic today.
Oh, good. Looks good enough, in my opinion. All right, here I put in the chat. It says the
It
Earth
wasn't good enough for Einstein. He said that there wasn't a terrestrial, earthly reference frame that you could actually demonstrate motion of the Earth from.
I don't care what Einstein says. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Hopefully you're better at this than he was.
Oh yeah. All right, there you go. It says the Earth moves.
Oh, NASA, get the fuck out of here.
Says it, okay, but what's the evidence?
Just let you read it. I'll tell you.
Can you cite it?
Yeah, just read it.
Did you post NASA? I got a NASA link too. Astronomers drive the distance to the nearest star, close to about 100 light years, by a method called stellar parallax.
It literally gives you an assumption.
Hold on.
Literally gives you an assumption.
Hold on. This method.
Wait, when you say assumption, are we like referencing probability or no?
Can you guys hear
It says this method that relies on no assumptions other than
James. Larry started something, man. Hold on.
Yes, yeah,
yeah, asshole.
Posted something from NASA. You guys can check it out for yourself, right? NASA.gov. Astronomers derive distance to the nearest star by a method called stellar parallax. This method that relies on. Why is somebody talking through me again?
Nobody's talking.
This method that relies on no assumption other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So according to NASA, that's an assumption.
Thanks, Hank. That's what I was pointing out.
So then essentially it is just assumed that the Earth is a planet then, if the motion of it around the sun is also assumed, and that's required for it to be a planet. So basically your question is, why would the Earth not be this thing that I assume it to be?
Yeah, what you cited literally admits the geometry of the Earth orbit around the sun is an assumption. It literally
is that what he
admits that.
cited? Or what I cited?
Oh, that is what you cited. My bad.
Yeah.
When that popped up right when he said that he was citing something, I assumed it was him. My bad.
It's all right.
Yeah. That sucks. I really thought he cited it. Oh, man.
He did say he was posting from NASA, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're just waiting on him to post something. I think he said he was going to back up his claim with evidence. The Earth is indeed in motion. Oh, that was cool. That was super, super cool. Who would have thought NASA would have threw this guy under the bus? I mean, when you search how to prove that the Earth is a globe, and they give you something like, well, there's logic, and if, all the other planets are a globe, then why wouldn't the Earth, being a planet, assumed to be a globe?
Yeah, and another thing is that him that posted the flat line across the moon like it's a shadow?
I don't know.
Is he the one that did that?
Oh, no.
Oh, this guy, he left.
Oh, shit. NASA threw him under the bus and he left. Now he's going to go write NASA a letter.
Right. Check this out, though, guys. You see that in the side chat with the moon and that flat line across it?
Oh, shit.
If the moon is 230,000 miles away from the Earth, how the hell is it casting a shadow? How is the Earth casting a shadow on it? It's fucking way too far to cast a shadow. They're both sitting in the same light beam, right? How the hell could it cast a shadow on the moon? 230,000 miles away, when from our reference point, we got to look up to see the sun and the moon. They're both above us. It's between them. How could they both be above us and the earth between them?
Isn't it funny how we have two luminaries, which are the biggest ones, and coincidentally kind of line up in size just due to the sheer coincidence within the heliocentric paradigm of the distances? But why just simplify it if they would just be the same size and they just do a circuit above, and one light rules the day and one light was made to rule the night? It would perfectly fit and doesn't need any extra explanations or huge leaps of coincidences. Isn't that strange? Anyone ever thought about that? That it's like strange that we have like one of the biggest luminaries for the day, which is the sun, and then coincidentally the other one is actually the same size as a disk or a circle, and it rules the night. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's kind of goes with what I'm saying. Like,
it's almost like a perfect clock, right? It's almost like
no matter where you're standing at. No matter where you're standing at on the earth, because you as the observer, to you, that's the top of the earth. So anything above you, right, is below you. How the hell could you be between? Because we've both seen the sun and the moon in the daytime. How could you be between them if you're at the top of the earth looking up at them? How could you be between them?
You know, when I look at the sky, how we map the sky and how it actually doesn't change. If it would change the star constellations, then the whole longitude meridians and latitude lines derived from the sky would be failing us. Therefore, it's good that the sky is fixed, is a fixed reference point. It's almost like as when you look at the sky, I mean, even though what would be much more necessary would be to look at the ground, but let's say you look at the sky, and if you don't realize that the same entity that really had some thoughts behind what it was doing when it made that perfectly working clockwork above your head, do you think that that same entity might have given you the cognitive ability to recognize such intelligence? And if you don't, maybe, just maybe, there's something wrong with you.
Well, Clay, you have to remember that after a while, they get the reprobate mind. So you appealing to their, mind, it's not going to work. You have to reach them in language that they're comprehending. So when you're talking about like geometry and science, they can't say, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist, right? Because what you're basically challenging them, are you a coincidence theorist or a conspiracy theorist? And they'll admit all day that they're coincidence theorists. It's just a coincidence that the moon and the sun are exactly the same size, and that's how we saw like the what are they called? The sun chronomass ejections, where the sun revealed to have a magnetosphere around it, right? Like the moon perfectly reveals that. And it's just a coincidence to them. Like they see nothing special about that. They think it's just a, anomaly, right? No big deal. So that argument isn't going to, really help out the hardcore solipsist atheist. They're just not going to hear it.
But yeah, but that just shows that
they have a mind. I know.
Yes. You're just going to make them mad, though. I agree with you on the reprobate mind, but you're just going to make them mad.
Yeah, that's not going to...
I totally agree with you, though.
Bring up their defense mechanisms.
Well, what does that have to do with anything? Like, most Christians are globers.
But isn't...
Hold on, you got a statistic for that? Is there a statistic that you can give me?
Yeah.
But is...
Sure.
Talk to your family members. Talk to their family members.
Are you of the opinion that if somebody
evidence is like good evidence? I thought you had like a poll or something you were citing from.
Well, I mean, it's kind of easy.
If you ever go outside, it's pretty obvious. Most Christians believe in a globe.
Hey, we don't need to go there, but I would say this. It sounds like you're saying that somebody that claims they're a Christian, that means they are one?
I mean, you're going to do the no true Scotsman fallacy right now?
That's what I was trying to tell Clay.
Yeah, I didn't want to go there. But.
Even just for that sake, even the demons, even the demons.
The fuck, dudes? Do you guys hear Larry?
Like, for the sake of argument, let's just call Christians people that believe Jesus Christ died for your sins. Let's just call all those people Christians. Let's make it simple.
This is in a religious chat. Nip it.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, just for the sake of this argument, instead of getting down semantics, like, all people that believe
Okay, but it has no meaning.
It's not a religious chat, so why did you keep going after you said, yeah, I know?
It has no meaning.
Because we're asking about, like, whether or not Christians believe...
So you're just going to keep going?
Don't do it. You'll get muted, dude.
It's not even a hint. I'm just telling you outright. We're moving on.
Fuck me in the pussy.
Yeah, it is meaningless. Which personality? The Earth doesn't need a person for it to be understood. It presents itself to be what it is. If you want to call it a creation, or if you want to just call it Earth, or what you see in life with the senses that you have, it doesn't need you to be presented. Okay, it's very simple. It's just what it is. You can't change it. No matter what words, stories you make up in your mind, the reality is what is being out there. That's it. Doesn't need.
Clay, this isn't a religious set, so don't talk about creation.
I was not talking anything religious. I was saying that reality is what it is. It doesn't need you or me for interpretation. No matter how great your story is, it won't change reality. Okay. And just so you know, demons also declare.
I'm just saying we're not talking about creation. We're not talking about creation.
Just saying.
We don't talk about creation. No, we don't talk about demons either. This isn't a religious chat.
Okay. Yeah, we can move on. Yeah. So again, reality is reality, right? It is what it presents itself to be. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, the map, the globe, that is not the terrain. Neither one is the terrain.
Outside the world.
Well, no, there are maps that show topography, which is terrain. So that's not true.
So you're saying that if you're standing on a stick, the map will show you what stick you're standing on?
No, I'm just saying. I'm saying maps represent terrain. I'm saying there are maps that represent terrain.
In North Carolina and Tennessee right now. Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
they got maps right now that are accurate. They got maps right now that are accurate. After the hurricanes happened, they've already made new maps, or are the old maps inaccurate because the terrain is always changing?
No, you would need a new topographical map if the terrain changed to be more accurate. But the terrain's constantly changing, so.
Right,
yeah, I mean,
so the map is not the terrain.
Well, I mean, to a level of accuracy, it can be. Yeah, I mean, is it perfect? No, but I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect map. That's just silly.
Yeah, so you're in the woods fishing, right? And the map tells you what lake you're at and what side of the lake you're at. Does it tell you about the bear that's getting ready to attack you?
I mean, I think there are maps that will probably hunter maps that show where bears hibernate or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some maps like that.
Oh, so whenever you see a sign on the road saying deer crossing, it's of your opinion that's the only place they cross?
No, but it's probably a high. It's probably a high it's more common for deer to cross in that area than say other areas. That makes sense.
No. Well, I mean, why would people get attacked by bears if the map tells them where the bear's going to attack them?
Question would be again: is map reality or is reality reality? Can a map 100% represent what you see when you go outside? No, it can't. 100%. It's just a conceptualization for orientation. That's it. It's the same with the sky. since the beginning, humans have looked at lights in the sky that are fixated points, and it's a conception of navigation, nothing else. People just use something in order to get from A to B. Doesn't mean that this is the revelation of what reality is presenting itself to be. You gotta look at reality, not at a map that is drawn by a human hand just because it drew it. Doesn't present reality.
Yeah, I mean, but like when you say like a map that is reliable is say like 98% accurate.
It doesn't. It's not about the accuracy. You can't draw reality on a map. You can't.
Yeah, it doesn't give you the terrain.
The utility of the map is directly correlated to how accurate the map is.
Dude, you don't get my point. My point is you can have a map that is designed to give you a conceptualization of navigational aids from A to B. No issue with that. I'm not denying that 100%. I use maps myself as a human. But I'm saying a map is nothing that qualifies the presentation of what reality is if you go outside, use your God-given senses or the senses that are from Ponscam, whatever you want to choose as a creation story. And then you look at reality and then you realize, take a deep breath. Reality presents itself to be something, and it's a very simple way. A child can figure it out. Okay? Doesn't need a map.
Ponscam given senses.
Yeah, I mean, whatever story you pick, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I choose to believe to be made in the image of God, right? I'm valued and I have a purpose, and therefore. But if you want to be a fish monkey, you can be a fish monkey. You know, you have free will. I'm not gonna force anything on you. Be a fish monkey. Have no morals. Have no purpose. Just be a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe. If that's what you like.
The
doesn't
Earth
matter.
is round, everybody.
Yeah, that's great.
It's also flat.
No, it is not flat. You do not have scientific proof that the Earth is flat.
Wait a minute. Did you just?
That's not what I said, dude. I said
a trickle question. Did you really just do that? That's a category error, bro. You do know that science isn't math, right? Is math science?
Math is part of science.
Math is part of science. So you guys don't know the difference between math and science?
Is math involved in physics? Is math
or
involved
scientific evidence that can explain the flat Earth theory?
You can describe things mathematically, but science is not about description.
There is no explanation mathematically for the Earth being flat, man. They're just
except for the missing curvature that we all measure when we go outside.
Okay.
Do you have curvature you'd like to present to prove me wrong?
Well, I can show you photos from space or some diagrams from NASA.
So how do we know if those are counterfeit or not? Because if I handed you $100 bill, you'd be able to tell if it was counterfeit right away if you had another $100 bill.
Well, counterfeit bills, real bills are verified by the United States and many other governments, so it is also verified by the governments, but not only...
I don't take
let me finish. Not only government, but private scientists, so many scientists around the world believe that the Earth is round, and there is scientific and mathematical proof to prove that by many...
Category error again.
You didn't learn the
science.
So we're
you don't use the scientific method
because I don't know if you guys believe government school, but I don't believe that math is science. So let me help you out.
I do not believe there's either, but there's proof from both math and science that the Earth is round.
Dude, is math science?
No, but if I'm explaining something, I can use math. For example, if I want to explain something, I could use a mathematical example or a scientific. They may not be unrelated, but they can come to the same conclusion. I'm not saying they're the same thing. I'm just saying, in general, they intertwine.
All right, so I'm going to post something for you guys that are confused. I think you guys said something about math and science. Did that post? Am I still on?
So yeah. The thing is, Andrew. The thing is that reality is presenting itself to be in a specific way, right? So from the senses you have been given since birth, when you go outside and you look at reality, you experience reality. There's this distinctive characteristic that you will notice, and it's equally shared, right? So if you want to invoke that what you are equally with, like every other human being, what you equally share as a observation, if you want to invoke that the total opposite is the truth of that, then it's your burden to first of all prove it to yourself. But if you already just believe that the total opposite is the case, right? So you go outside, just to give an example, right? To make it not as confusing. You go outside and the ground beneath you is standing still. But in your mind, you believe, I was told to believe that you have a spinning and wobbling and accelerating and decelerating, right? So if you just believe this in the first place, then, I mean, it's already just a religion because you believe, right? But if you are going a step further, if you can actually prove that to be the case, that you can go against your senses and say it's the opposite, then it's very much your burden, right? Me as a simple man, right? I'm a very simple man. Me as an intellectual, honest person, I say I cannot prove the opposite. Even though there might have been a time in my life I went to school, I went through the education, and someone told me that the opposite is true. And I figured out that there's no sophisticated evidence to tell me that the opposite of my observation is true. Am I wrong to then just be a simple man and say, you know what? Let's just accept what I sense as a human, right? Reality is what it is presenting itself. That's it. Is that crazy? Is this out of your mind? Is this crazy talk? I don't think so.
That's not crazy, but there is proof that debunks that theory. There is scientific proof that
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Prove it.
Mathematical proof.
Prove it? Okay, give me 1 second. I will send some proof in the chat. So view the chat in a minute. Give me 1 second, please.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think I got people arguing in the chat that, because scientists use math, that means that math is science. Just to be clear, everybody, math is not science.
Sir, I don't know why. Let's concentrate on one thing, right? As far as I know, I talked about motion. Can you prove that the ground beneath you is moving in this very moment?
Well, I think
that would be great.
For proof that the Earth was curving.
Well, or that. I mean, even that. Just something that indicates that you live on a spinning rock. Spinning spherical rock. Sorry. Seven ways to move the Earth is round.
Okay, so I've sent some proof in the chat. I'm going to get some more. But there are 7 ways to prove the Earth is round, and there is also some photos from NASA, which is a reliable source for this information.
So once again, we can't verify whether those photos are true or not, because I can show you a photo of me and Paris Hilton together at a dinner table. How would you verify if that's actually Paris Hilton and I?
Because multiple reliable people have verified it. It's like saying, man,
bro, you can't go to space and verify it. You wouldn't know what counterfeit space looked like because you've never been there.
Okay, but I could say the same. I could say the same if, for example, I could say the same for if you've never been to South Korea. You do not know what South Korea is like. Every photo on the Earth is fake. That's a stupid argument.
Bro, okay, so an extraordinary.
Can you explain, sir? Can you explain?
You asked me not
can you explain the sphere, moon, and the Earth? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
Relax. So.
Go on. That's my bad, man.
An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence. It is not an extraordinary claim to claim that there's a piece of land where the light-skinned Asians come from. I wouldn't need extraordinary evidence in order to believe it. I just believe it. But for me to say, oh, there's a place that you can go and you can see the Earth as an object floating on nothing, that would require some extraordinary evidence. I would need to see something other than, the government saying, I got some images here, I swear to God that they're actually photographs, and you can trust us that this is actually what you live on. and we'll gladly take
Okay.
the tax dollars and spend it on Nazi rockets.
Have
Can you explain, man, can you explain the moon? Can you explain what you see when you see the moon? You see a round sphere. You see the moon.
It does appear
Okay.
to be a sphere. I'll give you that.
So then why wouldn't the Earth be a sphere too?
Oh, well,
And it's-
I could, give you a way to think about it, right? Tennis balls, golf balls, baseballs, they're all spheres. So the American pigskin, it's also a sphere too, right?
No, but
Right, it's not.
that is a planet. We live on a planet, so they're both.
we?
No, sorry, the moon is not a planet. It's a celestial object.
So a planet means wandering star. Have you ever seen dirt wandering in the sky?
Have you ever seen? I don't know.
Dust. Okay. Dirt wandering in the sky. That's what dust is.
I'm not talking about dust. I'm talking about the Earth as an object wandering.
No, you specifically asked.
Can this guy turn his mic down? I'm sorry, but this is very loud mic.
Who is it, me?
Anyway. No, not you, the other guy.
Oh.
I turned it off. I did you one better. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Can you finish your dirt point? I didn't catch the last.
So the point is that it's a loaded question, right? Like if I asked you, how long have you been beating your wife? No matter how you answer it, you have to accept the premise that you beat your wife, right? So with the same way, I don't have to accept the premise that the Earth is a globe floating in space. So when you say like all the other planets, that's a loaded question. We're asking for proof that the Earth is a planet floating in space, and you can't give question proofs.
Okay, I'm going to go look for some more proof, and then I will send it in
Well,
the
you
chat.
got a list of 7. That was 1. Don't you got like 6 more?
I'm gonna go look on the internet, so I'll be right back.
Sure.
So someone else can talk.
Take your time.
Come on, Larry. He's already gave you 1 globe proof. How many you want, man? Come on, man.
It's not just a loaded question, it's also a category error, which has to be
You
understood.
got 7 of them. What the hell is wrong with you?
I want to know why it's a category error. Let the other guy speak.
It's a category error because he's asking the question, if the moon's a sphere, why is the Earth not a sphere, from within a presumed paradigm.
Well, that's the loaded question part, right?
Yeah, I said it's not only a loaded question, it's also a category error.
Okay.
So you just said it's an assumption in a different way. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shout out to Dave. How you doing, brother? Good to hear your voice.
What's up, Larry? I still exist in whatever this is. Shout that back to you.
I knew that you did. I knew you're out there somewhere hustling. Oh, I exist in whatever this is.
So we got 7 globe proofs, and we're only going over 1, man. We've been waiting on this for 10 years. Let's hit these globe proofs. Let's do it. Let's start with the curvature. You got that one first. Go ahead.
I think he's looking for something he's not going to find.
He posted how to convince your flat earth friends the world is round.
Okay, so I've sent some proof in the chat.
All right, bring it up, and I'll pass the mic and let someone else drive.
All right, some more globe proofsies. Go ahead.
It's posting magazines. Holy moly. There's the proof, man.
Okay, I have some from some reliable sources that I will also send. So just give me a moment. Those are descending. Just give it a second.
Which one is
that? As long as you got them from reliable sources, we're all good. I appreciate that, man.
When you say reliable sources, go ahead.
Yeah,
So
what you
this is
could
from
do.
a reliable university, the University of Nevada in Las Vegas, which is a reputable source. And I will continue to find reputable sources for this claim.
What you could do instead of posting 10 sources is pick one of the points from the source and go through it.
Okay, well, let me get this one. Okay. Okay, so I can give an example of when you climb a hill or a mountain. Oh no!
Yeah, that's a bad start. Pick another one, man.
What is that? Is that the globe war cry?
when you ride the plane, you can see that the Earth is round.
Who's moaning?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Is that the globe war cry?
It's not me.
I'm terrified.
It's okay, Vital. Sit back and listen.
Whoever's moaning, are you okay? For real, man.
Yeah, what the fuck?
This must be your first day hearing about flat Earth.
The cognition
me?
is calling you. No, not you.
Oh,
But
sorry.
yeah, is this your first day of hearing about the flat Earth?
Me?
Yeah.
No, it's a common theory.
It's a theory. Let me guess, it was debunked.
Are you the one saying you can see it from planes and stuff? I think was the quote.
He said that.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, hold on.
So day one or what?
Yeah, I want to say that the proof lies with reputable sources. And at the end of the day, you look at the flat earth argument, you look at the globe argument. The globe argument is coming... Listen, let me finish. I do not interrupt you guys, so let me finish. And then you can talk. But the globe argument is coming from reputable sources like universities. I wouldn't say news.
Not an argument, dude.
Okay, can you let me finish, man?
Well,
I would say the government, but you guys will probably be like that. I don't know. But besides, so the reputable sources all lie in the favor of the round Earth. But the people who I can name you one well-known flat earther. I don't know. Like they are unknown people. Like no one knows who they are. They're not reputable. This is just a theory, and I do not think you guys are dumb. But I just disagree with you, and that's just my opinion. I just believe the reputable sources show us that the Earth is round. There's proof that the Earth is round, and
That's a genetic fallacy, dude. You're just taking the claim based on the source, so that's not an argument.
Yeah, it sounds like you haven't even looked into flat Earth at all.
He's literally good day one stuff. This is your first day, isn't it, buddy? Be honest.
No, it's not, man.
It should be the way you're talking. You guys go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you had arguments for the globe and that the flat Earth, it lost to the great globe arguments, and then you just went straight into some textbook fallacies for the globe.
Yeah, but I want to hear. I haven't heard a definitive argument of why the Earth is flat. Other than I can prove it. But how can you prove it? Tell me right now, man.
Well,
I can one word real quick. Water. Go ahead, Hurricane.
Well, that's it.
Did you say water?
Well, that water seeks and finds its level, right? You've seen it do that.
Oh yeah, hit him with the water.
You know about water, right?
Yes.
You know how it finds its level?
Yes.
It's the benchmark for leveling things. Super, super level, right? Okay, so...
Oh, here comes droplets.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Okay, hold on. I have a good
water is level and covers the majority of Earth's surface. The Earth, therefore, is a level plane.
Hold on. I have a question for the flat earthers. If the Earth is flat, then what happens on the edge of the Earth? Like you just
hold on, dude. That was an argument. He just gave you an argument. Why are you not responding?
Yeah.
He said Earth is covered in water and it's level.
Yes.
Therefore,
yes, it is.
Earth is level or plane.
Well, there you go.
Okay, but now can you answer my question? So if I'm in a ship,
you're okay with that? You're good to go. You're like, all right, you're right. It's flat. Yes. Okay,
I don't know. I just don't know. Look, I'm not
problem.
I'm not going to debate something I have little knowledge on, so I'm going to move on.
But you have the knowledge. You already said, yeah.
And yet, here we are.
And there you go.
Okay,
so it's just simple deductive reasoning from there that, it covers a majority of the Earth's surface, therefore the Earth itself is a level planar thing.
I will agree to disagree, but I want to say something.
What?
Can you
don't disagree? You agreed to the fucking premise.
Yeah, no, man. Can you just answer my question? If the Earth is flat, then is there like a drop off? Like, do you fall off the edge of the Earth or something thing? Like, I've never heard of that, man.
It's not addressing anything I said, dude.
Okay, but you're not answering my question either.
Exactly what you're doing is not addressing what I said.
Okay, I don't know. I don't really know what you mean. I'm confused on why you're trying to say.
Literally, dude, if that's your next question, that means you think that the Earth is a disk in space or something like that. Nobody claims that here. We don't think it's a space disk. We don't know how far it goes because we're not allowed to explore that far. Go ahead, somebody else.
I have a question.
So you just think the Earth never ends? What the fuck?
Did I say that? I said we're not allowed to explore to find out what the fuck it is.
What do you mean we're not allowed to explore?
Well, you think space is infinite, right?
Yes, space is
infinite. Never ending. Okay. Where's the edge of your universe?
I don't know.
I don't know. So where's what about the edge of the globe? The globe edge, the leading edge.
There is no edge of a globe. You just keep going around.
Yeah. So you've got the edge. You got the edge issue here, mate, not us.
No, on a globe, you're always on the edge.
Okay, yeah, but the gravitational force is keeping us on here.
Okay, what's gravity?
To have gravity on a ball, you have to have the ball first. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't know, man. I just don't. Hold on.
I got a question. Just trying to compare the two views. Yeah, I mean, what's the reason why like any object, including water, goes down though? Why does it go down?
Relative density.
Relative density?
Yeah, it's denser than the medium it goes down.
I want to leave you guys with my closing argument.
If there's air above and below a piece of water that's like falling or whatever,
it's going down because it's in a contained environment. Because if it was next to the vacuum of space, it will be evaporating.
It's in a contained environment. I'm not sure what that means. Just like you mean, what environment is that? Just Earth?
The environment that is in.
I'm not sure. Can you elaborate on that? I'm not really sure what that means.
If you put water in a vacuum, the water evaporates. So therefore you know that we have water here.
I mean, I guess that answers the evaporate, like why it doesn't evaporate, I guess. But I'm asking why it goes a certain direction.
The water cycle you're asking about? The water cycle.
No, I'm talking about like why doesn't it go up because like towards
water,
away from the Earth?
It doesn't just go down; it goes up as well, doesn't it? When it evaporates, right?
When it's a gas, sure, but when it's a liquid.
Oh, there you go. So then you have gas pressure, right? You have water in that state. Gas, it goes into a gas, creates pressure, right? And you require containment for that. So you have both cases require containment to have the water in those states for both the liquid and the vapor one. Because if not, it will. If you have that vacuum of space, it will hook up to the vacuum of space, like on the globe.
I still don't see
it. It wouldn't be on the cycle that is in.
I don't see how that answers the question. Can someone else elaborate more on that? Because I get gas, like that would go, it could go in another, it doesn't have to always go up when it's gas, it can be blown by the wind or something, but I mean...
Yeah, but if the pressure was next to a low pressure gradient to the other one, right? If it was an open system.
Sure, but like I said, if there's air above and below that drop of water, which way would it go? Air is the same pressure above and below that blob of water.
You mean rain? It goes down?
I suppose, yeah, rain, yeah.
Yeah, first it went up. Remember? It evaporated. It went away from what you're trying to claim.
As a gas.
Down to. So there you go. It goes up and it goes down. It doesn't just go. It goes both ways.
Yes, but why does it go down? I know that goes down, but why?
It's denser than the medium that is in, isn't it?
What is that medium?
Air.
Air.
Okay, there's air above and below that drop of water. Why does it choose one side consistently?
Denser.
Denser air?
Yeah, he got fixed last night, so I couldn't talk to him again today.
I wouldn't think it's that much denser, so I would think it would fall much slower if it's just slightly denser air. It falls pretty fast, I would say.
Yeah.
Like if you have like two gases that are
It has weight, so it falls through the air. The
why
raindrop has weight.
Why does weight go one direction? Why doesn't it go the other way?
No one knows why down is down. Why do heavy things fall down instead of up or sideways? We don't know. It's just natural law. It's the way things are.
Do we have like any source that kind of describes it? I guess.
It's just weight. Something is heavy, it's going to fall through the air. Something's lighter than the air, it's going to go up.
The scientific mind needs to explore that a bit more, though.
There's no magical force pulling things down. There's no magical force. We're not magnetized to the Earth.
If you're saying there is no force, then it shouldn't go down. Why does it go down?
Because it's heavy.
And why does that choose to go down?
Why does it go down? I don't know. It just does. It just does. You drop something, it'll always fall down. It won't go sideways or upways or anything.
Because, I mean,
it's natural law. It's just how things are.
I need a better explanation than that. That doesn't sound very scientific.
I know. I've heard people argue this for days. Believe me. And
I want to hear the end.
Well, yeah. The end is just. It just does it. It just does. It's just natural law.
It's a redundant question.
Yeah. How is it redundant?
It's redundant because you're asking about the nature of nature, which is just something that nobody can answer. Yeah. It's like if I say, why does salt taste like salt and not like sugar? You can say, there's some chemical processes. Yeah, but why those chemical processes? Why does it make that exact taste? I don't know.
I think they do try to figure that out. There have been people who figured that specific detail out.
Yeah, but why does it taste exactly the way it tastes? Like, why is not? You can answer that.
I mean, should I pull up some articles on that? I mean, I could try to look more into that.
No, that's going to waste time. My point is, it's redundant because you're asking about the nature of nature itself, right? The natural laws.
We learned about natural laws, haven't we? Mathematically and scientifically?
We have, yeah.
And wouldn't like that force be part of that scientific and mathematical study? That force going down?
It's never been proven, sir.
We have, the one side, they talk about gravity, but I want more.
There are theories, there are ideas, thoughts about it, but there's no concrete proof.
All right, so when you don't have proof on either side, how do you choose what to believe in?
What do you mean by either side? What do you mean by that?
Like you're saying all these articles about gravity or whatever, that's not proof. And then your side, right here, I don't hear any proof. How do you choose which one to go with?
Proof of what? That heavier things go down?
That gravity exists or it doesn't exist.
You just say, I don't know. That's completely fine for me.
Gas goes up in all directions, so it's not subject to gravity.
Saying the go on.
You say everything is affected by gravity. No, gas goes in all directions. So no, not everything.
I think gas would go faster. I think I think gases would go up even faster in the absence of gravity.
See, that's just an assumption. You got no evidence that mass attracts mass. No scientific evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, and we got no evidence disproving it either.
Well, for me, mass attracting mass is in the same basket as burning witches, mate. It's absolutely nuts.
He's just no evidence to disprove it. We've just spoken about gas behavior. Gas expands, mass doesn't.
Yeah, now I'm
attract
trying to talk
mass.
about liquids.
You have to prove it, don't you?
Yeah, but okay. What kind of proof? Like, what is proof to you?
Scientific experiment based on a hypothesis.
Yes, and we've seen that online, but that's not accepted as proof to you.
Okay, so give me the hypothesis that we don't accept.
In relation to gravity?
Yeah.
Gravity is a natural force. I guess you can treat it like a black. You can treat it like a black box. Like we don't know every single thing about it, but we run with it.
Just give me the hypothesis. I don't want an explanation. I don't want a story. Just give me the hypothesis.
Gravity is a force that pulls things towards the center of an object.
Okay, you don't know what a hypothesis is, do you? The hypothesis is an if this then that statement, a prediction into a cause and effect relationship based on a phenomena you observe in the natural world and your prediction of cause. Dependent variable will be the phenomena, the independent variable will be the cause. You would then actuate this hypothesis in an experiment. So just give me the hypothesis.
Okay, hypothesis always needs to have an if and then.
Yes, a prediction. It's a prediction of a cause and effect relationship. You observe something happening in the natural world and you predict what causes that. You can then test that prediction in an experiment to see if it does or doesn't.
Let me rephrase. I'll rephrase my statement with the if and then.
Thank you.
If gravity exists,
no,
all objects will be put. What? I said if and then. That's what you said.
No, dude. If this caused, then that phenomena. So you have to give me the phenomena first, the dependent variable, to then predict what causes that phenomena. A phenomena, just to be clear, is something happening. So what is happening?
Can you write it down so I could keep it as a reference? Like if, what was it? If phenomena and what?
If predicted cause, then that phenomena will happen. If this cause, then that phenomena. Phenomena is going to be your dependent variable. Predicted cause is going to be your independent variable. You start the scientific method with the observation of the phenomena. So what's the phenomena you want to produce a cause for?
Let me help you out. What did Newton observe?
I guess lots of things, including that apple, I guess.
Bingo.
Is that a phenomenon?
The apple fell from the tree. There you go. There's a phenomenon,
right?
Yeah, that's something happening.
Mm-hmm.
So what caused that?
Gravity.
Okay, what's gravity? At the moment, it's just a word. Right, what is it?
It is a force that pulls objects towards the center of another object.
Awesome stuff. So there you've got a force that pulls things downwards. You now need to actualize that, where you need to make an apple fall from a tree by manipulating gravity, turning it on and off again.
We turn gravity off?
Yeah, you've got to turn it on and off again. It's like if I've got a scientific experiment and I observe the phenomena that water evaporates, and my prediction for the cause of water evaporation is heat, I then add heat to water to see if it evaporates or not, right? Very simple stuff, dude.
I'm trying to understand what you're getting to. You're saying, so we need to be able to control gravity to prove gravity then?
Yes, you have to vary and manipulate gravity in your experiment to cause the phenomena to happen. Like I varied and manipulated heat to cause the phenomena of a water evaporation.
Oh,
Science,
I see.
Right?
So So it is enough to go somewhere else where there is no gravity, or do we have to actually turn off the Earth?
Dude, you just need to observe something on the Earth and then make a prediction and then experiment based on that prediction.
It has to be on the Earth?
Yes, naturally observed phenomena.
I don't know about that. I think that's where we disagree.
So we're going to go somewhere else and do this experiment?
Yeah, we can go far from the Earth in rockets. Do you not believe in rockets that launch into space?
No, because I don't believe in space, because you haven't proven that gravity exists to negate the second law of thermodynamics. We're talking about gas.
Where do rockets go? Like, what if they go up? Where did they go?
We're just going away from the subject of you providing an experiment to prove your assertion of gravity.
I'm trying to illustrate that there is a place with no gravity. So I'm trying to ask you to acknowledge that.
Excuse me. We're here on the Earth where all the gravity is, right?
Say that again?
We're here on the Earth where all the gravity is, right?
Yep.
And and we have the phenomena in the natural world that we're going to observe, like Newton did with the fucking apple.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's a phenomena that happens in the natural world because we're doing natural science or trying to.
And we want to figure out why that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, Jedi.
Oh, he's getting there.
Why does it happen?
Well, you tell me, mate. This is your assertion of gravity.
We did tell you, but you don't believe us. So I need your counter argument.
But you haven't given me an experiment yet.
What do you mean? Like something you physically see with your eyes? I don't know what kind of proof, level of proof you need.
Experiment is an experiment.
Should I go to your house and show you?
Something.
Is that what I need to do?
Excuse me. Why are you being belligerent? I'm actually trying to help you. But if you don't want me to help you, I'll shut up. If you're going to be a cunt about it.
Oh, yeah. I'll need to calm down. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you do. So natural science based on hypothesis. Hypotheses have got two variables in them: the phenomena that you observe and your prediction of cause. So what's the phenomena that you observe?
I guess the apple fell.
Okay. And your prediction of cause of apple fell is?
Gravity.
Cool. So how are you going to vary and manipulate gravity in your experiment to make the apple fall?
Go somewhere where gravity doesn't exist, or it's weaker at least, I guess.
Okay, so you're going to go to the vacuum of space, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You've got a problem there already if you're going to be speaking about...
What is that problem?
Sorry, say that again?
What is that problem?
Why is that a problem? Because gas expands.
Gas expands?
Yes.
Are we a gas?
No, we're breathing gas.
So we can go out there?
But we're breathing gas.
We can't supply ourselves with oxygen?
And the very vacuum of space can't exist because we're breathing gas, and you hope to get there through a non-closed system. That means the gas will be in the available space because gas expands. Entropy,
you can't hold oxygen inside a container?
Yes, you definitely can hold oxygen inside a container. I'm talking about the atmosphere of the Earth that is uncontained from the vacuum of space. So according to that open system, entropy will increase. The gas will fill the space.
Unless there's gravity.
Okay, so you need to prove this then, don't you?
Like me showing you, like with your eyes? Or what do you mean? What kind of proof do you need?
It's like, we've been doing this 10 minutes already, a scientific experiment based on a hypothesis.
Okay. Can you give me... I want to give you an article, but I think you're just going to say, yeah, that's not reliable. So I want you to give me an example of what a reliable article looks like.
A reliable article?
Yeah.
I just want a fucking hypothesis, dude. And you're failing to give me one at the moment. Maybe you should go and try and find...
But you just said you wanted proof.
Yes, an experiment. Science.
An experiment. And what does that mean? Seeing with your eyes or...
No.
I'm confused.
An experiment is where you vary, based on your hypothesis, where you, the researcher, varies and manipulate what you think the cause is to make the phenomena happen, like I did with heat and water evaporation.
Okay, so you want me to like conduct a lab experiment with this?
No, I want you to go and get the lab experiment that you believe prove gravity, if you think there is not one that exists.
Where, on the internet?
Any fucking where, sunshine. You believe in this stuff, so you must have a belief based on an experiment.
I can, but you will disregard it. Why?
Don't tell me what I'm going to do. Don't try to understand what might happen in the future. I just want you to, because you believe this, right? Then there should be an experiment that proved it to you, I would have hoped.
Yes, but I've seen it happen here again and again. People have given articles, and every time...
I don't want an article. I want an experiment based on a hypothesis.
Don't some articles contain descriptions of experiments?
Just go and get that then. If you're going to get me a hypothesis and an experiment, I'd love to see it.
Okay, let me go look for it.
Okay, good luck. Sorry, just to be clear, what do you think gravity is before you go?
Gravity is the force that pulls an object towards the center of another object.
So mass attracting mass?
Yes.
Okay, that was superseded in 1915. You know that, right? Einstein? General relativity?
1950.
Yeah, Albert Einstein.
Gravity. Yeah, let me go look that up.
Okay. He's called Einstein. You might have heard of him.
I think I have.
Cool. Well, he superseded mass attracting mass through his bending and warping space-time fabric.
Yeah, doesn't that result in mass attracting mass?
No, mass does not attract mass in Einstein's idea. Mass displaces space-time.
Do you believe in that whole space-time thing?
Well, no, it's a concept, dude. It's mathematical. It's not scientific.
Then why are you bringing it up if it's not scientific?
Because neither's the one that you're talking about. That's why they supersede it for a mathematical construct.
Oh,
the end of this road is you won't find anything to back your claim about gravity. Not a scientific experiment, anyway.
Okay. No, yeah, I'll have to research more about like articles that I think would make sense for you, I guess.
Okay.
I'll need to look into that. But yeah, thanks for the conversation.
No problem.
Oh, but in the meantime, would you be able to find any experiment that, shows why objects go down?
Do all objects go down?
Yeah.
No, gas expands.
Okay. Okay, like liquid. Let's stick with liquid water then. Why does it go down?
I don't know, because it's denser than the medium of the atmosphere, I guess.
Shouldn't you research that then? Why?
All I can do is change the relationship between the medium and the object. That's all I can do. That's all any scientist can do. You can't manipulate gravity to make things go up and down. You can just change the object to medium relationship.
Yeah, you can't. Okay.
So,
No, yeah,
for example,
I was going to ask another question, but it's going to go in a circle like this. Yeah.
I guess. That's up to you, though.
All right. Thanks.
Okay.
He'll be on his computer the next 2 hours desperately looking for that experiment, Jedi.
I might come back next week, actually. I'm going to go do something else soon.
Well, good luck finding that experiment. We'll be looking forward to it. Doesn't exist. Spoiler alert. Anyway, anybody else? Who's next?
Jay Reezy is next.
Jay Reezy, why do you think you live on a ball? Go ahead.
Oh, because I've done the test and I've proven it.
Congratulations. Share that test with us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test with my total station. Proven it.
Who wants this, guys? I can't do it.
I mean, you asked me. I mean, that's the. I mean, which experiment have you done?
I don't have time. I'm babysitting.
What experiment did you do to prove the Earth is flat? What experiment did you?
Somebody else is going to talk to you. Is all I'm.
To refute my experiment. What did you do to refute my experiment?
I'll tell you real quick. Back in 2015, me and a buddy went to a lake here in Kentucky, and over 8.5 mile stretch, I saw a mirror flash at 3 feet above water. There's no curve in of water.
That's not an experiment. Sorry, doesn't count.
I'll concede that it was an observation, but the water doesn't curve.
Okay. I did an actual experiment, so you didn't do an observation. So your observation doesn't trump my experiment. So what else you got?
Good luck to you, man. Keep on believing. Someone else will address you now. Thank you.
You did an experiment, Jay Reese?
Yeah, I've talked about this countless times. Like you know which experiment I'm talking about. You know the end.
What was the hypothesis for it?
Went over all this with you countless times.
What was the hypothesis? I just don't recall.
The hypothesis is that as you increase the distance between 2 points, the reciprocal zenith angle will increase from 180 degrees and continue to increase. That's the hypothesis.
Yeah, okay. Observed phenomenon, increase of angle, suppose cause, distance from angle.
No, that's, I mean, the cause is the shape of the Earth, not the distance.
Wait, so you manipulated the shape of the Earth then?
No, that you manipulate the distance, and because the Earth is spherical, as you increase the distance.
Now you're adding too many things there. So you varied and manipulated what? Was it the Earth or the distance?
Between the points, I keep saying this over again, is that...
Yeah, I just need to know if you varied and manipulated the Earth or the distance.
The distance between the points. You only want one. You only want one variable when you do an experiment.
Well, then you've got an angle, suppose cause, distance. Okay.
No. The cause
isn't sorry, that's not a valid experiment for a shape. I'm just going to bin this one. What do you have other than that?
So, again, the cause is the shape of the Earth.
You just told me it's the distance, so I'm just going to bin this one. That's not a valid experiment for a shape. Not that there would be such a thing anyway.
Okay, so you tell me what's a valid experiment to determine the shape of the Earth.
Well, it's a category error, you dummy. That was the point of those leading questions, was to demonstrate that.
So you don't have any experiments? You can't think of any?
It's a category error, so the answer would be
what's the category error in a question? What's the category error in a question?
For testing cause and effect relationships to what shape is this? That's what. I'll be right back. I got to do something.
Yeah, I bet you do. So, what experiments can we do to determine the shape that we live on? I mean, it should be possible. Does any flat earthers got anything?
You can't science a shape. You can't science a shape.
Come up with something. What do you guys got?
I've got something that's not an actual experiment, but you and a buddy could go and find an island like 10 miles off the coast and do a mirror flash sequence. And
do a what?
Use whatever equipment
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. You said do a what?
Well, you can't really use a mirror. You need to clearly show the 66-foot drop in elevation between point A and point B, between you and the buddy on the island. There should be 66-foot drop over distance. So that should be easy to show. Go ahead and do that.
Experiment to show the flat Earth is to show a 66-foot drop in between 2 points?
I'm just, at this point, I'm just anybody that has any way of showing that minimal amount of the curvature that should be there. And it should be easy to show. None of us would exist 10 years later if that was actually there.
So do you accept
finding that? Okay.
So, would you accept then the fact that you would have to, use the one level in the one area and not use a different level in a different area? Because if you're trying to find this drop, then you're accepting the fact that the Earth is a globe just for the sake of the experiment, which means that level would not be the same in two different places. So, do you accept that? Because if you're going to do an internal critique of the shape of the Earth, you can't just pick and choose which things that you want to keep, meaning that, if you're saying, okay, if the Earth is curved, then level in one area is not level in the other area, right? They're not parallel with each other.
You're saying anything.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you want to do an internal critique of the Earth, shape of the Earth. So if you're doing an internal critique, you have to accept some certain facts of reality. So because of the shape of the Earth, if you're doing an internal critique, you have to accept the fact that level is not parallel with level in two different locations. You have to accept that.
No, sir. All you just said makes no sense. Does anybody else want to engage this guy?
I understand it. Again, instead of trying to just experiment to prove that the Earth is flat.
Only thing I was talking about was doing an observation to prove that the curvature that has to be there actually, in reality, is not there.
Well, what if we're wrong? Okay, what if we're wrong about the size of the Earth? What if we're wrong about the size of the Earth, and in fact is much bigger than we say?
Then everything else is wrong.
And then everything else is wrong. Great. So let's throw out the whole globe Earth thing or whatever. And what is your experiment?
Orbital mechanics, everything. It's all gone, man. Kaput in the bin.
So
look
what is
inside
your
chat for an experiment. There's an experiment inside chat.
There's an experiment inside chat?
Yes, posted in the image.
Posted an image. I'm not seeing an experiment.
It has to do with the geometric horizon and being able to see farther than what would be included by the horizon.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing an experiment. I'm seeing an observation, not an experiment.
You want, by experiment, you mean you want all the steps laid out for you?
I mean, I want the basically I want the scientific method that you're doing, the independent variable, the dependent variable, everything that you guys complain about, like my experiment or any of the Glober's experiments. I want you to use that same level of critique against your experiment.
All right, so the hypothesis was that if the Earth was curved, then you wouldn't be able to see past the geometric horizon?
No. The hypothesis doesn't have to do with the curve of the Earth. We're trying to prove the flat Earth. So
there's a category error here, boys.
So we're trying to prove the flat Earth. So what's your experiment to prove the flat Earth? So I don't want to hear anything about it.
If the Earth is flat, then you should be able to see objects far in the distance without limitation, as opposed to what would be seen on a curved Earth.
There was limitation. I agree. There was limitations. I agree. See, I agree with you. There should be no limitation except for except for actual atmosphere and there should be any limitation to how far we can see if the Earth was flat, except for the actual haze of the atmosphere. I agree with you. So why can't we do that? Is the question then?
We can.
Because the Earth is curved. No, we can't. In order to see further, we have to increase our elevation, and that makes sense on a sphere, not on a flat Earth.
No, that's just perspective. When you go up, the perspective, shrinking of distant objects becomes less relevant.
You just said on a flat Earth there would be no limitations to how far we can see. If something is just at a higher elevation than you, then you would be able to see it because it's higher than you. So there would be no limitations.
Yeah, I agree.
You said it yourself. Okay, so
I didn't say limitation. I just meant
why can't we do that?
Visually looks smaller.
So why can't we do that?
I'm saying we can.
I'm saying, but you can't.
Right at the start, you said other than the haze of the Earth. So how can we do the experiment without the haze of the Earth?
We have to get a limiting telescopes.
No, I mean, so we can look at the fact that so the conditions of the haze or whatever is the same when you look, and then you increase your elevation and all of a sudden you can see further. So therefore we're not changing the haze of the Earth, and yet we're changing the elevation of we are, and we can see further. So there the independent variable is the elevation you are, and the dependent variable is the haze of the Earth, because you're not changing that. And yet you can still see further. And yet you can still see further when you increase your elevation. So again, the other guy was saying that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth, because on a flat Earth you should be able to see that far no matter what.
You can still see more on a flat surface if you raise your elevation. We all know that.
I want to talk to Cupcake.
We all know that, yeah.
I want to talk to Cupcake.
Yeah. If you want me to,
Cupcake was onto something. He's saying there should be no limitation to how far.
Okay. Let me define no limitation. As in, if you were to zoom in enough, you would still be able to see it. But the problem is, if you don't have zooming in technology, then things far away will appear smaller.
Okay, so are you saying that we don't have telescopes or advanced telescopes?
I'm saying. No, I just wanted to make sure I was categorizing my point correctly.
Right. So, like, if I were to take a telescope that could, like, look like that can zoom in on the moon, whatever the moon may be, where, like, really, 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 like, big under my telescope, I should be able to use that same telescope to see as far as possible on the Earth. Also, like, I should be able to zoom
assuming no fog or haze. Yeah, assuming no occluding particles.
Yeah. Except that doesn't happen.
Why?
I think it does.
No, it doesn't. Literally, the furthest photograph ever taken had to be taken at an extremely high elevation, and also another object at an extremely high elevation. It had
it's bumpy, not flat. It's bumpy.
So what was the picture taken on? And how far was the distance?
I think it was done in France or something. It was like some mountain. 60,000 miles, or I don't know. It was something crazy. It was a crazy far distance. But the only thing that he could see was another mountain at an extremely high elevation. Not like, and that just doesn't make sense. As Cupcake said, there should be no limitation to how far we can see. So on Mount Everest, if we had the strongest telescope if we had the strongest telescope on Mount Everest, we should be able to see the entirety of the Earth, as long as we had a strong enough telescope.
And based on the globe, you should be able to see the back of your own head.
No.
Yes, that's because of refraction, sir.
That's not how the globe.
No. Because I'm sorry, but you're just wrong, because the globe does not say that level of refraction actually exists due to the atmosphere. So you're just
bullshit. Every second one of you comes out with Pontchartrain pictures and says that they can see it. If based off that, you would look at the back of your head.
No, the heliocentric model does not accept that view.
Hold on, you're kind of contradicting yourself here, Jay Reezy, because you said that refraction doesn't exist. Yes, but does that telescope that you're talking about exist?
Yeah, there's a Hubble telescope that can.
Yeah, you don't have a telescope that can see across the entire Earth, sir.
There are what magnification of a telescope are you requiring?
You said if we had a strong enough telescope.
What magnification of a telescope?
That's what I'm contending here. You said an if statement there.
Yeah. So do you want me to look up like different telescopes that you can buy? Like what's your price range? What can you work with? What can you afford?
You prefaced with if.
I'll find you a telescope and I'll tell you the zoom on it. Just give me your price range, because I don't want to make it impossible.
It's redundant.
No, I'm not trying to make fun of like how much money you have. I'm honestly just saying like around what price range.
$1,000. I gave you the price. $1,000.
$1,000? Okay, so let me look up some $1,000 telescopes and like give you the magnification on them, and then we can figure this out, because we can use that magnification to say like how far you could see, and like we can do this. It's not a hard experiment. So I'll be right back.
Yeah, but G Reese, do you know that the flat is not a shape? So whatever the shape the globe is, it could be a flat globe, if that makes sense.
Oh my God, you seriously don't want to do that, because I'm just going to ask you, okay, flat's not a shape, so what shape do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, they don't know. Dumbass.
What do you mean? Yes, we do. Like, I mean, are you just trying to change topics? I feel like you're just trying to change topics to get away from this thing. So I don't know if I'm going to even like.
I'm just trying to there's some miscommunication going on here.
I feel like you're just trying to change topics to get away from this whole conundrum that Cupcake put himself in. Because now I'm going to find him a telescope. I'm going to tell him to zoom, and then if the zoom is like this or whatever, then we can see like, okay, so if you can see like a couple miles,
so you're just going to remove all of the air?
You can see like 10,000 times. You should be able to see 30,000 miles away from you.
Yeah, assuming there's no air.
I'm not going to fall for your bait right now. I'm just going to look at this telescope within a price range.
What about the haze that you mentioned? What about the haze you mentioned?
You can breathe for a second. That'd be awesome. Now, one thing I was listening to earlier, when I think it was Cupcake said something about he'd be able to see a long way. I think there was something on the end of that, something to do with particulates and shit in the air. Probably missed that bit, Jay Roosie. You might want to listen a bit more.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Yeah, you can see forever as long as you can see through moisture and dust and other shit floating around. It's all great.
Yeah. If it's a foggy day, we better pack her up and try the next day.
Yeah, world's greatest telescope. Fog. Oh dear. Anyways, how we all been?
I'm good.
Why don't you just have breakfast in bed?
Good, Matrix.
Wait, does fog appear in the ocean?
Not in the ocean.
Like on the ocean, you know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
That's news to me.
You never been outside?
I've never been in the middle of the ocean.
You don't have to be in the middle of the fucking ocean to see that.
Yes, you do. Otherwise, how are you going to see it?
The coastline?
Nah, that's too scary, bro. I ain't going to the coastline.
You never been to the beach?
Nah, no way. I'm not going to drown to death.
Oh, so you've never been outside then?
You can't swim?
I have touched grass.
I mean, saltwater, you're like buoyant, right?
Did you just say you can survive salt water, hurricanes, storms?
Is that what I said? Hurricanes?
Pretty much. If you're buoyant, you can survive anything, right?
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Did those words come out of my mouth, or are you having like a...
So what G. Reese was saying was that if you have a good enough telescope, you can see 30,000 miles. I think that's what he said.
And why is 30,000 miles? Where do you get
I
this
think
from?
based off the budget that we gave him, $1,000. So he found a telescope that's worth $1,000.
Uh-huh.
That's proving, that's making the claim that you can see 30,000 feet.
You think you're going to get a telescope that can zoom in 30,000 miles for $1,000? You think you're going to get for that price?
I don't know, maybe.
Crazy.
He could buy from the black market.
Why's it got to be?
And how is it going to remove all the dust particles and all the pollution in there, the haze, everything else?
Let's see.
With that telescope?
Let's see. Maybe.
Well, if it's
think
30,
a telescope can do that?
if it's 30,000, you can definitely see the back of your own head with that one. Then
Yeah, around the globe, if it is one.
all the way, it'll make it the whole way.
Add some refraction. Yeah.
That's the one thing I'm confused about. How can you see the back of your head in a globe?
It's easy. All you need is a very long, curved telescope to see a wrap around the globe.
No, but light travels in straight distance.
Well, then what's refraction?
Look at this. I'll show you. I'll give you a demonstration.
Shit came automatically. Well, then what's refraction?
You see that? Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see that picture that I posted?
You didn't post anything.
Yeah, I did. So, as you can see, that's a person with a telescope. And when
What is
he
that?
looks, that's a person with a telescope. And the arrow I'm pointing at is the direction he's looking through the telescope. How can it curve? How can it curve all the way around the globe?
Refraction. On your model, your type of refraction, you do that, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's how we can see beyond the physical horizon.
No, but a refraction wouldn't allow for the visibility to go all the way around in a circular.
Well, what do you mean? What's the endpoint number for refraction? What's the limit on it? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Well, then how can you say that? You have to tell us what the maximum limit of refraction is.
Well, I can tell you for sure that it doesn't go in a circle. That's all I can tell you. The fact that you think refraction is circular, and that there are each particle refracting the light to go all the way around to see the back of your head. That's admirable.
Globers have said that before in an argument with us, so we think that it's.
Who is this Glober? Because he's not a physicist like me.
Like you. Who the hell are you, man?
So then how? So then how can we see
that was not a Glober.
Further than the physical horizon?
Yeah, Rumpus is definitely.
Why is there such a thing as an observable horizon?
Because you can just observe it. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
So what about the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, 50 miles?
That's 50 miles. That's like nothing. I'm pretty sure in the heliocentric model, 50 miles doesn't even show curvature.
Oh my word!
Oh really? It's only like 400 feet or something. It's not that much.
Nah, do you know when curves start? When curvature starts? It starts at like probably like 200,000 miles.
It's 200,000 miles.
So this is day one for you.
This guy is making shit up.
I'm making shit up.
Yeah.
You don't know your globe.
Yeah. What's the rate?
I'm making shit up. You guys don't even know the shape of. You guys don't even know the shape of the Earth.
What's the size of the Earth?
You guys don't even know the shape of the Earth.
How are you going to get 200,000 off of the size of the Earth? What's the size of the Earth?
Flat is a concept, not a shape. By the way, so you guys don't even know the shape.
Stop running away from your claim about refraction.
No. You guys said I don't know anything. You guys said I don't know anything.
You're running away from what you said.
I'm not running away.
Excuse me. If you believe what you said, stand on it. Answer this question.
I am standing on it.
So, what was the distance then?
No,
200,000 miles.
I said 200,000 miles. Yeah.
Good. What's the radius of the Earth?
No. Answer my question. You guys said I don't know anything.
No.
I'll answer your question. No, I answered your question.
And stand on your fucking claim.
Answer my fucking claim. You said I don't know anything, but you guys don't even know the shape of the Earth. So how can you tell me that I don't know anything when you guys don't know anything?
Excuse me. You made a claim.
Okay, Jedi. Okay, I'll answer your question. I'll answer all your questions, Jedi. Answer this first.
Now.
Do you know the shape of the Earth?
No. You'll start by answering my questions now. You said curvature doesn't affect after 200,000 miles, which is a problem if you have a circumference of 24,000 miles. That's a rate of curvature. You did. That's a rate of curvature at 8 inches per mile squared.
Dude, why do you know this?
Because it's your claim, your ball.
I never made that claim.
It's the heliocentric claim of the radius of the Earth. You fool.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so you think the Earth's bigger?
Possibly. Yeah. The Earth could be bigger, yeah.
That's going to fuck up every single piece of mathematics that you've got to do with the ball and the solar system and gravity and everything else. If you say the ball that we're on is bigger.
Yeah, it could be bigger. Do you know that it's bigger?
No, I know that it lays horizontally, not curving.
Yeah, you know it lays horizontally, but you don't know the shape.
Do you understand that if it's bigger than what you are saying, or if that's what we're thinking, if it's bigger, then every other number and calculation and test is wrong.
Yeah.
Everything else is wrong.
Yeah. And you got a problem with that?
Oh,
NASA is lying to you. NASA comes up with this calculation, so you actually believe what they say? The Earth could be as big as you.
No, we test what they say.
Exactly, you test it.
Yes.
What? Where'd you come to the conclusion? You test it, and you say they're wrong, right?
Yes, because the water on the Earth lays
Exactly.
Excuse me, can you not interrupt what I'm talking, please? Thank you.
Now you interrupted me.
Shut up. So we test what they say, and when we measure the surface of the Earth, it lays horizontally. No curvature.
The Earth could be bigger, that's what I'm trying to say. You can't believe the mathematics that the NASA has.
Excuse me, with no curvature?
Yeah, there is curvature, but it's like hundreds of thousands of miles until you see the curvature.
Okay, so this is your own cosmology. You're just making this shit up. Have you got a measurement?
No, but I'm not believing what NASA says.
Okay, so have you got a measurement of this curvature over hundreds of thousands of miles?
No, I don't.
No, because you're just making shit up.
No, I'm not. How am I making shit up?
Oh, sorry, you're not making shit up. Okay, give me the measurements that you've taken then, if you're not making it up.
No, I'm not making up. It's 100,000 miles. That's why the concept. That's what the concept of
measurements that you've taken. Sorry, weak man. Can you give me the measurements that you've taken, please?
I'm basing this measurement of you, Jedi, of your flat model.
Okay, you said there was curvature. Where? And what measurements have you taken?
Have you done measurements? Have you done measurements to prove that the Earth is flat?
Me a question. You seem to be the type of weak man that doesn't want to stand in his claim for the third time in 10 minutes.
I am standing on my claim. To prove my claim, I have to answer you. I have to ask you questions.
I ain't your fucking friend. You've died on your own.
I never said I was your friend. I never said friend. I never said friend. This is what I mean. You need to listen, Jedi. You need to listen.
Excuse me. You've died on your own claim 3 times.
This guy is intoxicated.
I did not. Listen. You guys think that the Earth is flat.
Xanthan, are you drunk?
I'm not drunk, Jedi. Are you drunk?
Okay, fair enough. No problem.
Jedi, are you drunk?
No, dude, I'm just about to
prove it.
The 200,000 claim was based on how far refraction could go. But if
no, I never said that. That's your claim. I never mentioned refraction at all.
That's what it originated from. Where is the end point of refraction? How far can refraction go? You said about 200,000.
I never said that. I just said about the curvature.
That you haven't got a measurement for.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So you're just making shit up and pulling it out your ass.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Or if you're not, give me the measurements then.
I don't have the measurement.
So you're making it up then, based on no measurement.
But you guys make a lot of things up too.
Just answer the question. You're just making this up because you've got no measurements.
No, just because I don't have measurement does not mean I'm wrong.
Not wrong. Have you got anything to back your claim?
Listen, just because my measurement.
Just answer the question.
Why are you interrupting? This guy is interrupting me. Just not letting me finish.
Yeah, I know, because you're not answering the question. You're trying to deflect and run away from your own claim. It's like, seriously, dude.
I just said I don't have the measurement. Dude, how many times do I have to answer your question?
So, Xanthan, if you don't have the measurement, how can you make a claim of any number?
It doesn't mean my claim is wrong just because I don't have measurements.
A measurement, how can you make a claim of any number? See, we
don't need to have measurement to make a claim.
No number.
I don't need a measurement to have a claim.
So you're pulling shit out of your ass, like Jedi said.
No. You guys are putting shit out of your ass for saying the Earth is flat. You guys.
Yep.
Oh, but we've got measurement. Oh, no, that's just...
Oh, wow.
What's your measurement? You just made a claim you have measurement.
Yeah, it's flat.
No, Jedi made a claim. Jedi made a claim he has measurement. Jedi, prove it right now.
I still haven't got the number out of you yet. You're not in a position to ask questions.
Deflecting, running away.
Yeah, I'm not running away. I'm going to stand here and slap that shit on you. Now, you were asked a question. Where did you get your bullshit numbers from? You were the one running away. Now, be a man. Just say, I'm sorry, I was pulling shit out of my ass, or I was just having a laugh, or I was taking the piss. I don't care. Just tell us where you got your stupid numbers from.
When I make a claim, I don't need a measurement. That's
you did
fact.
make a claim.
Yeah, I did make a claim, but I don't need a measurement to prove my claim.
Hold on. If you make a claim, how are you going to demonstrate this claim of a rate of change of slope without measurements of the rate of change of slope?
Can you do the measurement for me?
No, this is your fucking claim, you idiot. Now,
but that doesn't mean my claim is wrong. That doesn't mean my claim is wrong.
Sorry, could you prove your claim?
I can prove it, but I just haven't measured it.
Okay, so how are you going to prove it?
By measuring it.
Oh, good. But you haven't measured it.
Yeah, but I haven't measured it.
Okay, so your claim is baseless then?
No, my claim is still not
your
wrong.
Your claim is baseless. Your claim is
No,
baseless.
it's not. It's not baseless.
It is. Maybe you
it
don't
can't be
understand
proven.
logic.
No. I can't prove my claim.
No, but we know you can't.
Yes, I can. I just need to measure it.
Okay, so at the moment it's baseless until you prove it with measurements.
No, it's not baseless. I can't prove it.
You've got no measurements to back it up, so baseless until you prove it. And then it will be based on something. That will be the thing that you've measured. So at the moment, it's baseless.
I stand on my claim. I made a claim. I stand on business. That doesn't mean my claim is wrong.
Okay, but you haven't proven it, have you? Just to be clear, you haven't proven it, have you?
Oh, he's still muted, gentlemen.
Yeah, no worries. Don't know why we're entertaining the mess.
Oh, man. Crazy.
Which dumbass is next?
I'd like to go next. That Earth's round. I seen it on TV. I heard it on the radio.
I seen it out of the airplane. What you talking about?
Well, flat isn't a shape. Well, is round.
It has to be.
Why so quiet?
Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a volunteer. Hey, Roland, you got any proof of curvature?
No, I was just asking why so quiet. There's many folks here. Why is it quiet?
You heard it here, folks. Roland, no proof of curvature.
Conversation was just ended, so.
Oh, all right, fine. I am sad I missed out. I will wait.
Well, it wasn't that great. The conversation before that was, it's true because we have an accredited college. The other guy said it was true because he said so. So you didn't miss much.
Yeah, and Jay Reezy believes you should be able to see across the entire Earth if it's flat.
No, that's what Cupcake believes. Nice try, though.
That's what you believe.
That's no, that's not what I said. In fact, I like the other person was trying to say like, oh, freaking, don't you know about like the haze of the atmosphere, like blah blah blah. I was the one that brought that up to fucking help him to begin with. So like, it's like
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it was me. It was literally.
I have a question.
I was the one that brought it up.
Is the Earth as flat as your head, mate?
Hey, let's talk to the new guy. Yeah,
is the Earth as flat as your head, you stupid nog?
Wow.
I'll drip and flip. I'll kill you, bro. You're dead. You're done. Slaughtered.
Oh, wow. That proves it, right?
Bye-bye, boy. For once, me and Larry agree.
Gang.
That dude came in here like gang.
Cupcake,
But he violated 2S in 2 seconds.
Cupcake, will you admit, like, to everyone that I was the one that said, like, as long as, like, you have clear, like, less haze, like, I was the one that brought that up in the conversation. Can you be actually?
I was the one who brought that up. You're the one pretending like.
All right, so you're gonna be That's what I thought. I had hope for you, Cupcake, because I never talked to you before, but clearly...
No, you're the one who thought you could just see forever if you got a good enough.
No, I said as long as despite the atmosphere and the haze and everything. I was the one that initially brought that up.
You created a straw man.
You don't even have the honesty. You don't even have the honesty to fucking say that. Like, Jesus fucking Christ!
No,
it's so sad.
The whole time you pretended like it wasn't even a thing to make your whole side of the argument even work.
That is not.
You're thinking Larry down when there's including objects.
There's no point in having a conversation that that can't even be intellectually honest. Like, it's just
okay.
It's
So
sad.
Larry,
the whole time you're pretending like it wasn't
Larry. Give the newcomers a summary of this shit show. You're the only one I trust. What the fuck?
I mean, no, because Larry's also intellectually dishonest. Because I had a conversation with him like months and months ago.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said Larry, not Jay Reese.
I said Larry's the only one I trust. Give me a summary of this shit show. That's all I asked.
Yeah, I don't know what these guys are talking about. I just know that someone just questioned my integrity, so I'm curious how I was dishonest, and I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be the case that I was dishonest, but that doesn't really matter.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can bring it up because, you're the only one that I've ever seen with an icon of the Cooper shell saying "I am Larry," and I remember this conversation distinctly with you. We were talking about the geography of the Earth and how whether or not United States is west or east of Japan, and whether or not Japan is east or west of Europe or Russia, and whether or not Europe is east or west of United States. And then we were figuring out how to connect all these things. And then you were saying I imagine it as cylindrical or whatever. So because I was trying to ask you about the shape of the Earth, and then I asked you about that later on. Then I asked you about that later on, and you were like, "No, I never said that. I never said those things." Blah blah blah. So that's what I was saying. Where you're not intellectually honest.
If you think the Earth is flat, you're just special needs.
Okay, what evidence do you have that it's a globe?
Yes.
Okay, so for example,
what evidence did you bring? Skippity boppity.
Yo.
Yeah, what evidence did you bring for the globe?
I'm playing Minecraft right now.
That sounds like pretty solid evidence.
It's weak.
You can't walk and chew gum at the same time?
I can run and chew gum at the same time.
Alright, you don't have any evidence for a globe Earth. Okay, got it. Just a deranged belief that you have, like a zealot. Okay, fine.
Okay. Yep, I'm a sheep. Bah!
The fuck?
I think I'm a well-known glober, and I just want to say, no honest glober would say I'm playing Minecraft. No way.
Roll Tide.
That wouldn't happen.
Roll Tide.
That's so sad. I'm playing Minecraft, but I accidentally ended up here.
Did Roland said he's an honest glober?
I said
I have my doubts about that.
I tried
you are the worst.
Glober. Yes.
Yes, you are the worst. You are one of the worst. Yes. I agree.
But not as bad as the guy that accidentally ended up here while he was playing Minecraft. I'm not that bad.
Let's test this claim. Skippity boppity. Prior to coming into this panel, have you ever heard of rolling my boulder before?
No. What are your thoughts on the Emu War?
Oh, I don't really care.
Are you sure?
I have a question for what's his name? Skibbity Poppy?
Can you read? I don't know.
No, it's too many consonants. It's awkward. But I do have a question.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to answer quick so that nobody thinks you Googled it.
I'm literally playing Minecraft. Why would I Google anything, bruh?
Okay. Were the creepers a mistake?
Yes.
How can the creepers be a mistake if they were coded into the game? The makers of the game made a code, and that code played. It was for an intent, a purpose. How can it be a mistake?
Because it was.
God, so the coder of the game made a mistake, and creepers came about.
Yep.
Jimsy, half these people in here were a freaking mistake.
Yeah, I like that Australian guy.
I get it.
And he called us special needs. Okay.
You are special needs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You wrecked them, Jimsy. You fucking owned. Jimsy nailed it. I mean, why would the mistake have been coded in if for any other reason than on purpose?
Because it's a conspiracy, just like the Earth being flat.
You said it was a mistake, but it was not a mistake.
Yes, it was.
Must be pretty easy.
No, it wasn't.
Everything that you didn't learn in school, you can just dismiss as a conspiracy. Like, you don't have to do any like critical thinking about it. You can just like play Minecraft and like avoid reality.
Yeah.
But he plays Minecraft without even knowing what he plays.
Okay.
No, it's not okay.
For the second time, and I hope last, I'm with Jimsy.
Who is Jimsy?
Minecraft is a globe landscape, right? It curves. I've never played it. Or is it flat?
Huh? I didn't hear you. Wasn't paying
I think it
attention.
started out flat, but I think they added curvature later on with one of the updates.
Yeah, well, how big is the Minecraft map? Like 200,000 squares or so?
What about
I'm not playing regular Minecraft. So
Can you see to the other side?
Oh, dude, he's playing not regular Minecraft. It's modded.
No, I'm playing Hypixel.
It's modded to be flat. Oh my god.
I mean, if it's flat, you could probably see all the way to the end, right? To the other
I think it'd be great if someone had a modded No Man's Sky and every planet was flat.
Like protoplanets, like just discs in space.
You didn't say planet. Surely not.
Hey, why don't you look up protoplanets and show me the discs in space that you guys actually believe in?
Why
you guys
do
know that you believe in discs
you
in
guys,
space, right?
Larry? I don't say anything about what you believe. So how about you do me the same favor? Don't say you guys.
The mainstream. You're.
Stop. Stop. I'm not gonna put mainstream flat Earth on you. Don't put mainstream.
Okay, fair enough. Do you believe in protoplanets?
I've never heard that term until just now.
Okay, well look it up. And when you see the discs in space,
I'm not going to look it up.
Tells you about. And I'm not saying that's what's going on here, so don't quote me on that.
Well, hold on.
Man.
Okay, I will look it up if you are telling me that you believe in protoplanets.
No, I don't believe in that.
If you don't, then I'm not going to look it up.
No, I do not believe in protoplanets.
That's like if I said, "Hey, Larry, why don't you look up unicorns?" It's like it's a diversion. Like I don't believe in unicorns.
Okay, look.
I want you to look it up.
Look up flat Earth, but I don't believe it. Don't look it up.
Hold on. Larry is telling me to look up stuff Larry doesn't believe in, Why, Larry?
You don't have to look it up. Fine. Moving on.
Okay. Oof.
Some people do believe in protoplanets.
I'm not mad that you're not going to look it up or anything. Like, definitely not mad.
Larry, do you believe in protoplanets?
No.
Then stop saying protoplanets at least for 12 hours.
No. Okay, sure. As long as you give me $1 million in gold.
All right, done. It's transferred to you personally.
As soon as it arrives at my doorstep and I have to sign for it, I'll stop using it for 12 hours.
Oh, how about in the meantime, if we have a truce?
No. Payable and
You're going to keep saying protoplanet even though you don't believe in protoplanets. Can't define it. Can't acknowledge it.
Here and they say that we believe in like discs in
the
space.
Globers.
Yeah,
what's the best thing to flat earthers?
What?
Why do you group all people that think it's a globe into this superset of protoplanet believing people? Why can't they just think it's a globe without protoplanets?
Well, because people that tell them what to think.
Yeah, careful because everything you're about to say is going to apply to people that think the Earth is flat.
Well, it's technically the discussion that we're having. If you were in a pro-abortion versus anti-abortion, that's how you would divide people up. But we're in a flat Earth channel, so it's Globers, flat Earthers.
Protoplanets and abortions rather than just Glober flat. Protoplanet and abortion. All right. Larry, you have wandered too far. Too far, my friend.
I haven't wandered anywhere.
So the people you're talking about protoplanets and abortions. You have wandered.
I haven't talked about abortions.
They said you did.
Nobody in here.
No, I
talked about abortions.
I used it as a comparison. You're saying why do you have to make everybody either like a glober or a flat earther? Because it's a flat earth debate server. If you were in an an abortion server, it would be abortion versus anti-abortion.
No, not necessarily. I don't think. But
who gives a fuck, man?
Moreover, protoplanets? What do protoplanets have to do with whether it's flat or globe? That's bullshit. That's it. That's bullshit.
I've already told you because people come in here and because they...
People come in here.
Can you
people
let me
come in here
finish, bro?
saying so many things. No. People come in here.
Silence. People come in here and they think that we believe in discs that float in space. We don't actually believe in that shit. That's what they believe. They just don't know it yet. And as soon as they Google discs in space or protoplanets, they're going to find out like, oh, I'm the dumbass that believes in discs in space. But they won't say it like that. So they'll preserve, their own intellectual prowess, And they'll say, oh, actually, I'm the genius that believes whatever I'm told without looking into it and doing any kind of critical thinking.
Okay, I humored you. I shut up. I listened. You said we. And I just want to know, who is the we you speak for? Which subset of the flat earth folks do you say? Which do you mean by we? You said we.
None of us believe in discs in space.
I didn't ask that. I asked, which do you speak for? You said we.
I'm speaking for all flat earthers. If there's any
flat earthers, so anyone that
you
thinks,
believe in discs in space.
So you speak for anyone that thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Because none of them are going to be dumb enough to just Google something.
No, fair enough. You speak for them all.
That's what I believe. On that subject,
I'm going to. Wait. On that subject, so you don't speak for them. You speak for them on a.
Anybody else, man?
Subject. Well, hold on. What was that on that subject?
Anything but the subject, isn't he?
What did you mean? I speak for them on that subject.
Somebody else start arguing. These dudes are boring.
Right?
That was so cute. What a nice out. It's okay, Larry.
It's not an out.
It was a total
nobody believes in
embarrassing
this
for you.
Globers.
We all heard it. It was embarrassing for you. Carry on with somebody else.
Why do you sound like the Joker, bro? You sound like the Jonkler.
Wait.
Say why so serious. Say why so serious.
Why so serious?
But say it like slow.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait. Why so serious?
Whoa, are you Heath Ledger?
Thanks.
Well, let me do it again. Why so serious?
Dude, you suck.
Okay, now you're dragging it.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Why so serious?
You're dragging it.
Can we get back on topic?
Still?
You've been in this conversation for a while, Boulder. You got any evidence of curvature other than what your grandpappy heard on the radio back in 1969?
I do, but we were talking about why so serious.
Can you provide that evidence?
Why so serious?
Anything other than what you saw on TV?
Larry, why so serious?
Dude, I've had a great day. I'm not in a serious mood at all. So you keep projecting all these things on me like I'm embarrassed, or I'm serious. Like
embarrassed, he says. You have had a good day.
I have.
I think this is the first time I've heard Larry embarrassed. Anyway.
So you got any evidence of the globe, or are you just going to keep dancing around the elephant in the room?
Much. I have much evidence for the globe.
Go ahead. Right.
But that's not really the question. This is
It's the question of the room.
Hold on. Is this the 24/7 globe server? I don't think it is. Tell me your evidence of the flat, and let's really comb through it. You present a piece of evidence, and let me debunk it.
Sure. When I
go ahead, outside, Larry. This is the 24/7 flat Earth server, so give us.
So burden proof reversal, sure, I'll bite. So I go outside.
Revertant. It's the name of the server. 24/7
I
flat
said
Earther.
I would bite, and you're still talking. So you go outside, and you cannot witness or experience any curvature, axial rotation. The only thing that you experience, your senses are telling you that you live on a flat stationary plane. It's topographical plane, but it's a plane nonetheless.
Incorrect.
That's difficult for some people.
You're speaking for my senses, so I have to interrupt. I dispute that.
Okay,
if you speak for your own senses. Speak for your own senses.
Okay,
don't speak for mine.
Go ahead and tell us, why did you interrupt?
Sure. I go outside, and I do not see flat Earth. I see trees, hills, roads, buildings, houses.
Hills. Are you talking about topography?
All I'm telling you spoke for me. You said I go outside and experience flat Earth, and I don't. I see hills, trees, buildings, but nothing flat.
Do you experience
nothing looks flat?
Then?
I don't experience flat. This is the 24/7 flat Earth server. We're not really talking about.
You're going to avoid what you really believe, like for the rest of the night. Like you're not going to talk about it at all.
I'm just saying it doesn't look flat. Not flat. The flat claim is.
I'm sure we spoke about this before, Roland. It's easier to say flat than topographically stationary planar fucking realm.
Does it feel stationary, Roland?
I don't see what. Hold on, Matrix. I didn't catch all those words, but I don't
Exactly.
see those.
We
when I
know
walk
there's
outside
hills and
either.
stuff, Roland. There's hills,
Okay.
there's trees,
So I
there's
don't-
valleys,
so-
and rivers and shit across them. But guess what? We call it flat
doesn't
because it's
look
planar
flat.
in nature.
But
So
it
you're
doesn't
going to
look
the
flat.
extreme. Roland, you are just like the typical Bevites. Oh my god, there's a hill over there. That's not flat.
Hold on.
We know.
Hold on. I was just refuting the
Yeah,
claim
you're
that I
being a dick. That's
experience
what
it
you're
as
being.
flat.
Stop
Well,
it.
yeah. I don't experience it as flat.
Do you experience it as stationary?
Stationary, yeah. A stationary globe.
Okay, so you experience it as a globe. Can you tell us how?
Looks like one.
Does it? In your backyard? What kind of backyard do you got?
No,
Because my
pictures.
backyard, pictures.
I've been given pictures of the globe, but no pictures of flat.
So what if I
it's a
give you a
globe.
picture of me and Paris Hilton sitting down having dinner together? Would you just believe it if I said that it came from the government?
I would actually rather you stayed on topic and gave a picture of the flat Earth.
Well, I'm just
That would
saying,
be
how do you
awesome.
know a picture is like actually
I
real
just
or not?
want you
Because-
to stay on topic and give the picture.
Did you say pictures or did I just make that shit up in my head?
Yeah.
Did you say the word
Do you
pictures?
have a picture of the flat Earth?
Did you say the
Do
word
you
pictures,
have a picture?
Roland? Bro, I'm not
Do
a
you
cop.
have a
I'm not
picture of the
interrogating
flat
you
Earth?
because I'm
Earth is flat.
I'm not gonna.
So say it. Say, I have no picture of the flat Earth. Just say it. It's easy. I have no picture of the flat Earth. Easy to say.
Bro, we've taken lots of pictures with no coverage.
Okay, lay the pictures on me. Because the globe has.
So you just have to have
pictures
control of the
that can be flat.
conversation, don't you? Did you make a claim
Oh,
that
you
got
take it away.
pictures of curvature? Did you say that?
No, you're controlling the
No, you
conversation.
didn't say
So
that.
lay the pictures on us, bro.
Dude, you're such
You
a
have
wannabe
no
person.
pictures. No pictures of the flat
This dude is a clown dancing all over the place, like obviously not addressing the elephant in the room.
Which is that there
fucking
are no
trolls.
flat Earth pictures.
Every picture's of a flat Earth.
There are no pictures of the globe. You can't reproduce them. Not even Jeff Bezos or Richard Branson or any of those rich fuckers like Elon Musk can reproduce them.
I'm an astronaut. The Earth is round.
Prove it.
I just did.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You just said it, and that's proof, huh?
Yep.
That's what you Globers think proof is? Like, that's why you're in the place that you're in.
What?
A place of just believing everything that you're told. You don't know how to question authority. You don't know how to think.
Okay, but I'm D1.
I don't care if you're D2. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm better. That means the Earth is not flat. Done.
Prove it.
Didn't you say you were playing Minecraft?
Yep.
Isn't Minecraft like flat?
No.
Yes.
No.
If you go up high, there's curvature. I think they changed it.
But what does Minecraft have to do with anything? It's a game.
Yeah, we know that. It's like a model of reality, right?
No.
So they don't model Minecraft after reality.
He just told you it's not a game. It's a model of his reality.
His reality. He might be schizophrenic.
He just told you it's a model of his reality.
Do you see things, Larry? Like,
yeah.
You hear voices?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Oh, they saw it on TV. They think it's a globe. And they think I'm crazy because I believe my eyes and not what I see on TV, whereas they believe what they see on TV and not their eyes. So that makes me a crazy person.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Right, because I believe my eyes. You know how crazy that sounds?
Yeah, you're crazy.
Right, because I believe what I see and what my senses tell me.
Yep.
Whereas you deny your senses and reality and accept what another man has given you on a lie vision.
Yup.
And then you proudly say yup, like I don't.
Oh wait, I just figured it out. Are you married, Larry?
Yes.
I figured out you're muted.
What does that have to do with anything?
It's some low tier trolling right there.
Extremely low. They're not breaking my Zen though.
Yeah, I want to ask Roland, my boulder, how does he know there's pictures of a globe?
And this is where he does the okey doke and avoids your question. Is he scared or muted?
He's going for another beer, probably.
He could have fell asleep.
Oh, almost spilled it.
Me? I didn't fall asleep.
Hey, Roland.
Yeah, dude. So, I got.
Oh, go in, yeah.
Well,
I did.
I got a question for you. Okay. So, how do you know there's pictures of a globe?
I have been offered them.
Yeah. So.
I haven't been.
How do you know they're pictures? So, how do you know that those are pictures of a globe?
I haven't been offered any pictures of flat. So
what? That doesn't mean anything.
Offered pictures of one thing. Well, it kind of does.
So what? It doesn't mean anything. I can't draw any conclusions from your descriptive statements.
You asked me some questions. I have been offered.
I said, so much.
I've been offered pictures of a globe. I have not been offered any pictures of a flat.
Okay, so what if I offered you pictures of Bigfoot, but I don't offer you pictures of a snow leopard? What does that mean?
Nothing, because we're talking.
Does that mean snow leopards don't exist, but Bigfoot does?
Can you offer me a picture?
Well, no, listen. Yeah, every picture's of a flat Earth.
So
yeah, every picture. Yeah, so no. We're not just talking about flat Earth. So I'm running through your shit logic, right? So if I offer you pictures of Bigfoot,
shit logic,
don't offer you pictures of snow. Stop over talking me. So if I offer you pictures of Bigfoot, but I don't offer you pictures of snow leopards don't exist, but Bigfoot does. This is your logic, dude.
I'm not talking about.
This is your logic. This is fucking bad.
I'm not talking about that with you. I'm talking about Earth.
Yeah, but no, we're talking about your logic.
We're not.
We're talking about your logic,
Stop over-talking me. I didn't overtalk you. Stop over-talking me. I'm not.
Yeah, you're trying to make a red herring argument.
Talk about Earth. Don't make weak analogies that are red herring.
No, it's an exact analogy. It isn't a weak analogy. It's exact. Okay, what's the difference? So how is my analogy?
Don't use
my analogy different, Owen? How is my analogy different than yours? How is it not analogous? So how is it not analogous? How is it not analogous?
Speak to the topic. Don't use an analogy.
I am.
Don't use an analogy.
I'm speaking to your sophistry.
You don't use one.
I don't care. No. You don't get to make the rules, bro.
So we're not talking about Bigfoot anymore.
Yeah, no, we're talking about your logic. Bigfoot was an example. I could use any example, right? So I showed you a picture of a woman, but I didn't show you a picture of your mother, therefore your mother doesn't exist.
Yeah, you can use anything except flat Earth, because no flat Earth.
No, we have pictures of a flat Earth. You can go take one yourself. Go outside with a camera. Take a picture.
No, share your picture. You said we have them. Share it.
I did.
Yeah, you have them. Have you ever taken a picture of the outdoors?
Reification. Any picture taken is a picture.
No, you're using that word. Reification is making an abstract idea real. Okay, so you're using that wrong.
You just said any picture taken is a picture of the flat Earth, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, any picture of the Earth. Yeah.
And that is reification, my bro.
No.
Sorry, you don't like it.
Define what reification is.
You are making sort of a circular thing. The Earth is flat, therefore any picture of the Earth is a picture of the flat Earth.
It's not a reification.
That does sound circular, not gonna lie.
Well, you could say that it wasn't my argument. First of all, that wasn't
around the argument is crazy.
Yes, that's a circular argument, but he said it's a reification fallacy, which is something completely different.
It's also known as the fallacy of misplaced concretism, taking abstract things and giving them physicality. Reification. The map isn't the land, for example.
See, this is sophistry, and that's what I'm exposing. Rolling my boulders, epic sophistry, which is frickin' sad. And you never answered my questions.
I'm not a
The pictures that you have been offered of a globe.
By any definition.
You know they're real, dude.
By any definition, I'm not a sophist. Antagonistic to your point of view, yes. Sophist.
Do you know what a sophist means?
Yeah, basically in modern terms, you could use the word lawyer.
No. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Why are you in here? You're too fucking dumb to be in here.
You don't think a sophist is a lawyer?
A person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments. And when fallacious means logical fallacies.
So, sophists were folks that...
I just read you the definition.
You shouted over...
I read you the definition. I read you the definition. A person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments.
I'm going to give you the historical definition of a sophist, which was a paid educator in ancient Greece.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about that, though.
That's where the term
He
comes
said
from.
he read something, but I'm not sure he knows what a sophist actually is or
I
was.
just read you the definition.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's a modern interpretation.
Hey, Roland,
But,
if you don't like that definition, here's another one. Cambridge Online. A person who uses sophistry, clever but untrue arguments in order to deceive people.
You said a sophist is someone that uses sophistry. Come on.
The modern definition is different from the ancient definition. The modern definition is gained.
The sophist.
So this is a word concept fallacy. So all words, so it could be one word, but in different contexts, it means different things. We're not having a historical lecture. We're not talking about freaking what people in the past, different groups of people. We're talking about sophistry as in the action of debating that he's doing right here. He's using a particular tactic, using fallacious arguments because he thinks he's clever. Okay.
Just so common definition.
Stop firing up you guys' logical fallacies. It's called a word concept fallacy. So just because it's the same word, don't mean it means the same thing in all contexts.
Yeah, of course not. I'm just saying that's what he was probably going to say.
Well,
the sophists and the lawyers are very, very similar. The sophists would argue a point they didn't necessarily believe was true for money. Much like modern day lawyers will argue a point they don't necessarily believe is true for money. Sophists and lawyers, very, very much the same thing. And I'm neither a sophist nor a lawyer.
No, they're not the same thing. A lawyer's called a lawyer.
Very similar. Very, very similar.
Okay, you said the same. Now you changed the goalpost, which is what? What is that called? What's it called when you change the goalpost?
Sophistry.
Yeah.
You got it. It's called a moving, it's called a moving the goalpost fallacy. So you're following up the logical fallacies. So we pointed out all these logical fallacies that you used. So when I called you a sophist, because you're using fallacious arguments, you are proving me correct the more you talk.
Wait, sophists didn't use fallacious arguments. They just used arguments that didn't necessarily
You're doing a word concept fallacy. Sophist has more than one definition. In the definition I am using, the one that's relevant to what we're doing, debating, a person who reasons with clever but fallacious arguments. I'm not talking about a sophist in the historical sense, as in a group of people from ancient Greece. Obviously not, because we're not having a historical conversation about a historical topic, are we? No, we're not.
Give me a citation. Give me a citation. Give me a citation about this quote.
Okay, I'll give you the Oxford Dictionary.
You've nothing. You have no word concept fallacy. Oh, the words upset you. That's the fallacy.
What? Are you
a word concept fallacy? He said word concept fallacy.
A word concept fallacy is when you take a word, right, out of the concept and apply that word to mean one definition in all contexts. Okay?
Oh, like
Sophist has multiple definitions depending on the context that it's used in. And the context I'm using is in the style of debate, not in historical reference. You're using it as a historical reference. So that is a word concept fallacy.
So most flat earthers are doing a word.
Now you're going to talk about us.
They say level. Yeah, when you say level is a word concept fallacy.
No.
By your definition that you just stated.
What are you talking about?
Level. I'm talking about you. Level is a word concept fallacy.
I don't remember me talking about level.
Do you remember you talking about word concept fallacy?
Yeah, but I don't remember me talking about level.
Right, because that's where I used a thing that you said to talk about another thing.
No, because I didn't say
and they don't make any sense when you put them both together.
I didn't say anything about level. No. See, I didn't say anything about level, so you've imagined that maybe I might make some argument about level meaning flat, and I would use that as a word concept fallacy. But we're not there yet, because I didn't do that. I didn't mention the word level. We didn't talk about the word level. We're basically samurai sorting through your fucking fallacious bullshit. This shit work. I can only imagine. I know you're single, but if you had a girl, Jesus fucking Christ, she'd leave you almost immediately.
Good job, I killed her then.
This is like arguing with a woman. For real.
You guys hear the joke about the guy who was eating lunch and there was two people behind him arguing, and it was a couple of gay men, and he said that everything was like logically consistent and they were like problem solving and conflict resolution and making logical sense, and it was like the best argument he had ever heard, like they were actually working things out.
Sorry, I had to step away. I had to pee. Indio, I am back. Tell me more about your fallacious, flaccid.
Yeah, nah. Sorry, guys. I've had enough of that one. I'd rather have silence for 5 minutes.
It's the best the Glober's got. Sophistry. All they've ever had. Since day one. Are there any Globers in here that would like to make a logically consistent argument? If you dare.
I mean, it's hard to just to get a Glober that can actually make a logically sound statement in the first place about anything. It's like almost a requirement that they're irrational. At least when it comes to talking about this topic. I mean, how many of these dudes been in this topic for like half a decade, and they still can't steel man any flat Earth position? Not even one. That's just that tells me either they don't understand what we're talking about, or they haven't been paying attention the whole time. So like they're talking and they're just waiting for their turn to talk.
Well, give them credit. Like, if all your shit was based on logical fallacies, you know, they only got so much brain processing power. So when people like this know that they're being dishonest in their arguments, they have to focus on saying the right thing and posturing and peacocking and all that other stuff. They couldn't possibly focus on, like, being logically consistent. It's impossible. How could you be logically consistent when lying about something that isn't true?
Well, logic doesn't necessarily entail truth.
Agreed. But if you
can have a statement that's like logically valid, I forget which one it is, and not true.
How do they have images of star trails going different directions?
Are they going west to east in some areas?
Yeah, no. I'm not saying that. Like, I know stars go east to west all the time.
Okay, then what are you talking about?
So are they saying like they're just, say, facing south when they're taking the video as opposed to facing north?
So they turned around and the stars are actually going in the same direction, but you came in here and said that they go in opposite directions.
No, I'm saying, how do they have the images showing it?
Because the guy turned around. That's what you just said, facing north and facing south.
It's that simple? There's nothing else to it?
That's it. You're on the equator.
Yeah.
It's north.
You changed directions. That's the only thing that changed direction.
They have to. There's got to be more to it. It's not just that retarded, right?
It's that retarded. Globers have these arguments out there for other Globers to bring to us, like it's going to be like, oh, okay, everybody, shut it down. The stars go in opposite directions. They're so right. No more 24/7 flat Earth. We're going back to the globe. Back to I Love NASA. Everybody order your I Love NASA t-shirts.
So, like, that's all there is to it.
Yeah, the stars are all going east to west. And I've even heard Globers say, well, what about below the 33 degrees? Because I live in Texas on 33rd parallel, so Polaris is not directly overhead. Obviously, it's not at the equator either. It's about halfway in between. They say that the stars below it are actually going west to east. And I'm like, okay, well, if I'm standing in Siberia, like right now, looking up at those stars, are they going east or west? So I've had Globers say the stupidest shit about those stars going in opposite directions. And every time they say it, I'm like, this is so simple. How do y'all not understand this?
I like when they say the stars rotate. That's a good one. I've never seen a star rotate.
The correct word would be revolve around a center axis, right?
Well, I mean, technically, you'd have to do a 24-hour time lapse to see a star do it like a circle. Allegedly, if somebody actually did that, assuming that's what would happen. But like when you like the time lapses, what ends up happening is the star trail of a star overlaps the star trail of another star, and it looks like a circle, right? So you don't actually see circles in reality. They should actually, I don't think they would ever make circles. Because they say, right, so the constellations precess, so there's no way they would ever line up exactly into their own trail. They'd miss by a little bit every day. Every if you could do like say you could do a 365-day time lapse, right? After one day, it would like make almost a circle and then just miss. Right, its own where it started, and then the next day would just miss, and make a spiral graph across the sky. Should. If. It's a pretty big if, as they say. Even if they say the stars rotate, well, I thought the Earth was rotating. They forget that part.
It's the Freudian slip. You know, they've been told that all motion is relative, and that explains away the nature of this Earth being geocentric. Because they can say, well, actually, we don't know because all motion is relative. But sometimes, every once in a while, you get some people coming here and, you know, they think that there's absolute space in like the mainstream model, and they're in here quoting Newton because that's what the government told them.
Hey Larry, have you ever heard of, I think it's pronounced Gulf? Johannes Gulf, or Jonathan Gulf, or something like that?
I don't think so.
It's like I don't know what you would call him, autodidact, whatever. Self-trained, did everything, wrote novels, poems, science, languages, whatever, right? Did everything. But he did he came up with a theory of color that refuted Newton. I knew about this guy, and I've never really understood, I guess he's he's almost like Tesla, except for Tesla has actually gotten more publicity. He's known and widely recognized like a super genius. But not really in academia, because what he put out was basically what they would consider anti-science. He looked at science in a completely different way. He didn't look at the mathematical in the mathematical form of Newton, right? So it turns out that he did experiments with prisms like Newton did, but he didn't just do what Newton did, he went beyond it. So apparently, a shadow will create a rainbow of what they call complementary colors. A shadow. If you cast a light and a shadow on a prism, the shadow will cast a rainbow, but it's not like the regular rainbow that you see outside. It's a different color rainbow. It's like magenta, purple, and another color.
And fire can have a shadow. A flame can have a shadow.
Can it?
All it needs is a light source near it that's brighter than the flame itself.
Here, I'll post a diagram.
We'll come check it out.
So one of the reasons I bring it up, so I was watching this podcast and they brought this up, and what blew my mind is, so as soon as I hear the shadow thing, I'm thinking, well, why don't we see this during eclipses? They say the moon turns red because the sunlight scattering through the atmospheres. But why aren't we seeing if the atmosphere is acting like a refracting medium? Why aren't we seeing shadow cast like this, like at the edges of the so-called shadow, right? Why aren't we seeing this little rainbow thing of weird colors? And on top of that, what they said is that so in infrared, right? So if you take a prism and you shine white light on it, at the end of the spectrum, this is how infrared wavelength was discovered. Guy left the prism on the table and he left this thermometer accidentally in a part of the rainbow which you couldn't see, and the temperature went up. That's how they figured out infrared radiation generated heat. But apparently, if you use the opposite spectrum and you use this technique, it'll actually cool it off. Which made me think of the people that say moonlight is colder. Moonlight cools stuff off and sunlight warms things up. So that's very strange. Because this is accepted in science. They just don't accept it because there's no mathematics behind it. So you're not going to see it in a textbook, right? You're not going to see it. So they say that the purple doesn't actually exist as a color, that your brain creates a color purple. That it doesn't actually exist in nature, even though. So this is like the inverse colors of a rainbow, right? This orange, yellow, purple. It's the inverse colors of a rainbow, what they call complementary colors. And this is how they actually use this. These are the colors they use to actually. So you got your primary colors that, red, yellow, and blue, right? When you mix paint, you can make all the primary colors. It used to blow my mind because I don't know if any of you guys seen the old TVs, right? The RCAs, they have a little decal on it, and it would show red, blue, and green. Those are the primary colors for projected light, right? So with those three colors, you can make all the colors that we see with projected light. But if you mix paint, it isn't red, blue, green, it's red, blue, yellow. So this inverted rainbow, what they call the complementary or secondary colors, they were saying that it cools stuff off. This is just I'm just babbling. So, it's just something weird that I came across.
I've heard of cold lasers. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah. Yeah, there's laser cooling, but that's like you basically, according to them, right? You take the particle or the molecule, right, and you trap it, right? So I have a thermal motion, right? So say that thermal motion is say at 1,000 degrees, the thermal motion is a millimeter, right? So what you do is you shine a laser through at a millimeter and decrease its wavelength so that the thermal motion gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and you take that momentum out of the molecules, and that cools it off. Basically, you trap it within the phases, that the peaks of Like if you think of it as water waves, right? So it's like trapping it in between the wave, like trapping the molecules in the troughs of the waves, so that it takes the energy away from it. Whatever molecules, they do it with gases. They don't really do it with solids or liquid.
I seen this thing not too long ago, and these two guys were talking, and they were saying in science, when everything gets all mathematic, is because they have no other way to describe it, and they can't do it scientifically, so they just use math to describe sketchy things. That I was like hearing this, and I was like, man, this is good. I'm gonna see if I can find that video and post it for you guys.
Yeah, this is a YouTube channel. It's called the Demystified Podcast. And they're both like PhD physicists, husband and wife. But the people that they interview are what you would call non-heterodox, right? They're people that are like mainstream science doesn't like accept what they're saying. But these guys are both teaching university. They're both like, you know, they can sift through the bullshit. But they had this person on, and apparently they had some conference or something in California, and they had all these. But he brought up this. There's also apparently a book someone wrote, and they tested planting. I think they used corn or beans or something that grows fast. And they planted it, and they recorded like when they planted it according to the lunar cycle. Like if I planted on the first day of the new moon, how fast does the plant grow? If I plant it on the second day, how fast? Doing it, keeping everything else controlled, right? So apparently, certain plants, if you plant them at a certain time in the lunar or solar cycle, they'll grow faster or slower. They'll have taller or shorter, broader leaves, and apparently this lady, she wrote an entire freaking book of like 9 years of doing this research. It's pretty like, there's a lot of like good science out there that's just like, because it isn't like commercially viable or heavily mathematical, or the government isn't giving out, you know, wheelbarrows full of money to research it, that it just goes like under the radar.
That's really interesting. I did not know that. I would like to learn more about this.
Apparently the book is called, shit, hold on. What did they say the name of the book was? Hold on, I'll get the name.
It's okay. Take your time.
Alright, I found that video that I was looking for. There's the clip. If anybody wanted to watch the whole thing, let me know and I'll post the original video. Alright, I'm gonna look at what he was talking about.
Apparently, it's a book called Gardening by the Moon. Published by Karen Cottrell about 30 years ago.
Who else wants some of Debo?
Isn't that from Friday? Was that movie? Fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
No, what's that movie with Chris Tucker and Ice Cube?
Yeah, it's Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've seen it 10,000 times, dude, so literally 10,000 times. I stayed at my friend's house for like 3 weeks, and he had one of those boxes that was unlocked, right? So you get pay-per-view for nothing, and like that shit was on loop. We just fucking kept that on in the background forever. Getting stoned all day.
That's the one of the iconic lines in the movie when he was inviting that guy to like get his bike. Oh, you want your bike, homie? Come over here. It's right over here. And you know the guy's kind of like, he takes his, you know, like, all right, he's gonna give me my bike back, and he turns around and just like uppercuts him, makes him fly across him. He's like, "That's my bike, punk." That's funny, dude. It's just like the reaction of that. It's so funny. Because it's stupid. Like he was gonna get
launching, man. Fucking goes launching through the air, and they're like, "Damn!"
Yeah, you got knocked the fuck out. That's where we get that line from that QE always likes to say when people are in here and they don't have evidence for the globe. Shit, man, were you busy or what? I haven't seen you in like a week. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was wondering what's up with you, man. I thought you were tired.
Nah, I got my nose to the grindstone. Dude, I'm throwing some money at some cryptos and shit. Cause want to make some bread.
Did you get that Hawk Chua crypto, man?
Is that good?
No, it's not good. It's a joke, man.
Well,
you know, have you heard of that Hawk Chua girl? Have you heard of her?
No.
Are you out of the loop? Some dumb bitch. She was like on some like I don't know if we should tell you the story. So there was someone going around the clubs just like interviewing people outside, and they asked her some shit, and she was like, "Hawk Chua spit on that thing," and then somehow she got famous and flown out to a bunch of places, started a podcast. But she started like a coin, a scam coin, apparently, like 2 weeks ago, and it like, yeah, you know, it's a shit coin, pump and dump scheme.
Just kind of like the innuendo that she uses, right? Same thing?
Yeah, exactly. Freaking. It's just funny. I can't believe people are still falling for pump and dump crypto scams. Like, how is that even possible at this point?
It's a quick way to get a shit ton of money. Sometimes.
Yeah, but like, how are you not hip on like the pre-mining and all that bullshit? Like, how like at this point, like what, 5 years later? Like, how are you still falling for this shit?
Hey, speaking of which, I was gonna ask you a question because you're kind of knowledgeable about like technology and whatnot. Do you know what an ASIC miner is? Like,
yeah.
And I was thinking, why do they cost so damn much, dude? Why can't anybody just make it? Do they have like proprietary tech inside? Is that why?
No, it's because, well, I mean, if they were, this is the problem. So they have to design a chip. So, okay, so I'll give you an example. Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
So Bitcoin, it's hash, right? So it does proof of work, right? So it hashes the key to unlock a block, right? But that hashing is an operation. So it has to actually do the mathematics to spit out the hash. Because just like doing a random number just ain't gonna work. So it has to do the entire mathematical operation, right? So they used to do it in the GPU. But so it's coded in software and the GPU can run the mathematical operation. So what they figured out is we'll just make a custom chip that basically is the software is the chip, right? So the chip only does that one thing. They basically designed the chip to do that one mathematical operation and nothing fucking else. Okay. It was like, cool, great. Yeah, awesome. Well, the thing about chip manufacturing is you need volume to justify the expense of going to TSMC or what's the other one? UMTC. I think there's only 2 chip fabs. I mean, there's some chip fabs in China, I think, that make the ASICs. But it's very expensive, right? So you have to design the chip. That's expensive. So you need a freaking hardware guy to freaking make it. And then you make it on what's called an FPGA, which is basically I'm not going to get into it. But it's basically... It's basically you can design the chip in real time on a thing in Verilog and then run it, see if it works. And you go, okay, fine, it works. Our design works. Boom. Now we're going to tape it out. Boom. Now we take it and then we actually make the blueprint for actually designing the chip. We send that to the chip manufacturer. You have to make the mask, the sheet, the lithograph. Then they have to run the process. And you're like, okay, we made 1,000 freaking chips. How many chips do we get per wafer? What's our defect rate? Blah, blah, blah. And we're like, oh, we're fucking $50 million in the fucking hole. We haven't sold a single fucking chip yet. Okay, that's why they're so expensive. They charge you a fucking arm and a leg for having shit that they can't sell. It's the development cost. The development cost is very high to make a custom chip that only does one fucking function that isn't useful for anything else. Dude, they're like fucking $13,000 a fucking miner, dude. Like it's ridiculous. It's like, okay, my thing is though, why can't you just get parts and make your own, like DIY and shit?
Probably can. No. If you know how to program, but anyways. One is where you're
No. So that's why the miners are so fast, right? Because they're custom chips. Basically, they take the software and make it in hardware. Any piece of software can be turned into a piece of hardware. It's just expensive. You could literally make a GTA chip, and it would run Grand Theft Auto so fucking fast it wouldn't be funny. But the chip would be mad fucking expensive. So that's the point. The development cost is so high, they have to charge a lot for the miner to recoup the cost of development. We're talking multiple millions of dollars. It isn't cheap.
I know, but somebody that knows how to build circuits, why can't they just build a fucking ASIC miner specifically? The chip itself.
So
yeah, because
here's why,
chip, dude. Oh, go ahead.
The first chip costs $40 million. The second chip costs 12 cents, and the third one costs 12 cents, and the fourth one. So how do you sell something like that? And the answer is they have to guess at how many people are going to buy it and sort of spread out that $40 million on all the chips, even though the first one was the one that cost $40 million.
What market are they basing it off of? Because like the mining market is very niche.
Yeah, I mean, they have to guess at how many people are going to buy it.
At that preposterous, well, I mean, you got to take a look at like crypto and how people are aping in these days. Okay, but
and
that's
then you
fine.
got this problem with Bitcoin. Let me tell you what. So one of the problems with making ASICs for Bitcoin, I don't know if it's still a problem now. Back in the day when they first started making ASICs, was everybody jumps off of GPUs and they go to ASICs, so it's custom chip. Well, now because the difficulty adjusts itself, right? So a block is only solved once per every 10 minutes. right? Everybody starts mining ASICs, and the first people in, yeah, they're mining Bitcoin super fast. They're like, yay, right? And everybody else, oh, look how fast these guys are mining. I'm going to buy one too. But now by the time they get theirs, the difficulty's gone up, and their miner ain't worth the shit, right? So it's always playing this catch-up thing where you're trying to catch up.
It's like buying a fucking iPhone 12 and then you got the iPhone 16 right now. You're like, dude, I got outdated tech. The shit that I bought my iPhone 12 for was like $1,000. Now you get them for like $100, dude.
What you
know what I'm saying? And it's within the span of like what, a few years?
That's why you don't buy them brand new.
Or the other side of it with Butterfly Labs, what they did when the ASICs miners first come out, because I used to mine Bitcoin, they manufactured the miners, they set them up in their own labs to test them for a short while. And by the time I got sent my 5 gig miner, the, what are they up to, 1200s were getting released before I even got my 5 gig. And my 5 gig miner cost me 30 Bitcoin.
You didn't pay 30 Bitcoin, dude.
I'll tell you something now. I did pay 30 Bitcoin because I had 38 of them at the time. I gave the other 8 away because by the time they got it to me, so that just shows how cheap they were at the time. I started like real early into it. I'm kicking myself now that I didn't just say fuck it and keep the lot. But yeah, Butterfly Labs were ripping people off. They'd get the money for the miners. They'd use the miners first, because everything has to be tested, of course, and then they'd send the products out, and it took them 6 months to get the miner to me.
Yeah, I remember that, Matrix. He ain't lying. That's what they were doing. Like, so they basically had people. Like a scam, though. Yeah, it was a scam. They had people pre-order the miners. They took the money, made the ASICs, mined it themselves. Made it until the difficulty went up and the miners were useless, and then they gave people the pre-order. They're fucking assholes, dude.
Damn.
Yeah, damn.
No, but all right. I'm still trying to figure out. Like, say all this shit, it's correct the way it is now. Why can't we just fucking get the actual chip, put the housing together, put the electrical components like. The only thing that's expensive is the actual chip, right? That's the thing you're paying for, not the chip that houses the chip.
They do have, I think it's called Matt can correct you. Is it FPGA? Is that what it's called, Matt?
I don't remember either. Sorry.
It's basically like a programmable chip, right? So you can basically design the chip, and it only runs at something like 25 megahertz or something. But you can basically make any chip design. And it's hardware technically, but you can test out your designs on one of these. So you could, like you said, design a chip, right, on the fly, but it's not going to be fast.
Yeah, it's an arms race at this point. If you're not at the cutting edge of technology, you're falling behind.
All right. Let me put it to you this way. What would it take for an individual to get into that field? I understand what you're going to say, like school and all that. Not what I'm saying. The amount of ability to construct, something that would be able to run, like a chip. Is it like a company that needs to do this? Multiple people? Is it too far-fetched to say that an individual can actually think of doing something like that? Or, I mean, what are we working with here?
Well, it takes teams of people to design a chip, bro.
Right, and then manufacture it too.
So you're saying labor is what you're paying for, and
well, it's not just labor. You're paying for people with freaking advanced computer science degrees, but with a specialty in hardware engineering. So you're paying them fuckers a premium. They're getting like $250,000 per year, easy.
Golly, dude. What's the schooling for that? Masters?
Yeah, I mean,
probably.
You can get away with a master's, yeah. If you're good.
Is this like a tech school, or what are we?
No, not tech. I mean, I don't think so. Maybe a tech school in freaking China, but in America, that's college.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
What if I had a couple of gaming PCs and the electric was included in my rent? Would I be able to mine and actually make money?
Well, fucking electricity is a major cost, so if you could dump that onto somebody else, yeah.
How about solar? I think solar would work, Larry.
Fuck.
I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about this angle for quite some time, but it seems like the ASIC community is just like, if you don't have at least 7 Gs and above, you're not going to get anything worth value to like actually have that's going to mine you enough crypto that's going to make a difference. You know, we're talking about, you don't want to fucking mine $1 a day. Like you could fucking, you can go fucking do anything for that. You know that's.
Help, you ever been to casino?
Yeah.
You've been to casino, right? So there's always like a high roller slots that take like $500 a coin, right? So you can stick in fucking 3 $500 coins and pull the lever, right? Yeah. If you have enough money where you can stick $500 coins into a slot machine, because you're already so rich, pulling that lever doesn't even matter. Anyone that can play at that level of the game, like with that amount of money, they already got dough. They already got bread.
You don't need fucking money, yeah.
They're just like doing it for fun or something.
So, Alpha, to answer your question, people who are profitable at mining need to get electricity for something like 4 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour. And so it's probably less, or less than that now that. No, I mean more than that now that the price is higher. Although the economy is lower.
The economy's stressed out right now. But I understand that there's ways to actually do this and still be efficient. You know, I mean, even if I'm going to say it this way, even if you think that you're trying to save the planet and be green, like there's ways to keep the electricity to where you're actually getting a lower cost on. What
I heard Greenland was a place, or Iceland.
Yeah, they got
Iceland. Because they got geothermal, right? Plus, they have the cold air, so they can cool their equipment naturally, right? And they can
don't they have farms over there?
Energy in the form of geothermal.
Bitcoin farms are over there. There's a whole bunch of them, huh?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, I don't know personally, but I've heard there's a big setup going on in Iceland.
If you're just an individual, like maybe if you live in Arizona, put up a couple solar panels and mine Bitcoin when the sun's out, and then it might be profitable eventually.
Dude, I got it, Alpha.
What?
Fucking shoot Elon Musk a DM. Say, hey man, I want to send a Bitcoin miner into fucking orbit. We're going to downlink with your Starlink. We're going to have a 24 hours a day solar power because I'm not going to let the shadow of the earth fucking get in my way. Why would I do that? Right? So, see, there's your plan. Just go to space, man.
Wouldn't be packet transmission be an issue? Yeah, because the information would have to travel in order for it to reach.
Yeah, well, I mean, how are you going to have gas pressure without a container? See, that's your big fucking problem.
I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying.
Dude, I heard that Elon Musk had this scheme that if you send him Bitcoin, he'll double it and send it back to you.
That's bullshit.
I sent him 100 Bitcoins. I'm still waiting for them to come back, though.
I know you didn't do that, Matthew.
I know.
Fuck, if you did that, you would have probably walked off a cliff or something. Like, you know.
Dude,
especially
there's this. I have this video from 2010 where this guy says, "Here's how you buy Bitcoin with PayPal," and he says, "Okay, we're going to buy 10 Bitcoins, and they're 34 cents a piece." And then he buys it, and then he says, "Okay, it's $3.40 plus there's this fee," and so it's like $3.95, and then he shows 10 Bitcoins showing up in his wallet. January 2010.
I believe that because of the date.
Yep.
I didn't find about out until 2011, and I was like, who cares? Moving on. And I didn't look into it for like years.
Has anybody seen it right now? Larry, have you seen it right now? The price?
It's flirting with 100,000 again.
What?
Okay, now here's the other thing about that. They're talking about it actually going to 1 million. I am not shitting you, dude. They're saying 1 million.
You know, John McAfee said, this is like, he said if Bitcoin doesn't reach $1 million by the beginning of 2020, he'd eat his own dick on national television.
Was it 2020? I couldn't remember the date.
Yeah, that was like maybe it was 2019. But he said if it doesn't reach $1 million, he'd eat his dick on national television. Well, it didn't happen, and I was waiting for him to eat his dick on national television because that would have been fucking hilarious. But if Bitcoin reaches $1 million, then it'll have dollar parity. That's what I would consider dollar parity.
You mean the Satoshis will be 1 cent?
Yeah, so Satoshi would be, because it's divisible, right? So in one Bitcoin, there's 1 million Satoshis, right? So if it reaches $1 million, that means a Satoshi would be worth $1. Right?
$1. 1 cent, right?
Or 8 decimal places. Yeah, 1 cent.
So Satoshi cent parity may be coming.
That'd be great.
Now you guys need to buy more Doge. That's all.
I don't think Bitcoin is ever, at this point, it's not viable yet, man. I mean, it's just a speculative investment. I understand what y'all are doing, but dude, you still, like, if you can't buy toilet paper with it, then, like, what the fuck? If you can't buy milk, eggs, butter, cheese, pay your rent, fucking buy toilet paper, if you can't do, like, the normal shit everyday life thoughtlessly, if I can't get on the bus or take a plane or do whatever I want with my Bitcoin as use it as a medium of exchange, just like the dollar, then it'll always be second best.
Yeah, but look at the internet. The internet had the ability to do online payments, and we didn't get Venmo for 20 years. So it might be, 20 years since the invention of Bitcoin before you can start paying it like that.
The thing about Bitcoin is that it's a currency for every single country. That's the unique part about it.
No,
and
you can't
not
use it
centrally controlled. That's the cool thing.
You can use it as a currency. That's the whole point.
Look, my gripe is it's not. Hold on, just 1 second. Last thing I'm gonna say. My gripe isn't that it's useless or whatever. It's not reaching its potential. It should have already reached it a decade ago. It's bullshit, dude. People are so busy trying to make a profit that they're not thinking about the fucking long run. That's what pisses me off about Bitcoin. The speculators. Sorry, Alpha, you're in there, right? You're in that category.
Yeah.
I'm buying Bitcoin because I'm a speculator in this asset. I think that's a fucking mistake, dude. That's just a big ass mistake. I think it needs to be used as a medium exchange. It needs to be prioritized in that way. And I know we have Bitcoin Cash and all that shit, but like it just. I feel like it's right there to grasp. We can get all these stupid government fiat currencies. It's right there, but dude, it's like we can't take that fucking next step, dude. It pisses me off. I've been watching this since 2011. That this bullshit. To me, it's bullshit. You can go on BitcoinTalk.org. I was talking the same shit back in 2011 when I was mining Bitcoin. Same thing I was saying then. I'm still saying now. It needs to be used as basically like a legal tender and be able to go out and buy anything you fucking want. The same way if I use Apple Pay or any other thing, just walk around, pay for whatever I want. It needs to be that simple. And when it's that simple, then that'll change everything. Everything will change. But until that day, it's just going to be fucking...
Think of it as like a stock or like a mutual fund. You can't go out and buy toilet paper with those. You need to sell it for your dollars, and then you can go buy whatever you want.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem, though.
I don't see it as a problem. You got money in your bank, and then you have your investments. You never can use your investments to ever really buy anything.
Real quick, Beer. Just wanted to ask Jemsy. Jemsy, are you still holding on to XRP? Sorry, I didn't mean to derail this, but
I cannot disclose
confirm or deny
security information.
I was just gonna say, if you were that within this past month, man, you should actually take a look at it, man. If you haven't been living under a rock.
I guarantee if he has some, he's been watching it. Nobody.
Dude, like, because Gemsy he's a big XRP proponent, but he's like silent, so he doesn't really talk about his bag or anything. But I know, I'm just saying, like, if he has it, just, dude, you must be like dancing a jig. You know what I mean?
So, Indio, I agree with you that I wish it were easier to spend, but I like Nano, which is XNO or whatever, because it has a 2-second transaction time and 0 fees. So if I send you 20
wait, which one was that? Which one was that?
Nano, Nano. But it's not very
okay.
popular.
I don't mind the fees.
I'm gonna look that up.
Actually, I think the fees should exist because the fees, insurance, is security of the network. To me, that's just like a price you have to pay for doing business. For the other things, right? Because the other things that you don't have to pay can't be counterfeited. Can't steal it from the government. Can't steal it, right? So like all these other things, right? Like that I don't have to deal with. I'd rather pay the fee. I don't like the long time, but that could be solved if they wanted to solve it, right? I mean, it can be solved, but not really.
Well, the Lightning Network, right?
Yeah, but still, you still have a third-party trust issue, right? You always have the third-party trust issue.
What? Hey, Matthew, what network is it on? On its own?
XNO, Nano. It's its own currency. It's a different type of currency.
Because unless you have the whole blockchain yourself, right? Right, you're not actually. It's third-party trust. Unless you're running a Bitcoin client and you have downloaded the entire fucking blockchain, which is ginormous in size right now, it's always a problem with third-party trust. The point of Bitcoin was to have no third-party trust.
Yeah.
Right? There was supposed to be no third party involved. And fucking people just don't get it, dude. Sorry, dude. I'm like a Bitcoin fundamentalist. I got on at the beginning, right? So it says, hey, this is what it's supposed to do. Like, fuck, dude, that's great. And I've been watching like the boiling frogs, whittling it away, and now it's like some other bullshit. Yeah, I hope you guys know what I mean by third-party trust, right? So if you don't have that, like I'm talking about, I know you know, but I'm talking about everybody else. So if I do a transaction, if I get money from someone, it'll clear the transaction after 30 peers recognize that as a legit transaction, right? But you have to actually go through the entire blockchain to rubber stamp that till it's an actual good transaction. Well, the only way you can do that is have the client and have the entire fucking blockchain on your computer or whatever device, right? That's the only way you can actually verify a transaction to 100%, right? So 100% certainty that this transaction happened.
Sure, but a PC can do that. A PC with a large hard drive and a fast internet connection. It's not like out of the realm of possibility that you could run your own node, right?
Yeah, I used to do that. It makes you have, like, it's not a problem to run. You basically got to get another hard drive at this point because it's so large. But the point is like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be used, right? So this is the way it was designed to be used. But like people, eventually it's going to happen, right? Someone's going to scam, right? They're going to come out with some freaking app that says, hey, we're going to verify Bitcoin transactions, and they're going to have their own Bitcoin thing. And
okay, Alpha, you're totally hot marking really loud. Alpha, I can't. Thanks.
I muted him. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, eventually someone's going to do that, especially if a Bitcoin reaches $1 million. The higher the price reaches, the more it's going to make a fraud even worth more, right? Hey, why buy ASIC? Why spend $40 million in ASICs? I can spend $20 million and rip off frickin' people for that same amount of Bitcoin.
Yep. I got a scam call from India. They said, "Hey, this is your Coinbase account calling. There's been some hackers, and so we need you to secure your Bitcoin. Here, transfer it to this wallet."
Did you?
No, but I wrote down the key phrase and I put it on an app so that if somebody else transfers into there, that I can like grab it.
That's hilarious. So, were you around when Mt. Gox was the only exchange?
Close to then, but I wasn't participating. I didn't have any, so I sort of vaguely remember it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way they scammed Mt. Gox got basically hacked. They basically ran a duplicate because Mt. Gox was running like their own internal blockchain, right? And what the hackers did was they made a duplicate of it. So they cloned their blockchain, which they were doing their internal accounting on, duplicated it, and did like, so the people running Mt. Gox thought, yeah, everything's fine. But they were looking at the bullshit duplicated cloned blockchain that didn't really exist, and all the transactions were happening on some, hidden blockchain that they couldn't see. And so like,
interesting. I didn't realize that's how they did it. Huh.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because all the stuff's sitting in cold storage, right? But their cold storage was like basically a test net that they had set up internally. And whatever they were doing. They still owe me a bunch of Bitcoin that I'm never going to see because bankruptcy courts in Japan, they're not like America. I mean, even if they were, I'd probably wouldn't get any money back.
Here's the thing: if in the end of 2012, if you were going to put your money somewhere in Coinbase or Mt. Gox or whatever, if you put it in Coinbase, you would be okay because Coinbase has been fine since it was founded in the middle of 2012.
Coinbase didn't exist. They might have been brand new, but I only used Mt. Gox I didn't store anything. It was only an exchange, right? So I could go on Mt. Gox. I could do a trade for cash, right? Sell my Bitcoin for money. And then Mt. Gox had a thing. There was a Chilean bank called Dwolla. So basically you had to do it like this because it was illegal in the United States. You couldn't get the money. You couldn't get the cash into the United States out of Japan. So what you had to do is take a Bitcoin, sell it on Mt. Gox, transfer it to Dwolla, do an international wire transfer from Dwolla to a U.S. bank. That's how you had to do it in those days. It wasn't integrated into the banking system. In fact, if you did anything like on PayPal, they'd seize the money if you did, because they have a clause where, like, even though they selectively enforce this, they have a clause for no virtual currencies, right? So if you pay for something with PayPal, you buy a quote unquote virtual currency. And this didn't include just Bitcoin. It was also like shit in EverQuest, right? I'm going to buy a sword in EverQuest, right? Or, virtual products. Or I want to buy some Roblox or some other thing. So any virtual currency, virtual items, anything in the virtual world that you paid for with PayPal or you sold with PayPal, they would just seize the frickin' money and take it from themselves. Bitcoin was included in on this. If you sold some Bitcoin over PayPal and they caught wind of it, they would frickin' just take the money. So, PayPal is a shitty ass company. Anyway, there was some companies that tried to do the Bitcoin, like doing the Bitcoin exchange thing, but the Treasury kept shutting them down, saying they were running an unauthorized money transfer service, and that they had to do the federal reporting, because this is fairly close to 9/11. It was within 10 years of 9/11, so they had to do all the Banking Secrecy Act bullshit. and they didn't want to do that because a lot of people that started Bitcoin, they were libertarians, and they didn't want to play along with that. That didn't work out because the government's got more guns than you got. So, point is that it was way different in the beginning. The government didn't approve.
Yeah, that's why nobody bought stuff back then. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, I wish I had bought Bitcoins in 2010 or 2011." I'm like, "Oh yeah, would you have walked through all those hoops and set up all these accounts?" So most people just gave up if they were serious about it and thinking about it.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, I sold an Asian lady a Bitcoin for $50. Now the market price at that time was like $20, so I'm like, man, I feel bad. I'm ripping this chick off, right? So that's what I felt at the time because like $50 is more than double what it's going for. I put an ad on Craigslist, one Bitcoin, $50. Some Asian lady called me. I think she worked at MIT or something. I went down. She didn't know like really how it worked, so I had to like install the app on her phone, transfer it, and then like wait until you got the 30 confirmations, and then boom, it was good.
How about?
Yeah, it was something like. Yeah, it was like 30 back then. You need like 30 confirmations.
Yeah, but was it still 10 minutes? So that'd be like 3. Well,
no, very in time. Like it didn't take that long. I think I was there like maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes until it was done. I can't remember. She might have used Coinbase, as a matter of fact. You might have used Coinbase.
On Coinbase, you could just buy it straight on Coinbase at some point.
Yeah, but this is back then. This is like in 2012, maybe.
Got it. Yeah.
It was an app on her Android. It could have been Coinbase. It could have been the Bitcoin client because they had an Android app. I can't remember. All I know is transferred it and I had to sit there a couple minutes until we got the confirmations, and boom. Because when you do it, if you have the client, right? I'm talking about the client. So if you have the Bitcoin client and you transfer Bitcoin, it will not, like, it'll be grayed out, the transfer in the client, like the actual, it'll show, yeah, Bitcoin sent this address to that address. But it'll be grayed out until you get 30 confirmations.
Okay, got it, yeah.
So you won't be able to spend it within the client. Now, all the other apps, like that's all the other third-party stuff, I don't know about that. Because I never used it other than the way it was designed to be used, right? I used it the way it was supposed to be used. You get the client, you're your own bank, you're your own banker. No third-party trust, none of that crap. If you don't want your Bitcoin to be stolen, 30 confirmations.
Okay, got it, yeah.
So you won't be able to spend it within the client. Now, all the other apps, like that's all the other third-party stuff, I don't know about that. Because I never used it other than the way it was designed to be used, right? I used it the way it was supposed to be used. You get the client, you're your own bank, you're your own banker. No third-party trust, none of that crap. If you don't want your Bitcoin to be stolen, freaking put it on a fucking USC and freaking, fucking NSA scrub the hard drive.
So I posted the classic video from 13 years ago of this guy buying 10 Bitcoins for $4. I posted it.
Nice. The question is, does he still have them?
He probably does, because this is actually the CEO of this company called CoinPal that he was making a little instructional video about how to use his new system that he made. Michael Hendricks, yeah. He's probably. I mean, I haven't looked him up since, but I imagine he's in the, because he was an early adopter in all this.
Dude, I did so much. So on Bitcoin Talk, there was there's a lot of people trying to make different types of startup businesses with Bitcoin. So I was an investor in something called the Islamic Bank of Bitcoin. So it doesn't charge interest. There's other ways to get fees. But the problem with that is that It's trust-based credit. So someone say, hey, I want to borrow 2 Bitcoin. Okay, here's your 2 Bitcoin. And you trust them to pay back. I think I lent out about 15 Bitcoin total and fucking didn't get paid back. I mean, some people paid me back, other people didn't. I couldn't say everybody didn't pay me back. But me and a few other people were. There was a whole bunch of different types of investment stuff that I started. There was a guy that I invested in. It was called Bitcoin stickers. And I actually got some of them. And I was actually like putting them around MIT and shit. Putting them on fucking street signs and, light posts. And this is like back in 2012 or whatever. There was like, I was getting all sorts of like, I still got all the emails and shit. People wanting to start like ATM machines, ATM Bitcoins. Hey, investing, I'm making an ATM, a Bitcoin ATM. I need investors to help me start it up. And, just a bunch of crap. It was like, I would call it the Wild West, but it was like, people were trying to do stuff. But to me, so people were trying to start businesses, right? So someone basically tried to start like an Amazon, but it only sold stuff denominated in Bitcoin. You couldn't buy stuff in dollars or euros or pounds or anything. You could only buy it in Bitcoin. And it sold like regular products, T-shirts, pants, shoes, things like that. I don't know if this still exists or not. I doubt it. But like people are trying to do this, right? They're trying to make it into a currency. That's what people were trying to do in the beginning. But then speculators took over. And not that speculation is bad, but to me, like I said, it's a missed opportunity, man. Like, fuck. Because if you have to rely on dollars, you have to go through that. You have to do that transition, Bitcoin to dollars. The government can always stick its hand in there. They can completely control the banking system. They can always snatch that away from you. That's the problem, man. The third-party trust. I don't want to trust anybody.
So I would say don't despair. I think that there's still a chance for this kind of, cryptographic transaction of value to kind of filter its way into society, just because it's such a novel idea. So to put it in perspective, single entry accounting was invented with the invention of writing like 4,000 years ago. Double entry accounting was in the 1400s with the Medici family in Italy and in the Renaissance. And then this is triple entry accounting. And, it's only since 2008. So, give it a couple decades. I think it really will change some way we do monetary value fundamentally. I mean, it's kind of like the internet in 1998. Nobody knew what it would be. And everybody's like, oh, how do I make money? But give it some time, and I think we'll see some interesting things.
Isn't the value of Bitcoin actually based on USDT, which is not the US dollar? And what will stop? Like any other like crypto to replace Bitcoin? Like there's many others that do the job better.
No,
10 times.
So there are markets of exchange if people are willing to exchange Bitcoins for US dollars or USDT or euros or pesos or whatever, but Bitcoin is sort of its own thing.
Yeah, it's a problem I have is like the whole, how much is Bitcoin worth? $3. Like, fuck, dude. No. No. It's not worth $3, dude. No. It's like, how much is that car worth? It's worth 5 Bitcoin. Fuck the dollar thing, dude. Like, why are you bringing the dollar into this? If I say, how much is Bitcoin worth? We don't say, 25 rupees, right? People just say, that's like the hold that the world, quote-unquote, world's reserve currency has on everybody's brain. Everything is valued in dollars. Like, that's the problem.
Right.
Is that you're valuing everything in dollars.
Yeah, 1 Bitcoin is worth 1 Bitcoin.
Yes, exactly. And whatever someone is willing to give me for that 1 Bitcoin, they might give me nothing. They might give me a 747. But, it's worth whatever someone's willing to trade for it.
And right now, people are willing to trade about $100,000 for 1 Bitcoin.
Oh, that's a lot of paper.
You tell me.
All of those.
So the technology itself, right? The blockchain technology itself, that's also not being put to use, right? So there's lots of things in this world that we want to make immune from counterfeiting. So here's an example. Everything in the registry of deeds, all the titles to people's houses, all the mortgages, right? So those documents that have to be notarized, assigned, right? So a mortgage can only pass by assignment. That means you have to formally write out a bunch of shit, and you have to do it in front of notary. And why do we do this? Because it has to be authentic. It has to be authenticated, right? This system, right, of the registry and register of land, real estate, that shit should be on blockchain. Period.
100%.
That should be the first thing that should have been put on there. It should be there already. We shouldn't even be having this conversation right now.
Right. We could do it today.
And that's the whole point, is that documents concerning real property, counterfeiting has always been a problem. So it goes back to something called the Statute of Anne, right? It was real property fraud was so bad they had to patch the statute that you can't transfer, like real estate, real property is treated in the legal system completely different than any other piece of property. It's not like, hey, I'm selling a television set, or hey, I'm selling a car. If you sell a piece of land, it's completely freaking different than everything else. It can only pass by what they call assignment. So you have to, like, you can't go, oh, you can have this land signed John Doe. No, that don't work. It has to be a formalized assignment, either witnessed by two people or witnessed by a notary, which is basically a state-sanctioned freaking professional witness. And that's the only way you can transfer property from one human being to another. You're not really transferring the property, you're transferring really the use of the property. But the point is that the reason they have this is because of the counterfeiting problem. Blockchain solves counterfeiting. It's a done deal. There's no counterfeiting problem with a blockchain. Basically, the proof of work, it secures it from counterfeiting. And they should just... It all should be freaking, and like you can go on like all the registry of deeds, right? They already have everything scanned, right? So like all that stuff should be on a blockchain, dude. It should all be there.
Yep.
Insurance documents, wills and deeds, right? Like any like legal document, any like actual. I'm not talking like court records. Yeah, why not? Anything that you don't want counterfeited or manipulated or fraudulent government records, all that shit should be on a blockchain somewhere.
Then a lot of scammers from other countries will own property in different countries, scamming the owners.
Nope. This is why it's the blockchain, because you cannot fraudulently move the title. That's the whole point of what Indio is saying.
Yeah. I know in the XRP layer they done something like properties. There's some utility on that. But people have transferred the tokens to wallets that are, like a mistake wallet or that kind of stuff. So I imagine there will be a human error variable there.
That's true.
You don't have to code it the exact same way. It doesn't have to work the exact same way. The only thing that's underlying that you need is the proof of work, meaning it's too economically expensive to hack it. It's more expensive to hack it than whatever profit you would actually make from hacking it. That's really the only solution.
Yeah. That makes sense. But no hacking it, I mean like, let's say I'm gonna transfer my property to you through the blockchain, and I put one letter wrong on the address, and someone else gets the property. A different address. Or someone convinced me to send mine to their address.
Bro, If you put in the wrong address, then no one will get it. Either you won't send it or no one will get it, but you will lose it. But it won't, like a random person won't just get a deposit. That's not how it works.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're gonna do property with it, there's gonna be a human error somewhere.
If there's a human error, then the money is lost. No one gets the money.
We're talking about property, like titles, actual
You're talking
property.
about blockchain, right?
Yeah, ledgers.
Yeah, so on the blockchain, if you enter the wrong address, you either will keep the money and it won't send, or you'll send it, but no one will receive it. It will just disappear. No one will get it.
No, it's not about the money. It's about property, actual intellect, actual
the tokens.
title.
The tokens. You'll lose property of the tokens.
No, titles of houses.
That's how it works. You need to read up on it.
Real estate, not the tokens.
That's why I sit in the backdrop and just listen 9 out of 10 times to absorb, to learn. Because I don't know it all, and if I claim that I do, I'm stupid. Because I don't.
What's even better, too, is someone who thinks they know it all, they don't know it, and they debunked it. It's like, how many layers of inception are you going to go through before you realize just how batshit crazy your worldview is?
Yeah. The Holland man right there.
What's that?
I said he's describing the Holland man right there. Like the layers of deception that you're just gradually taking in, gradually accepting as reality. And then anybody who comes with any form of critical thinking towards you or challenge you to critical think and do some observations, you ridicule it instantly. It's almost like you're set in stone purposely.
I want to know those observations and measurements.
He doesn't have
led
any
you down
for
to
you,
this
man.
path.
They don't exist.
Yeah, you can do them yourself, man. Like, just open your front
measurements
door
have you done,
and look outside, dude.
What measurements have you done, man?
Oh, I've done the
What
reciprocal
measurements have you
zenith angle test. I've done the reciprocal zenith angle test.
Who did?
And you get verticals that are not perpendicular to a horizontal, right?
Well, they're not parallel to each other at two distances far apart.
So then not verticals?
At each specific location, they are.
So you pick an imaginary spot in the middle of the planet and you figure out that that's vertical.
What do you mean, pick it? I mean, you can make vertical any spot on the Earth. What do you mean?
I get it, but like you're saying that all your verticals go to the center, right? Like that's why they're offset, right?
Yeah. Not perfectly to the center, though. There's different areas. It's like, if you're next to like a mountain that has a larger gravitational pull, your plumb line won't be perpendicular. Like, you won't go straight to the center. Might be a little bit.
So you can't measure the curve near a mountain.
No, you can.
You just said you can't.
No, I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You said you can't get a plumb line near a mountain because of the gravitation. The thing's too big.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Oh, what did you say?
I said when you're next to like that type of mountain, plumb is not towards the center of the Earth.
That's what I thought you said.
That's what I said. Yeah, I didn't say that you can't measure curvature. That's not what I said.
Well, how can you measure curvature if you can't get a plumb line?
You can get a plumb line.
You just said you couldn't.
No, I never said that. I said the plumb line isn't to the center of the Earth when you're next to a larger, like a very large mountain that has a gravitational pull.
So it only goes to the center when you're away from a mountain. And from my understanding, when you're measuring with a theodolite or a transit or whatever you're using, you're measuring a straight line, right? Right?
Well, it takes account for refraction.
You're measuring a straight line, right?
I'm measuring a distance.
The device you're using to measures straight lines?
No.
Oh, it measures curved lines.
Yeah, it counts for refraction.
So the device you're using accounts for refraction?
Yes.
How does it do that?
You have
does
to
it
put
does
it
it bend the line that you're shooting?
Huh?
Well, you said it accounts for.
Yeah, I never said it bends the line.
So you're accounting for refraction, not the tool.
The tool is accounting for refraction. I put into the data collector the temperature and the atmospheric pressure.
So you put the values into the tool for refraction. The tool just measures straight, right?
No, the laser light, when I'm shooting reflectorsly, automatically curves due to refraction.
So the tool curves the laser. The tool curves the laser.
No, the tool doesn't curve the laser. The atmosphere curves the laser.
Oh.
Yeah.
So then you have a curved line. So your tool never measures a flat line. It only measures curved lines.
It measures a straight line, but it accounts for refraction.
You're confusing me here, man. Does this tool measure a curved line or a straight line?
No.
I'm kind of curious now as well because this is kind of learn from this.
So do you understand that light gets refracted?
Sure.
Okay. So if you were to shoot a laser light out a certain amount of distance, that light would curve due to refraction, right?
Okay.
So it measures that distance along that curved line, and because it knows it has you put in the atmosphere and the temperature, it accounts for the refraction and gives you the accurate straight line distance.
So it knows all the differences in temperature all the way along that measurement to account for refraction.
No, so it assumes that there's not going to be a great difference in temperature within the range of 500 feet. Like what range of temperature would affect it, and how much would it affect it?
I don't know. You're the one with the story.
Yeah, see?
You tell me. How much?
Okay.
Do you know?
No, not off the top of my head. No, I don't.
So you were just about to come on to me about me not knowing, and you don't know.
No, I'm about to. What are you talking about?
So we're back to this curved line again. So how the hell can you measure anything if you got a curved line, dude?
Because you insinuated that the machine can't account for refraction.
It can't. You have to fucking account for refraction, you numbskull.
No, I just input the data of the.
Yeah, exactly. You input the data. I get it.
Yeah, and then the machine has a formula which calculates for the refraction.
So you input the data, right? So the machine doesn't know that it's curved, right?
Not what he said.
What did he say?
That the machine itself is going to take into account for refraction.
The machine does it all by itself?
Yeah.
Without him touching it?
Yeah. I mean, there's probably some settings to do, but very minimal.
consider. Like, you're not gonna.
Doesn't he have to put in some values in order for it to add?
Yeah. Minimal values. Like, he's not have to put all values because that would be too long and the machine would be practically
but then it's
useless.
the machine that puts the value on top of it. It's not him measuring it on its own. It's the machine adding the value on top of the equation. And then he has to take that as reality as is. While he can't observe it, the machine puts it in on top of it.
But the machine is going to put on top of it only if there is a refraction. That's the thing. It's not just going to put it at every time.
Do that.
So who tells the machine if there's refraction or not?
How does that work?
Listen, should we go into the schematics of the machine itself and how does it work? Like,
well, we're talking about true observation here, right? We're not letting a second-hand device tell us what
you're
reality
asking me
is.
how the machine does that.
No,
and
you're
I'm asking
cutting
you.
in, and you're asking, we're adding to. So we're asking you now.
Yeah, would you like to go through the machine schematics?
Sure, show me where the machine fucking knows whether there's refraction or not. Can you post that part where the machine will know if there's refraction or
because
not?
it's probably above your pay grade.
Oh, I don't understand. I get it.
You can read my mind now and what I'm willing and not willing to listen to.
It's like asking you. It's like asking you now to go through schematics of an airplane or a jet engine or stuff like that.
It seems pretty simple, dude. You said the machine knows when there's refraction, so just cite it, man.
Should I repeat it myself again? It's like asking me to go through like a jet engine.
No, it's not like asking you to go through anything, dude. You made a fucking statement. Now back it up.
My backing it up is go and learn about the machine itself. I'm not going to teach you.
So you don't know?
No, you don't know. You have to go and teach yourself. I'm not going to do
I know. I wasn't the one saying I knew, dude. You are.
Oh, no, I didn't say that specifically.
Yeah, you did.
No, you're just putting words in my mouth right now.
Sorry, what machine are you talking about?
A theodolite.
Theodolite. Okay. It needs horizontal.
Yeah, and it knows whether there's refraction or not, supposedly.
Do you know how GoPro or like fisheye lens work? Or like how do they do that?
We're going to change the subject now.
Yeah, that's
no, I'm asking you if you know general, like if you have general knowledge about any type of machine that you use, like your PC or like your TV screen or anything else.
Is this a quiz now on how much I know, dude? Like you
were making me a quiz. You're making me a quiz and I can't make you a quiz?
I'm not making you a quiz. You stated this, dude.
You were making me a quiz about the machine.
Listen, Vanek, you're not answering. You're gish galloping kind of, and you're throwing red herrings along the way. If you don't want to have a sincere conversation,
you mentioned gish galloping and red herrings. You don't even know what does that mean.
We're just asking you how the device does it, and you're unwilling to show that. That shows the sincerity.
How about this? Just try it this way. Instead of answering questions, just articulate your position. And if anyone cares to ask a question, they can do so after.
I just jumped in regarding how the machine can take into account something like refraction. I wasn't trying to have a whole argument.
Well, explain us how this machine does that.
The guys that were talking before can keep going at it.
Okay, let's just do that then. Yeah, if Vanek doesn't want to engage, I think it's kind of unfair.
I just had an interjection and I finished doing my interjection. That's it.
No, you made a claim and you never showed the proof.
Yeah, so that's it. That's the end of it. So he made a claim, he doesn't have proof, and he just wants to listen. Accept it.
I'm not going to accept it because you just twisted the narrative.
You, Vanek. He's not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
You're being bricked, right? Vanek, you're being bricked now. No one should have to. Okay, well, basically, if you do not want to provide proof, that's fine. Okay, you just made a statement, you made your interjection, you got what you wanted to say out. Let's move on. Sometimes these guys just want to squawk. Basically, like you think of that toy where the dog squeezes it. It's like a chicken, and it just makes a loud squawk sound. He just wanted to make some word sounds. He got it out, and that's it. Let's move on.
Crit, I'm gonna rename that statement you made earlier about the Dutch and the Florida man. I'm gonna name it Dutch syndrome.
That's pretty good, yeah. I used to call it Dutch treat.
As a Dutchman, I think I can put that title on there. So when you hear me say that, you know exactly what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And I want, show me your model. Show me your model. They don't even have a model themselves. What is wrong with these people?
Was yesterday as well. A guy claimed to have a model, and they claimed it was heliocentric, but it turned out not to be. And then you have to like explicitly tell the individual or ask the individual, do you shoulder this statement consecutively, like 3 or 4 times till they're fully nailed down on their point? And then you start dismantling by saying the first thing Alpha said was, it's not even circular, it's elliptical. It immediately debunks everything, right? And instead of just being honest and be like, oh, I misunderstood, I'll give you another model, or I don't have a model, gish gallop, emotional, ad hominem, red herrings, left and right. I was laying in bed listening to it, man. The most entertaining thing, not even realizing how much they put themselves down by showing themselves that way. The insincerity that just keeps on showing. And then they wonder why people get pissed off at one point. I would too after a while, I'm not gonna lie. If you keep getting the same thing, people making statements, not backing it up. Of course, man. Takes a lot of patience to deal with that. So I'd rather just listen, sit on the backdrop, and take it all in and learn. If I don't know, why would I act if I know? Why would I make claims that I can't back up? I will only look silly along the way. And if you lack the capacity to comprehend that perspective, then yeah, you're already lost. You got the Dutch syndrome right then and there.
He couldn't even answer a simple question if the machine measures straight lines, man. Like, he can't be honest with himself.
The plumb line. I learned something there. When you explained that, right there and then, I just sat there back on the backdrop and you said, well, so if it's not near a mountain, then it moves to center? Bam.
That would be plumb to horizontal, right?
I know, dude. Like, fuck, man.
And then to what degree of accuracy of horizontal to plumb?
Is he still here? I think he is, isn't he? Because then the machinery came out that took into account the curvature. That you put in an equation and the machine just adds the little curvature on top of it. It's not even that he measures it. It's that the machine adds it on top of it.
He adds it, dude. He adds the curvature.
Wasn't it the machine that adds it on top of it?
Yeah, well, he tells the machine to add it, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the machine adds it on top of it. Like, it's not perceivable, but you just have to magically add a little number on top of it to make it make sense. Like, get out of here.
Right. So it's measured flat and then calculated into an imaginary globe.
Exactly.
It starts off flat, guys. The machine measures flat, and then it does a little software correction so that you can feel good about living on a globe.
Wait, was he talking about like a laser or some shit?
You don't even know what we were talking about, dude?
Here, I got something for you guys.
I don't even know if you're talking to me or to the other guy. I just asked a question.
No one's talking to you, remember? You factored yourself out.
Yeah, so I just asked a question.
Okay, yeah, so just put yourself on mute. Okay, I got something for you guys. So there's this guy on Discord. He's a monk, and he kind of goes around to the different servers and stuff, and he advocates for kind of like Buddhism and stuff. So I had, oh, sorry, one sec. So I had talked to him like in DMs and stuff, and I tried to get him to go to Gem Panda server, and he was maybe there for like 10 seconds. Okay, it was quite funny. So he talked to him. He's like, "What was that?" And I'm like, "Oh well, yeah, not every server is probably a good, to talk about Buddhism and stuff like that." So then I asked if he lived nearby. So I'm like, "Hey, do you want to maybe go out for pizza? And I know this really good place and stuff. We can like talk about like Discord and our social media and stuff like that." And he said sure, and I told him he could have the inner peace.
Come on, guys, that was funny. Am I the only one that's going to laugh at that? That was good, Crit.
Sorry, I was in the kitchen, bro. I was grabbing coffee, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was like, did it really fall that flat? Like, did it?
Hey, Amish, what the fuck are you guys doing out there? I heard all about it all weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're in the car and below you is the road surface, isn't it? Can you see yourself moving across the surface of the Earth? Of course you can. You can. If I can do it, yeah. If I can see myself moving across the surface of the Earth, so can you and everybody else here on Earth.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of.
And when you're in a car and you're moving across the surface of the Earth, right? Can you see anybody upside down?
I see anybody upside down. If they go upside down, yeah.
No. You don't see nobody upside down. Therefore, the Earth is not a globe. It's a flat, horizontal plane.
Wait, you could observe someone going upside down now.
No, the truth is, there's nothing is upside down. When you go outside and you look at the ground, the surface, yeah, and the landscape geography, there's nothing upside down. Is he gone?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
You can still be upside down, though.
No, there's no such thing as anything upside down.
There's up and down. Yes, there is up and down.
No, I mean a drop over distance, yeah? And then you go over the curve and under the curve and you'll be upside down. That's what I mean. Can you see anything upside down? You can't, can you? Because there's nothing upside down.
You can observe same upside down standing up.
Dude, that's stupidity. Come on, man.
You can see something upside down. What do you mean? I'm not exactly referring to the Earth. I know.
So the Earth is a globe, yeah?
No.
The surface of the globe.
The Earth is not a globe.
Curved, yeah. So what is it? Is it flat?
Yeah.
Then welcome to flat Earth. Then.
We said it was flat, but it's also concave.
So you're saying it curves inwards?
I think so.
No, you can't have a horizon on a concave Earth. You can only have a horizon on a flat Earth.
You can have a horizon on any type of Earth.
You can have a horizon on any type of Earth?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm a believer. Da, da, da. I'm a believer. Mm-hmm. Man, 2024, still no globe evidence. Looking forward to 2025. Hands up. Tenza.
Bum, 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 bum. Mr. Sandler.
Do we have any other Globers in here who want to share their pain before 2025 hits? Now's your chance.
I'm back.
Now is your chance, fellas. Speak up. Share your sense about the globe.
Did someone talk about the globe before I lose it?
Globe, globe, globe. Well, you're not Glober, so
I want to see a Glober
having a
come in
talk
here.
with you. Unless you want to share something.
I want to see a Glober come in here and get ripped.
Yeah, I would like to question the Globies. Why they believe in the globe.
They don't want to come in here. They won't.
Dun, 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 dun. I'm a believer. Mm-hmm.
What did he post?
What do you believe in? Do you believe in equal rights for women?
I'm not gonna go into that topic. This is not the visa for it.
The less rights for women, the better. Why aren't there any women like flat earthers?
Oh, we have another chess ganker in the chat that doesn't know what gravity is or what it's not.
I love gravity.
People don't fucking read.
You know, when you fall off a cliff, that's gravity. You die.
Wait, are you globe or are you flat, Tenza?
I said I was flat, but if you fall off a cliff, that's like gravity, dude. You're gonna die. It's like,
Wait, so you're flat, but you're in line with the gravity theory of gravity?
I mean, some things have gravity. I mean, if you fall down, I mean.
Okay, this is interesting. I haven't seen flat Earth plus gravity yet. Let's elaborate on that.
Obviously, it's not a fucking flat earther. There's no flat earther claiming gravity to be part of it. What are you describing as the effect? I mean, you probably heard of it or had
you heard of
a discussion that
happening like
whatever is falling or rising is due to equilibrium of the medium on the object's density. Has nothing to do with this magic word gravity. It's just ad hoc, just a name. It has no meaning behind that word gravity. It's
You
just
don't
to
think gravity's
replace
real, though?
It's just to replace relative density. Yeah, it's an ad hoc for relative density. So this magic with gravity is non-existent.
So
I'm confused.
Tenzo, you're
Yeah, maybe
into
it's
space,
not.
you're into space time? You like space time?
No.
Your mass
it's
attracts
space-time.
mass. Okay.
What do you think of anti-gravity technology?
What, like in sci-fi movies?
Mm-mm.
You're saying you know of anti-gravity technology?
Yeah, the ones that the government shut down.
The government has anti-gravity technology?
Of course.
Like
The
what?
reverse engineering shit out of Roswell for like 80 years. They got a ton of shit.
There's anti-gravity technology in Roswell?
Well, they reverse engineered it from the alien craft that crashed at Roswell.
An alien craft?
Yeah.
Dude, where are you getting all this information?
You don't know about Roswell, New Mexico, bro?
No?
It's pretty standard conspiracy theory stuff.
First time hearing about it.
And the weird thing is the military, put these weird labels on these anti-gravity technologies. So someone would come out with some new technology, and then they just basically slap a secret label on it and make it so they can release it to the public anymore. Which is pretty weird that our own government would not want people to make new advances in technology and just shut it down.
Can you explain what anti-gravity technology is?
The what? What do you say? Anti what?
It's really hard to explain.
Can you repeat what he said? Anti what?
Anti-gravity technology. I mean, I've watched a lot of documentaries.
Anti-gravity technology. What the hell is that? Anti-gravity technology.
It harnesses have you seen the circular one that looks like a donut? Would harness, I don't know, some magnitude from space or something. Some shit like that.
I don't know, man. I think you're smoking too much weed, honestly.
He's flying away into the clouds, somewhere out there. We have this guy in the side chat skanking saying flat is a shape, basically. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, a lot of different shapes can be flat. So flat isn't a shape, it's a description of the surface, right? He's probably just confused.
Atmoplane, maybe sounds better. I don't know which one has better ring to it, but Atmoplane, Atmos flat. I don't know.
Oh, he's saying it can have a shape. Of course, it has a shape. It can have a shape. He's saying if it's flat.
Plane. But a plane is not a shape, is it? It's a surface description as well. So this guy is running away on asking him to explain the word flat. It's not a shape.
This guy's confused, man.
He's awful confused, man. Doesn't know what flat means. He need a dictionary.
Yeah, they're just saying whatever shape it is, the surface of it is flat. That's not saying that the shape is flat.
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Still coping in the chat. Oh.
Mr. Someone, why don't you get on the voice and talk? You're just chatting.
I'm watching James Bartley and Evie Laurie.
Oh, Happy New Year to everybody else who hasn't celebrated yet, I guess, or maybe has. Have you looked at a planet with a telescope? Oh boy.
Yeah, but what is looking at a planet through a telescope prove? I mean, you can see what it looks like. I don't know what it actually proves, though, looking at it.
How many hours left for New Year's over there in US?
Seven on the East Coast.
7 hours left?
Yeah, it's 5 on the East Coast.
Oh, it's 5, okay. It's 1 hour left here. Greenwich time. GMT plus.
Exciting times.
What direction you think Flat Earth is going in 2025?
Only up, up, and beyond.
Barreling into the middle of the 21st century.
I think the TFE crap, but what when you call it, was a good milestone to further slingshot Flat Earth into 2025 to wake more people up.
This is getting more popular.
Yeah, it got press. Yeah, definitely. It's out there. You gotta get more traffic, more flat smacking, more people to wake up, more plants to seed. Yeah, it's just great, man. Overall, it's just gonna grow bigger and stronger.
Yeah, they're slipping it in TV shows and movies. There's a show called Silo I've been watching, and I feel like if you're into Flat Earth, it would make that show even better. I feel like some Flat Earth man on the street content could really boost it. Kind of like how that Hawk Tuah girl got super famous. I feel like a good interaction like that got memeified.
It really worked well for her. Things turned out great for her. Yeah, that's been going on for the last decade, I would say.
I think she fell into a trap with that coin thing.
Yeah, the whole thing's just
yes. She got set up. It looks like she got set up. I don't think she had any clue what she was getting herself into with that initially.
We're about to make another revolution around the sun on this globe Earth.
Yeah, keep dreaming, boy.
Evidence, please.
Savage imagination.
We're about to complete the orbit, boys.
Yeah, you got to give it to them though. The amount of imagination they got, like for their reality, it's impeccable.
Here's some evidence, Twonger.
They have to imagine their own reality. That's insane.
The sun is respawning, and you take that to mean that you're spinning around it.
Yep, it takes 365 days to go around the sun. Isn't that cool?
No, it takes 365 days for the sun to make its full cycle between the tropics.
You don't believe that?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
You don't?
I know you don't believe that in your
You're telling me you don't?
You're fibbing yourself, and you know
Are you telling me you don't believe that?
I told you what I believe, man. We're completing the orbit.
I think the sun transits the tropics. You don't believe that?
No.
Okay, well then, I guess you're just in a state of sheer reality denial.
Do you know why it transits the tropics?
I don't need to know why. I just need to see that it does.
Why.
What can you... Okay, tell me why.
Because the Earth is tilted.
How do you know that? How do you know that that's the reason?
How do you know that, man? Like, for real. You've been told. How do you know that even?
I know that because it corresponds with reality.
How?
Corresponds.
It's a story that corresponds with what you saw, so then you're like, oh, it's true.
Exactly.
Well, it could also be that the sun's just doing that and has nothing to do with what you're being on, with what you're on being tilted.
I don't have reason to believe that.
You just don't want to believe that is all it is.
No, the globe gives me reasons. That's why I love it.
I know it gives you stories.
That's the Hope Cope right there. Demonstrated. Yeah. Clip it, edit it, clip it, print it. Thanks.
Yeah. Someone's gonna clip it, yeah.
It does give you stories. I'll give you that. And you like the stories. I mean, if you're content and happy with your stories, that's fine. But you haven't ever verified any of them. Not to us, in this room at least. I mean, you see the sun doing something and then you just insert some sort of a globe story tell about it. If it makes you happy.
Well, then why the hell am I so sad?
Because you're hanging on to a dying dream, brother.
Because you're coping and sharing your pain here with us before 2025 hits. That's remarkable of you.
I mean, at least we all can agree, whether it's a globe or not, life is tough, right?
Do you have a job?
Yeah, I got a job. Got to pay the bills.
Welcome to the life then.
It's not the best job, but...
Well, if you're unhappy with your job, hey, just a tip. Find a new one.
Thanks, man. Maybe that'll be my New Year's resolution.
Don't stay in a job you're unhappy with. It's just gonna make you miserable, and you're gonna come in here and still cope about the globe. It ain't gonna make any changes in your life, no matter what.
Globe cope.
I don't think it's the job.
Yeah, the job could be part of it. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
if you're unhappy,
it is part of it.
Yeah, definitely. It puts a toll on your mental stability, I guess. What do you call it?
I was just giving Heretic a tough time, but he's right. The globe does make me happy.
Yeah, that's cool. If you want to believe it,
that's why I come here to profess my joy for what we know.
Hey man, it's fine. Find the things you're happy with. Don't do things you're unhappy with.
It makes me happy to know that we're about to complete a rotation. You know what I mean?
Well,
you don't. In your imagination, right?
I was just about to ask you that. So, Twanger, quick question for you. So, when you watch a sunset, you literally think like we're going around the sun as it's setting?
Sorry. I can you repeat that?
So when you watch a sunset, like in your mind, you think that although the sun is setting, like literally when you even observe like the words, the sun is setting, that means the sun is moving. But from your standpoint, when you observe the sun setting, you think that we're moving still around a stationary sun. Is that correct?
No, not stationary, but yes, those things are both happening. We're spinning and we're moving.
Okay, hold on. I need to, in order to steel man what I believe your belief to be, I'd like to really hammer this home so we can understand it, because you were talking about the sun. So from my understanding, the sun is stationary in your model.
No, it's not.
Oh, could you please tell me about the movement of the sun then, please?
Yeah, it's rotating around the black hole at the center of our universe.
Oh, so
hilarious.
Did you forget about that part?
This is news to me. Honestly,
it's kind of cool how the solar system works, man. It's really cool.
Solar system. Like in the books, you see in the cartoon books about the
no, in the world
solar
we
system
live in.
that draw it for you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we represent the idea. That's how we represent, right?
It's in the books. That's how you know it, right?
Of what we know.
Ain't that right, Twanger?
So it's a concept then, basically, right?
based on reality.
Representation of what you think is happening.
Based completely and 100% on reality.
That's a lie. And you know
it. In reality without representations, then?
No, there are.
What are you lying to yourself, Twonger, man?
I told you, dude, I don't need to lie to myself. The natural world makes me happy, dude. The beautiful universe we live in and what we know about it brings me joy, right?
Awesome stuff. You're a space fanatic?
I'm not a fanatic of space, no, but I do enjoy a little bit of it here and there.
Okay. What has those things done for you?
They've given me joy.
Joy? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They help me fathom my existence and what it all means, brother. The point of life.
Your story.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much a story, but yeah. Nonetheless.
Yeah, stories are cool, man. Except this story is based in reality.
Yeah.
You have yet to demonstrate
in your imagination.
I mean, you could say it's based on a true story.
You could say it's non-fiction.
Non-fiction, my ass.
Yeah, it's like a Hollywood based on a true story sort of adaptation. Like
I'm a big non-fiction guy.
Something that's real, but then you kind of take it into some sort of like bullshit fictional direction, right?
Oh, so you are saying it's based on reality? Thanks.
Well, yeah. Like for example, your story that like we orbit the sun. It's based on the sun transiting the tropics throughout the year, and then you just interpret that into some kind of sci-fi story.
No, that's not quite what it is now.
Yeah, like these are real things that happen, and then you just misconstrue them into some sort of fantasy, is what I'm saying.
I think that you're guilty of that, not me.
I know you are, but what am I? So yeah, based on a true story, I could go with that. It's not saying it's a true story.
Yeah.
It's just based on.
Yeah, you're one step closer now. Soon you'll fully understand the globe and its implications.
I already do.
It's implicated
based on reality. You saw something in reality, and then you told a story about it, and that's where the fantasy came in.
Yeah, Twonger, you need a.
The only fantasy that I can think of is the fact that you guys don't think gravity exists. That's the biggest fantasy of all.
What is it?
But it's a belief.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
It's what's holding you to the earth.
That's all you're going to say? What's holding me to the earth doesn't exist. You think that that's my position?
Well, that's gravity. That's what we call gravity.
You're describing an effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and?
So how do you know it's gravity?
That's what we call the effect.
And what's the cause?
It doesn't matter what the cause is, but the cause
Why is that? How scientific of you? It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, we can. The cause is mass.
What's causing the mass?
I'm not sure. It's just mass is mass.
So it's a belief?
No, it weighs something, dude. In mass, you're made of mass, right? We can understand what mass is.
Yeah,
it's just something. Yeah,
gravitas, weight. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's mass.
Okay.
It's simple.
So what's the cause?
That's the cause.
Every year we circle the dying star. We re-up our mass. We recharge. We get more mass.
He just said the cause is the weight.
Why would we need to recharge?
Oh, we're just going around the dying star for nothing?
Well, we're attracted to it.
You're celebrating it. So I just thought there was something to it.
Yeah, we made it one more time around. It's like celebrating a lap. I don't know.
Why do you think
I've never heard of celebrating before a race is over never leads to victories, does it?
Well, we don't want this race to be over, so we do celebrate laps.
What the wild goose chase? I got it.
Yeah. Life is kind of like a wild goose chase.
Yeah, when you're convinced that you're on a spinning water ball chasing a dying star, yes.
You guys come up with the best phrases.
Well, it's their conceptions. They told us it was a dying star.
Well, nothing lasts, right? Nothing is forever, unless maybe God.
But does it have to implode and envelop us all and cook our distant relatives? They would be. Does that have to? Does all the doom have to sink in?
Well, we can enjoy it while it lasts, I guess.
Well, you're celebrating it.
Yeah.
Hooray!
You got to celebrate life, buddy. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at all the Star Trek conventions. That's Comic-Con. People are celebrating the stories.
Yeah, this is true.
You're living inside of Comic-Con. You just don't even know it. Hooray!
Yeah.
Well, at least he's having fun, I guess. Enjoying yourself, huh?
Yeah, you don't sound like you're having a good time.
I was until somebody spoiled the fun. Told me that Santa isn't real.
I didn't spoil your fun, Heretic.
No wonder you're having so much fun. You still believe in Santa.
Yeah, man. That childish ignorance, right? Except it's not ignorance in this case. It's enlightenment.
That's what you have to tell yourself to sustain the ignorance.
I don't know, man. I think that's kind of why it makes me happy, is because it helps you realize the pinnacle that humans are capable of understanding.
If this is the pinnacle, it's over.
Yeah, we're doomed.
Well, I'm saying for the times. I hope we can do even better in the future, and we don't kill ourselves. But we'll see what happens.
Whoa! Who said anything about that?
It's a dangerous world, man. We're always on the brink of nuclear destruction.
Why, you don't have to take that path.
Or do nukes not exist? I'm not sure. Which, do you guys believe in nukes?
Well, what makes you think that even to begin with?
No, that was.
Are you watching too much CNN, whatever, Fox News? What's going on?
Sorry, yeah, that was
too much propaganda.
Of course, you believe in nukes, right?
No, I mean, do you watch the propaganda they spew in like the Fox News and CNN, whatever, ABC? I don't know what channel you watch.
That's politics, man.
Yeah,
I've had enough politics for a while.
Yeah, so there's no point of thinking of the world going to end in nukes.
I don't think like that. I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah, sure. Anything can be possible. But it's not at this time point of...
Do you believe men landed on the moon, Twonger?
Yeah, I do.
How many times did they land on the moon?
It is a little bit weird when you think about it, but I do think we actually did it. There's a lot.
How many times do you think we did it?
I know there was a lot of missions, but I don't know exactly how many. At least a couple times. I know at least that there more than one person.
So at least twice we sent people in rockets and they went all the way to the moon. They came.
At least once for sure, right?
More than once. Or only once.
You think only once?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. Why are you quizzing me about the history of space right now?
Because you said you believe people went to the moon, so I'm asking you, do you know how many times?
Why do I have to know how many?
It's a big deal, right?
I mean, yeah, it is cool that we did that. You don't think that's cool?
It's a cool story.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you and let you know.
Yeah, I think it's weird that you don't know how many times people have been sending rockets to the moon and came back. You think we just went once?
No, I know there was like.
You said maybe a couple, for sure once. I mean, obviously, you just know about the one time.
Dude, I know there was different Apollo missions, and dude, I even looked into like symbology and like that. Like when I was thinking that we didn't actually land on the moon, and there's a lot of like secret society fucking symbology in it.
How many times?
So who knows? Maybe the Illuminati did fake the moon stuff, man. Is that what you want to hear?
How many times did we send people?
I know there was at least 10 or 11 Apollo missions, probably. I don't know. There was Apollo 11, right? So that means at least 11 missions. Or did it start with 11? That's weird. 11 through 17, so at least 6 times ChatGPT says we landed on the moon.
Yeah, 6 times we sent people in rockets. They got off the rocket onto the moon, got back on the rocket, and came back 6 times.
You think that's crazy? Seems like it was a good decade for humanity, the 70s, you know?
Yeah, just unbelievably efficient.
Yeah, stop trolling this room.
I'm not trolling.
No, he believes in that. But it's just a story, man. You can't verify that. So it's just a belief. Only a belief.
No, there. I mean, I don't want to get into philosophy, but there are true and justified beliefs. That's kind of how it works.
Mm-hmm. But you don't have one, though. You only believe in a story. You believe in a bunch of people that told you they went somewhere, and you saw a little bit of footage, whatever, and that's it. How are you gonna validate that?
Dude, there's pictures of everything. What do you mean?
Oh yeah. Also,
why should I not?
How do you know they were actually there? You can't verify, and you tell me they had.
Why should I not believe it?
6 times they went.
Why shouldn't I believe it?
I don't understand. What's the reason to believe? To be honest.
Yeah, see, you don't have one. So
I don't see the reason to believe. It makes no sense.
There's a lot of reasons to not believe.
Like what?
I mean, they've been caught in lies. Do you know? I mean, they went 6 times, right? Where are the moon rocks? They brought back moon rocks, gave them to the Russians. The Russians were like, "You just gave us petrified wood. Why the fuck would they do that?"
I'm pretty sure, dude. Like we should be bringing extraterrestrial material back to Earth. So there probably was a protocol. I don't think we did that.
A protocol? They said they did. Why wouldn't they? They said they did. It's a rock.
I'd have to look into that.
Excuses? They got caught in their lie.
It's literally rocks. What are you talking about?
Dude, you don't bring stuff from other planets in.
It's a rock.
They do. It's not.
How do you know, dude? I'm not gonna. Okay.
Does a rock have life?
I'm telling you what a skeptical person would do as a baseline protocol.
Does a rock have life?
It could have stuff on it. It could be a contaminated rock.
It's a rock. They have a vault.
It could have
they have
stuff
a vault. They have
How do
a
you know it's
vault.
just how
Are
do
you
you know it's
listening?
just a rock?
Stop interrupting me, Twanger. They have a vault with hundreds of fucking rocks.
Can
that they
you
claim
see
were
Can you see
that they claim
bacteria?
were from the moon. They have hundreds of them in a vault. And you're telling me there's a protocol? Are you fucking? Are you retarded?
Can you
or what?
say? Can you see bacteria?
So,
Are you
Twanger,
retarded?
so they lied. They lied and said they brought back moon. They really didn't because it's too dangerous. They just lied.
I don't know if they did or not. I'm saying I don't.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying they shouldn't
He
have.
thinks there's life in what the fuck in a rock. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
you're probably too stupid to listen to what I'm saying. But whatever.
Yeah, clearly. A rock has life. Yeah, that's what you just said. You're an idiot.
No, yeah, I'm done. I knew you
You're
were
an
bad faith. You're so bad
an
faith. Dude.
idiot. I'm sorry, Twanger, but listen to yourself. You sound like a stupid fuck.
You're bad faith.
Not that bad faith. I'm pointing it out. Exposing your shit lie, fucking belief liar. A rock has a life. Holy shit.
I mean, at least certain people know when to be bad faith, but you're just outing yourself as a dumbass.
Listen to yourself. A rock has a life. That's what you just claimed. Yeah.
Has a life. That's
because it came from the fucking moon. Suddenly it has life. Yeah. Obviously.
Tonga, I want you to tell me what makes your belief in the moon landing a justified true belief.
Well, for one, we seem to have all the technology to go there.
No, I'm going to need something from you directly. Something from you directly, first-hand source information.
First-hand, like from me witnessing it. I wasn't alive.
Well, anything that you've done to actually verify the authenticity of the story. Not just read about it, heard something, was told.
Like what? You want me to just tell you I have a piece of the rocket?
Well, you'd have to justify how you know it even was part of that rocket.
Yeah, dude, I don't even know what you want from me.
Yeah, so you don't have a justified true belief in the moon landing, right?
Listen, unless you give me a reason to not believe it.
No, that's argument from incredulity, dude. No, you can't use that. Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you're asking us for a reason not to, it doesn't sound like you have a reason to in the first place.
Exactly.
I do. I told you we have the capability.
I gave you a reason.
The reason was
they had to lie because they couldn't bring a rock back.
How do we have the capability to go there and you're not sure if we did or not, but you say, we do have the capability though, but you're still not really sure. But because you think they have the capability, it's most likely true. You're an
and
idiot.
there's all the pictures and
You're
everything.
an idiot. Don't say yeah. Yeah, you said yeah to you're an idiot. So there.
Okay, so we went there because we can. Doesn't necessarily follow. Next.
All right.
I mean, I could ask you if you can show that we even can, but I mean, just that statement alone is already erroneous.
We got rockets, bro. We go to the fucking outer space with rockets, bro.
Yeah, okay, so now the argument is we got rockets, bro.
Yeah, it is.
They literally got caught trying to pass off wood as moon rocks. So I mean, they were caught lying. What do you say?
Can you cite that?
You want some citation? All right.
I've never heard of that story. I never heard that story before.
It's already posted in chat.
So if we got rockets, we went to the moon.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. Try another one.
Yeah. Why doesn't it follow?
It doesn't necessarily follow that we got rockets, therefore we was on the moon.
It's a good start.
Yeah, keep it up.
How do you control rockets in a vacuum?
What do you mean?
I have a football, therefore I'm an all-star.
You don't have any air pressure to push off of. Like you do when you take off the launching pad?
You don't need air pressure.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't think you do.
No, really?
Just say you don't think. That's all you have to say.
Oh, come on. Is that
I don't
Radwin?
think.
Come on,
Yeah,
Radwin.
sounds better. Sounds about right.
That's literally what you've done, Les. It's basically the same thing. I own a football, therefore I was on the winning team at the Super Bowl.
Oh my God. That logic.
We got
Oh my
footballs.
God.
All
Good
right,
Lord.
I'm gonna go talk to my friend Ivana now. Goodbye.
What do you mean she's here? Talk with her.
Yeah, in private.
Ivana, talk with us about Flat Earth and Globe. Come on. Don't be shy. I don't know. What a wuss. Yeah, that kid's logic is flawed as hell. When you keep pointing it out, his flaws still won't accept that he's wrong. A rock has a life.
Let's see if Hush will step up to the mic. Fill some airtime. Come on, don't make me drop some sort of cringe hush pun.
Oh, Daza is typing in the chat.
He's jumping in to move the goalposts for that other dummy. Not today, Satan.
Did you see what he typed in the lobby at 24/7?
We might want to get rid of him.
Yeah, the guy is a whack.
It's deranged. Like, why can't they ever just concede a point? This guy has said that if you're not accelerating, you don't feel it. And now he's been shown that spinning around would be a form of acceleration. And this guy, Daza, wants to jump in to get him off the hook and now try to argue, well, it's not enough acceleration. Well, that was never the point. What this guy said is that there is none. I'm showing him that that claim would be wrong. Like, they can never just go, oh, okay, yeah, all right, I see. Circular motion, okay, acceleration. Now we got to move the goalpost. Say, well, it's not enough acceleration. That's not what you said.
Did someone get rid of Daza?
I just deleted his comment. It's just helping other people stay confused. Like, if this guy's not going to face the point that he's just wrong about what acceleration means, and Daza's just going to help him continue to be wrong about it, Daza can fuck off.
Yeah, he knows that. Like, my little rule that I have is, chat skanking. You can be in the VC and on mute. Use the side chat. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, we're going to get conversations going and they're just going to be interrupting relevant information that we're discussing in the VC. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It really is passed on from the home server to this channel, like where that chat is reserved for those participating in the VC, whether they're just listening or not. You know, exactly. That's just like, you know, you can do that.
Yeah, if you're just trying to drain people in the text chat, like, it's not really valued. There's a lot of those who will never mic up or barely even join the VC, and they're just going to sit there and just try to take the piss out of you in the side chat all day. Vampires. Yeah, they can go.
Yep. I agree.
This guy Giggler looks kind of like the Joker. Is that why he calls himself Giggler?
Yeah. Quite the resemblance.
It's like an off-brand Joker knockoff. Second-rate Joker.
Yeah, he looked like he was giggling. Full of hate. So it's like kind of unsettling.
Yeah, people like Giggler and I have a thing for Flat Earther. In a peculiar way.
They're just mad. Like, they never say anything. Like, can't actually get a point out of him. He just tries to be condescending and sort of fails at it. Well, I'll send you a Lego set. That will show you the solar system. Like, yeah, bro. Like, we haven't been shown those cartoons and representations our whole lives. Like, you think that's the problem? Like, we just never went to a school where they brought up the solar system? We just don't even understand, like, what the contention is here. Maybe Crit nailed it before when he said that they're just, like, they just need to be assholes, and they think that this is a group of people they found that it's okay to be an asshole with. Wow, look at this guy. Hush, they're accelerating at a constant speed. So why would we feel that? Because it's acceleration. Man, he's trying so hard. Why don't you just be honest, Hush? Like, you're cooked, dude. It's over. No, that's not my definition of acceleration. That's not even the definition of acceleration. Acceleration is change of velocity over time. Velocity would be speed or direction. So if you're changing direction, that's a form of acceleration. You're just not getting it. You don't want to get it because you said something stupid. Now your ego's gotten in the way, and you're going to double down on that stupid thing that you said. But guess what? You're just looking stupider and stupider. Be better to be like, oh, okay, I was a little bit slightly confused about what this means. Well, thanks for updating me. Now I know better. But nope, you're going to marry your stupid, misinformed, bad ideas and just go down with them. That's the difference between us. Like, I mean, when we figured out we were wrong, we were like, oh, okay. Good to know. You get shown that you're wrong and you want to marry the wrong thing that you thought. So you're just going to be wronger and wronger.
Tonga Tonga.
Yeah, I was thinking something twonger.
Yeah, any deviation from necessarily requires. That's why it's an acceleration.
Gotta keep spoon feeding him the same lesson. I mean, he's had this posted like 5 times. It says first sentence, physics classroom website. There is always acceleration in a circular motion, even at a constant speed. I mean, why do you fight to be ignorant about this stuff? Don't you want to be informed on it? You think you know so much about the universe and the world and physics and stuff like that, and yet you just fight to stay ignorant about those very things. It's kind of weird. It's really simple, too. I mean, just parse it out. Acceleration, change of velocity over time. Well, what's velocity? Speed or direction? Okay, so if there's a change of either of those, that's acceleration. All right, done. Easy.
Yes, what he posted does have math in it.
It's even
what
got math
Heretic
in it.
posted has math in it. Duh.
It's like you've been in a car, right, that's going at a steady speed, but you crank the steering wheel one way. Like, yeah, you feel that. It's called acceleration.
It's not in contention, man. Like, just
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just fighting to stay ignorant on these topics. You're arguing some physics topic while fighting to stay ignorant on it.
yeah, like just say, "Oh, okay, I was wrong," and then like move on to some other excuse if you're not going to let go of your fucking spinning Earth.
Yeah, just move on to a different excuse, like update, get better. Don't just stick to the same crap that you thought before you did any research. You're just gonna stay retarded, dude. You're retarding yourself. You're supposed to update when you get shown new information. Not everybody is born knowing everything or really probably anything. So it's your choice whether you're stupid or not at this point. No, nobody told you that the conclusion is Earth is going to be flat just because you figured out what acceleration is. Didn't you start out saying that there is no acceleration? Let's pull it up. He's lying now to cover his tracks. Good thing they're printed right here. Yeah, there it is. Not at all. You wasn't born when the Earth was accelerating. It was already going at a certain speed. So he's saying with that statement, then, essentially, it's not accelerating, so you don't feel it. Wrong. It is accelerating if it's spinning around. You're moving the goalposts, so again, more dishonesty, which only keeps you stupid. You're being dishonest now to cover for your blunder when you should just accept it, because that's how you're going to move ahead. And then you compared it to a train, which is linear motion. Why don't you just get on the mic? This is kind of tedious. I wasn't wrong. It was picking up speed at one point in time. Yeah, you already said it. You wasn't born when Earth was accelerating. Yeah, so you're telling us with that comment right there that you thought that just spinning around at a constant speed would not be acceleration. Well, guess what? Just going to post it again. It is. You were wrong. Stop trying to cover for it. So there is no Earth was accelerating if it's spinning around and orbiting. That's all circular motion, which is acceleration. So no, Earth was accelerating, like you said. I don't know why you guys have to lie like this. Why don't you just accept it? Oh shit, was wrong. Too much pride. You was wrong, boy. It's okay. This is a safe space to be wrong. Okay, Hush, you're no fun. Send in a Glober friend or something who actually has the audacity to get on the mic. It's a different use of acceleration. He's just not going to give up. Looking for any which way out of this. There is no way out, dude. Changing direction is acceleration. Sorry, it is. It's not a different use of acceleration. It just is acceleration. I mean, if you don't believe me, just get in a car, keep the speed steady, and turn. You'll feel it. Yeah, changing your speed is acceleration. So is changing your direction. So if you do either of those, you accelerated.
Happy New Year, fellas. It's already happening here. Demuck in the house. What's poppin', Demuck?
What up?
What up, what up? Happy New Year. Now it's happening here, at least. In this part of the world. You gonna pop some fireworks later, or?
And it was so quiet. The densest part of the balloon. If heat rises, that's why it could be cold in the ocean. But then if heat rises, why isn't it hot at the top of the ocean? If heat rises, why isn't it 80 million thousand degrees at 20 foot or 100 foot high? Or is it? Is it the voltage that rises instead of the heat? I don't know. Is the heat voltage between the differential of cold and hot? That's how they do fuel cells, right? Or am I mistaken? Condensation. Evaporation. Look on the Flat app. On the Flat app, you can get the Flat Smack with the Flat Map. On the Flat Map with the. Looking at the Flat Facts on the Flat app. With the Flat Line and the Flat Match and the Flat Books with the Flat Maps. And the Flat Phones with the Flat Facts. And all the flat colors in the Flat Blacks.